Chapter 161, Final Trial. John recognized several faces standing at the top of the stairs, namely the sect leader, vice-sect leader, and even Elder Ragger. All the elders of the sect had gathered in front of the Heavenly Lightning Sect Palace to welcome the inner and core disciples. Tens of thousands of members of the Heavenly Lightning Sect had gathered as well to watch this year's batch of disciples. Not only did they want to see who the newcomers were, they also knew they were in for a fantastic show shortly. The group of tens of thousands watching ranged from disciples no older than the group John was in, to the elderly. In the gathering of elders, John was able to spot Elder Ragger looking down on him. Although he did his best to hide it, John could still see a slight smile on the elder's face. Elder Ragger noticed John's gaze and nodded his head slightly. "Congratulations on becoming disciples of the Heavenly Lightning Sect." A calm yet extremely powerful voice echoed out, causing all eyes to fall on the sect leader who had just spoken. His calm face smiled down at those below, and appeared as if he was an ordinary grandpa welcoming his grandchildren home. However, all could tell that despite his aura being constrained, his power was beyond anything they had felt before. The sect leader's gaze roamed among all the youths, and his eyes paused slightly on John before he continued to look at all those who had passed the trials. "You have done what most in this land only dream of, and for that you should be proud. From now on, you will be able to call yourselves disciples of the Heavenly Lightning Sect. However, to truly become disciples of the Heavenly Lightning Sect, there is one more test that must be passed," the sect leader stated in a calm voice, causing frowns to appear on those in the group. They had been told that they had passed all the trials and had become disciples, but now the sect leader was saying there were more trials to come. Many were unhappy to hear this, but none of them dared voice their discontent to the sect leader himself. Upon hearing the sect leader mention the final trial, the eyes of all those in the crowd lit up, and excited discussions broke out. "Another trial. I wonder what's so important as to have another trial at this point." Ruhoezer. A thunderous roar so loud that it nearly shattered the eardrums of many sounded out throughout the Heavenly Lightning Sect. Its roar covered the entire sect, and there wasn't a single person who didn't hear it. The roar sounded out several more times, each more powerful and deafening than the last. Despite the source of the roar being quite far away, it was still louder than anything John had heard in his life. Not only that, but the roar itself sent a chill down everyone's spine, John included. It was as if death itself was roaring out. The only time he had felt a more dreadful aura was in the Lightning World trial, when he had come face to face with that creature in the illusion formation. However, that was an illusion, while John was sure that this was a real, living thing. Silence descended over the crowd, and John and all those in the crowd could hear the growing rumbles of wings approaching. A small tempest began to kick up within the courtyard, and before long, John felt as if he was in the middle of a windstorm. His robes and hair fluttered violently in the wind as it continued to billow over the entire Heavenly Lightning Sect. The courtyard suddenly grew dim, as if the sun had been blocked out. John and the rest of the youths turned their eyes to the sky to see what was going on, and all their eyes widened in complete and utter disbelief. Extreme shock covered their faces, and even John was shocked beyond all belief. Boom! The Heavenly Lightning Sect Palace and the massive courtyard in front of it trembled greatly. John shielded his eyes at the tempest that had been kicked up. After the tempest died down, John and the entire crowd stared up at the Heavenly Lightning Sect Palace and the figure that had just landed on its roof high above the sect leader. The figure on the roof lowered its massive head to stare down at the crowd below, and its massive eyes locked on the group of youths who stood at the crowd center. John stared straight at the figure, still unable to believe his eyes. The four-limbed creature had two massive wings, so large that they blocked out the sun, and a tail that extended 100 yards. It had a head larger than a building, which was covered in many sharp spikes protruding from the back of its head. Sharp teeth, each a dozen feet long, jutted out of its mouth, while massive razor-sharp claws jutted out of its limbs. Black and blue scales covered the entirety of its body, and a powerful blue color glowed over its body, as if there was a strong light source shining out from within. Small wisps of lightning danced over its scales. John could hardly believe his eyes as he stared at the massive creature, perched up on the roof of the heavenly lightning sect palace. A dragon, a lightning dragon. Chapter 162, Lightning Dragon. John had read about dragons in his clan's library, which stated that dragons were some of the rarest and most powerful beasts to ever exist. Their power would grow to the peak of the cultivation world, and all those who saw them would tremble at their power. However, every piece of literature had stated that dragons were either myths or extinct. John never imagined dragons actually existed, and that he would ever be able to see one in the flesh. The massive dragon stared down at the youths below, and its power was so overwhelming that none of the youths dared to move a muscle. In fact, all of them were so scared and awed by the majestic creature that they wouldn't be able to move even if they wanted to. Sweat trickled down all their backs, and some even collapsed to the floor in a nervous mess. John stared directly at the dragon and was awestruck. It was the most awe-inspiring thing he had ever seen in his life, and the power of the dragon was so overwhelming that John couldn't even begin to imagine its heights. The crowd that had gathered stared at the dragon in complete awe as well. Despite seeing the dragon once a year, they were amazed by such a sight every time. The dragon's attention focused on the group of youths that had passed the trial. Suddenly, the power of the dragon flared out, and all the youths felt an incredibly strange, yet overwhelmingly powerful energy invade their bodies, minds, and souls. John felt this invasive energy as well, and did his best to resist it. However, it was as if he was an ant struggling against a hurricane. No matter what he did, he wasn't even able to slightly hinder the progress of the invasive energy. John felt as if his very existence was completely exposed to the strange energy. It reminded him of when Celestial Soulrend had started to probe his memories. However, it was slightly different. Celestial Soulrend's soul probe was much more direct and invasive, while this felt different to John. "Don't resist it," the sect leader's voice suddenly spoke out. "This is the final trial I spoke of. Our heavenly lightning dragon has a special power. It is able to read the thoughts and intents of those it inspects. Resisting will only result in self-harm." Upon hearing these words, John gave up all ideas of struggling and allowed the strange energy to invade wherever it pleased. However, true to the sect leader's words, the invasive energy did not attempt to read his memories, causing John to breathe a sigh of relief. His memories held incredible secrets, and he wanted to guard them at all costs. John was unsure of why such a trial was needed, but he set aside such thoughts, as he was sure he would find out the truth shortly. The dragon continued to inspect the youths below it for some time, and not a single sound was uttered by those being inspected. After some time, John slowly but surely felt the invasive energy leave his body, and breathed out in relief when he felt it leave his body completely. The rest of the youths in the crowd also breathed out sighs of relief. They had never expected such a thing to happen, and were just happy that it was over. Being inspected by the dragon-like that made them feel smaller and more powerless than they had ever felt before. After regaining his composure, a determined look appeared on John's face. The dragon's overwhelming strength and his complete inability to resist its power was just another piece of motivation for him to get stronger. "Unless I stand at the very peak of the cultivation world, I will always be at the whims of those more powerful. Only when I stand at the top can I truly control my own fate." The crowd watched closely as the dragon inspected the youths. They all felt its power begin to fade, indicating the end of the test. However, just as the power was about to fade completely, it suddenly surged out with incredible power and locked directly onto one boy standing in the crowd. The sect leader and vice-sect leader narrowed their eyes as they stared directly at the boy who had been singled out by the dragon. The dragon's strange energy began to violently invade the body of the boy, and his face began to turn red from the power which was overwhelming him. "What do we have here?" The sect leader spoke out calmly as he stared directly at the boy. The sect leader waved his hand slightly, and all the other youths felt their bodies levitate in the air and quickly moved away from the boy. John felt the sect leader's power wash over him as well, and was surprised that he wasn't able to resist it even slightly. His body levitated through the air and was placed down in a spot several hundred yards away from the boy who the dragon had focused on. He stared back towards the lone boy who had been isolated from the rest. He recognized the boy as the one who had come eighth in the trial of pain and was to become one of the 10 core disciples. He had never detected anything strange going on with the boy, but now something completely unexpected was happening. What's going on? The sect leader slowly began to walk down the stairs and towards the boy in the middle of the courtyard. The strange yet powerful energy from the dragon continued to focus on him, locking him in place. A sinister-sounding laugh suddenly escaped the boy's body, sending a chill up everyone's spine. It was more sinister and vile-sounding than any laugh they had heard in their life, and the voice seemed to contain a strange energy that made all their bodies lose their strength. The laugh penetrated into their souls, and many felt a sharp pain invade their souls. John, too, felt his soul ache slightly, and his soul power surged to resist the pain. All of a sudden, an incredibly powerful soul aura flared out of the boy and washed over all those within the crowd, making them feel as if they were being peered down on by a sinister fiend. The soul aura gradually began to condense and take form, and before long, the ethereal outline of a human hovered directly above the boy. Even with this much effort, your heavenly lightning dragon still managed to detect me. Truly, not bad. Chapter 163, Sect Leader All-Fiend. Sect Leader All-Fiend, it's been some time since we've last seen each other, the heavenly lightning sect leader said as he casually walked towards the ethereal soul form. The sect leader waved his hand, and the entire crowd suddenly felt the painful energy invading their souls disappear. Sect leader Thunderzen, the soul form greeted in return with a calm expression as well. All-Fiend, Thunderzen, what type of names are these? John thought as he curiously watched what was going on. The heavenly lightning sect leader, who was addressed as Thunderzen, walked forward until he stood a few feet in front of the floating soul form. The soul form was still quite ethereal and hazy, but John was able to make out several features. It was a middle-aged man, with sharp features, hawk-like eyes, and a slender beard that gathered into a sharp point below his chin. His hair was long and flowed behind his shoulders, and his eyes glowed in a sinister fashion, like that of a snake looking at its prey. I knew your sect would try something like this again, but it's quite unexpected that you yourself are the one doing it. You were even willing to sacrifice a small portion of your soul to attempt this. Aren't you worried about the damage your soul will take once I snuff you out? Thunderzen asked calmly. Ha ha ha, All-Fiend laughed for a moment before responding. While it is a bit troublesome to lose part of my soul, I have methods to make it whole again quickly. Besides, are you so sure that you are able to contain me here and now? Sect leader Thunderzen smiled at the soul form, as if everything was under his control. Unfortunately for you, you won't be able to leave here today. Is that so? It's true that this soul form is only a fraction of my full power, but it should still be more than enough to slip away from the likes of you, All-Fiend replied in a relaxed tone. Now that he was caught by the heavenly lightning dragon, All-Fiend had no hopes of slipping into the sect undetected, and instead focused on leaving the sect. His soul form suddenly flared with incredible power, and All-Fiend began to fade out of existence, as if it was phasing into space itself. John felt his blood nearly stop in his body from the overwhelming power, and it seemed as if space itself was under the control of All-Fiend's power. Space began to twist and turn around All-Fiend's form. Sect leader Thunderzen smiled as he watched All-Fiend's soul form start to fade. He casually raised his hand and pointed a single finger at the fading soul form of sect leader All-Fiend. Boom! Lightning crackled on his finger for a single moment before it shot out towards All-Fiend. John's breath caught in his throat as he witnessed the attack. Its power and profundity was more incredible than any attack he had ever seen, and it reached Alfine's soul form so quickly that John was unable to see it travel at all. The beam of lightning pierced directly through Alfine's soul form, causing him to scream out in pain. Alfine's body was almost imperceivable by the time the lightning struck it, but it quickly rematerialized after being struck. A pained and shocked expression hung on Alfine's face as he phased back into existence. A large hole was pierced directly through his soul form, and he seemed to be on the verge of collapse after taking that attack. "Your cultivation, how is this possible?" Alfine asked in a shocked tone. "That's not something you need to know," Thunderzen replied calmly before waving his hand once more. A strange power emanated from Thunderzen and washed over Alfine's soul form. Alfine's soul form was on the verge of collapse, and the wave of Thunderzen's hand completely snuffed it out of existence, silencing his cries of disbelief. The crowd started with wide eyes at everything that had just happened, John included. He was able to piece together the small amount of information he had to get a rough idea of what had just taken place, but the events, as well as overwhelming power that was just displayed, shocked him to his core. He wanted to ask questions about what had just happened, but he knew now was not the time for that. Elder Ragger most likely knows what exactly just took place. I'll ask him once this entrance exam is completely over. Sect leader Thunderzen's eyes lingered on the spot where Alfine's figure had been for a moment, before he casually glanced at the nearby boy. Fear covered the boy's face, and he had dropped to his knees in fright. I had no idea, please, you have to believe me," the boy managed to barely cry out. Thunderzen's eyes softened slightly, and he stared at the boy. He turned around to stare at the dragon that was still perched up on the roof. Although John was unsure of exactly how, he was sure that the two of them were communicating directly with each other. Why waste time on such a thing? Spies and traitors are to be given no mercy. A cold voice sounded out behind Thunderzen, and all eyes turned to look at the woman who had just spoken. She still stood at the top of the palace stairs, looking down at the boy in the courtyard below. The vice sect leader, who John had seen at the very start of the entrance exam, waved her hand towards the boy. An incredible power washed over him, and his eyes widened in fear before his body instantly disintegrated into nothingness. Chapter 164, officially a sect member. Silence filled the air as all those in the crowd stared at the place where the boy had been. The vice sect leader had dealt with him mercilessly, killing him without a chance of explaining himself. Not only that, but the dealing with Alfiend had been a spectacle itself, and the powers revealed by both Alfiend and Thunderzen had been completely awe-inspiring and overwhelming. The whole ordeal had been completely unexpected, but John was starting to see why he had not been allowed to join the sect before. This must be their way of dealing with any potential spies entering the sect. It makes sense why they wouldn't allow me to directly join before. From the stories he had read, John knew dragons were prideful creatures, and he was certain that even such a thing as what it did today was already the limit. There was most likely no way the dragon would agree to inspect a lone person trying to enter the sect, as such a thing would be beneath its notice. Sect leader Thunderzen sighed, before his figure suddenly vanished and reappeared at the top of the palace steps where he had originally been. The vice sect leader stood at his side with an expressionless face, as if nothing had happened at all. His face, once again, regained its warm smile as he stared down at the confused youths below. Unfortunately, this year we had a spy in our midst. There are other powers in this land which seek to infiltrate our heavenly lightning sect and learn its secrets from within. However, they have always been, and will always be, unsuccessful. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, we can continue. You have all proven your loyalty to the Heavenly Lightning Sect, and as such, have passed the final trial. You are all officially disciples of the Heavenly Lightning Sect. Congratulations. A thunderous applause broke out amongst the crowd watching, congratulating and welcoming the newest members of the sect. Although he was usually calm, John felt a wave of emotions wash over him as he listened to the cheering crowd. He clenched his fists as his mind drifted to his clan once more. Entering the Heavenly Lightning sect made it so that he was one step closer to helping his clan get through their crisis. The crowd continued to cheer for some time, and all the youths gathered in the courtyard had large smiles on their faces. Some hugged each other, happy and relieved that they had become disciples of the sect. Adam stood there with a proud expression on his face and laughed loudly, as if he was the one the crowd was cheering for. "You still have the issue with your core discipleship qualifications," John reminded, causing Adam's smiling face to scrunch up immediately. "You don't really think they'll take it away from me, do you?" Adam asked in a concerned tone. John shrugged his shoulders in response, as he truly had no idea what was going to happen. After some time of cheering, the sect leader waved his hand, and silence descended over the area once more. "You all come from different backgrounds and specialize in different powers. However, those powers and talents are useless now. The Heavenly Lightning sect is a lightning-based sect, and you will begin to study lightning-based techniques. To assist you with that, I will give you your first reward for joining our sect." John listened closely to the sect leader's words and became quite curious about the reward mentioned. It should be something amazing if he's talking about it specifically like this. John's thoughts began to wander, thinking of what the reward could be. The other youths in the crowd all did the same, dreaming of wonderful treasures, amazing weapons, profound battle arts, and more. Given that the Heavenly Lightning sect was one of the 4 great sects, everyone figured that the reward would be beyond their imagining. Roar. The dragon on the palace roof, which had been silent for quite some time, roared loudly once more. Its roar caused the very grounds of the sect to tremble, and it immediately roused all the youths out of their thoughts. John turned his head upwards to look at the dragon, and his eyes widened as he felt the power of the dragon begin to rise. Lightning began to crackle on its body as it stared at the youths below. A panicked look appeared on Adam's face as he hurriedly scurried behind John. "It isn't about to attack us, right?" Adam asked, his voice filled with fear. John was unable to respond as well, as he felt the overwhelming power of the dragon lock down on him and the other youths in the group. The dragon suddenly opened its mouth, and a large beam of strange lightning suddenly exploded outwards, directly towards the youths below. Chapter 165, Bathed in Lightning. The beam of lightning crashed into the youths below, and John closed his eyes as it did so. He was unsure of why the dragon had attacked them, but knew he would not be able to resist its overwhelming power. However, his eyes soon slowly opened as he felt the dragon's power wash over him. Unlike the devastating power he had expected, the lightning from the dragon danced over and within his body in a gentle manner. It was like a gentle lightning rain falling over his body, washing it clean and making it be reborn anew. What is going on? Wherever the lightning went, it would slightly alter his body, reminding him of the process he had felt when he trained the celestial lightning script. Although the change he felt to his body right now was almost insignificant to what happened with the celestial lightning script in the Lightning World trial, he could still feel a change. His body, which was a lightning attribute body, began to become even more attuned to lightning. On top of that, John could feel his lightning comprehensions slowly rise as the dragon's lightning washed over him. How profound. All the other youths also felt something similar, although the changes to their bodies and comprehensions were even more pronounced than John's. Most of them had no affinity or comprehensions towards lightning, and so the changes taking place within their bodies were drastic, as they were a clean slate being molded. The process continued for several minutes, before the dragon closed its mouth and stopped bathing the youths in his lightning breath. It roared once more before it spread its wings and took to the sky. A violent wind tempest was kicked up within the courtyard, and the dragon flew high into the sky before it sped off in a certain direction, out of the view of all those in the crowd. After the process was done, each youth closely inspected their bodies and were stunned by the results. While they had not attained a lightning attribute body, their bodies were much more aligned with lightning nonetheless. They could feel a greater affinity towards it, and their comprehensions had grown drastically. "Congratulations," the sect leader's voice sounded out, causing the youths to all stare up at him. Their eyes were filled with wonder. "You have been bathed in the vital lightning essence breath of our heavenly lightning dragon. I'm sure each and every one of you has felt their bodies become more aligned with lightning chi, and your lightning comprehensions grow as well." The youths all nodded their heads eagerly in agreement. They all felt the immediate changes in their body. Such a thing was beyond their wildest expectations, and they were starting to see why the Heavenly Lightning Sect stood at the very top of the continent. The sect leader paused for a moment before continuing. "As was mentioned at the start of the trial, the top youths are to be rewarded for their efforts. Those being specially rewarded are those who placed in the top 10 to become core disciples, and you will each receive your rewards according to your rank." Excited expressions appeared on all those who had become core disciples, while a sour look appeared on one of the youths. He stepped forward and bowed to the sect leader, and was about to speak out when the sect leader cut him off. "I know what you are going to say, and there's no need to say it. The boy who was dragged through the trial of pain will become a core disciple as well, as luck is just as important as talent in the cultivation world," sect leader Thunderzen stated clearly. The boy frowned slightly, unhappy with the response he was given. "Sect leader, I understand your decision, but isn't what they did cheating? Can't anyone just drag their followers through in future trials and claim all the top spots?" the boy asked, trying to find a hole in the sect leader's answer. Thunderzen chuckled lightly as he turned to look directly at John. He was clear on exactly what had happened in each trial, and was impressed by what John had accomplished. "Such a thing could happen in the future, I suppose, but it's highly unlikely. To forcefully drag someone through like that, the person doing so would feel double the pain, one for their trial, and one for the trial of the one being dragged. So I ask you, can it really be considered cheating when such a disadvantage is placed on the person doing so?" Thunderzen asked. Everyone's eyes widened slightly, and all the youths who had seen John in the trial of pain turned to stare at him. He had breezed through the trial as if it was nothing, and now they were finding out he had experienced twice the pain they had felt during the entire process. They shuddered at the thought of feeling more pain than they had felt during the trial, and many stared at John in a new light. Some stared at him with a newfound respect, while others stared at him as if he was a monster. The boy who had stepped forward shuddered at the thought of experiencing double the pain during that trial, and found no way to argue it. The sect leader smiled and spoke out once more. "Besides, we had a casualty recently, and a new spot just opened up, so you may take the final core disciple position." The boy's eyes lit up, and he bowed, and thanked the sect leader for his decision. The boy who had been killed recently had come 8th, and it was true that there was a new spot available. Being that the one who stepped forward had come 11th, it was only natural that he moved up into the core disciple slot that had opened. Adam's face lit up at hearing that he would keep his core discipleship, and his face beamed with pride once more. John rolled his eyes once more. "Now then, we shall address the core discipleship rankings. These have been calculated by our elders based on your performances in each of the 4 trials, and your rewards will vary depending on your rank." The sect leader waved his hand, and a large stone tablet suddenly materialized above his head. There were 10 names written on it, each with a corresponding ranking. All eyes in the crowd and group of youths immediately darted towards the tablet, and the core disciples quickly read the tablet, eager to see their rankings. John casually read the tablet and found his name amongst the others. Chapter 166, Ranking. John and the others read the stone tablet, eager to see the rankings of the core disciples. According to the elders and sect leader, the rankings would determine what rewards were given after the exam, and John was sure that having a higher rank would be beneficial for more than just those rewards. The higher he was ranked, the more valuable he would become to the sect, and the more likely they would be to help him and his clan with the Crimson Valley sect and Bloodfiend sect. Adam Fenix had his name listed in dead last, at 10th place. Although John had helped him forcefully qualify as a core disciple, it was not earned, and so he was put in dead last. However, last place as a core disciple was still miles above the highest-ranked inner disciple, and so Adam was unable to complain about that. Several other familiar names popped up as John read down the list. 6th Me Ferry, 5th Hartley Randall, 4th Russell Bard, 3rd June, 2nd Mason Light. 1st, John Fenix. Discussions immediately broke out within the crowd to discuss the rankings, while all those ranked as core disciples had varying reactions to the rankings. Me and Hartley smiled in happiness at their rankings, clearly pleased that they had done so well. Russell yelled out in rage, not at the rankings, but at his own poor performance according to himself. June stared at her rank indifferently, while a cold look appeared on Mason's face. He had confidently stated that he would come first for this entrance exam to both his clan and many others, and had been fully confident in doing so. He had successfully cultivated one of his clan's most powerful techniques, and his combat prowess was extremely terrifying. After a moment of disbelief, Mason stepped forward and bowed to the sect leader. The sect leader smiled, as if anticipating such an action, and gestured for Mason to speak. "Sect leader, it's not that I don't trust the judgment of the elders, but I would like to know how the rankings were calculated. I refuse to believe that his talent is higher than mine, or that he did better in the combat trial. It's true that he came first in the trial of pain, but surely a pain trail isn't the main basis for the rankings. Not only that, but his cultivation is far weaker than mine, and that should count for something as well, should it not?" Mason asked, in a respectful but questioning tone. An elder stepped forward, and all the youths in the courtyard recognized him as the one who had greeted them at the front gate at the start of the entrance exam. A scroll appeared in the elder's hands, and he quickly read the contents on the scroll before looking down at Mason below. "Since you refute these rankings, I will directly compare your and John's performance, and why the rankings are as such," the elder replied in a calm tone. Although the sect could refuse Mason's request, such a thing would be looked down on by many. Transparency was a big part of creating a competitive yet respectful environment within the sect. Trial 1, the Essence Chi and Talent Test. These trials are calculated on a pass or fail metric, and you both pass the trial easily. Trial 2, the Illusion Formation Test. You completely saw through the illusion formation on the third illusion. John saw through the illusion formation on the second illusion, the elder continued. Hearing that John performed better on the illusion trial caused a frown to appear on Mason's face. He considered his soul to be quite strong, and was sure he had done the best or near the best, but John had still beaten him. However, both him and everyone else was sure that the most weight was assigned to the combat test. The Heavenly Lightning sect was a combat-based sect, and so such a thing should be the most important of all. Mason was confident he did the best of all the competitors regarding this test, and so he felt the need to question the results. Trial 3, the combat test. You successfully advanced to the final combat phase, and against the final beast, you lasted 14 minutes and 38 seconds before conceding. This was the longest anyone lasted against the final beast, and for that you should be proud. Hushed discussions immediately broke out throughout the crowd, and many youths stared at Mason as if he were a monster. Fighting against a beast a minor realm higher in cultivation was an almost impossible challenge, and lasting against one for 14 minutes was beyond impressive. The hushed discussions immediately changed direction, however, as many thought about John's performance. Despite Mason doing incredibly well against the beast, he was still ranked below John. Either John truly did better in the combat trial, or more weight was assigned to the other trials. The elder paused for a moment to let the hushed discussions die down before he continued. In the third trial, against the final beast, John Fenix fought for 1 minute and 58 seconds. Before the elder could continue speaking, the crowd began to noisily discuss what they had just heard. 1 minute 58, compared to 14 minutes. What's going on here? One youth asked. Remember the elder at the start of the trial that greeted that boy. He clearly has connections within the sect. Maybe it's rigged. Another chimed up. Many similar discussions broke out, and the elder in charge furrowed his brows as the discussions grew in volume. Mason's face flared with a confident look, and he was just about to speak up once more when... "Silence!" the elder yelled out, immediately hushing all the discussions. The elder glared at the youths and the crowd who had interrupted him. "As I was saying, John Fenix fought for 1 minute and 58 seconds. However, that was the time it took for him to slay the late chi condensation beast." Chapter 167, End of the Entrance Exams. Silence descended on the entire sect as the youths and surrounding crowd listened to the elder's words in stunned silence. They had all heard the elder's words, but none of them dared to believe it. Mason's face was stunned at the elder's words as well, as he never imagined such a thing was possible. After many seconds of silence, Mason finally managed to regain his composure. "Elder, surely such a thing is impossible. Are you sure he didn't cheat, or that you are mistaken?" Mason asked, trying to find a hole in the elder's story. He refused to believe that John was able to slay a beast an entire minor realm above his cultivation. Fighting against an opponent was one thing, but killing them was several times harder. Many in the crowd nodded in agreement, as they too believed such a thing was impossible. The elder in charge narrowed his eyes as he stared at Mason. "You dare suggest that we are incapable of monitoring our own trials?" the elder asked in a cold tone, causing Mason to shiver in fear. The elder's pressure was pushing down on him, and clearly Mason had stepped too far. He had already questioned the sect and the elders by bringing this up in the first place, and now he suggested that they had been fooled by John as well. "I apologize, elder. I have no further questions," Mason replied and stepped backwards, putting an end to that discussion. The youths and surrounding crowd all stared at John as if he were a monster. Such a thing was basically unheard of, and none could recall such a thing happening in a previous entrance exam. John was unconcerned with such attention, and stood there lazily before Adam walked up and punched him on the shoulder. "Why didn't you tell me you did something that amazing?" Adam asked in an inquisitive tone. John looked towards Adam as if he were a complete idiot before responding. "I did, in the cottage before the 4th trial, but you refused to believe me." "Oh, haha, I guess you did. My mistake," Adam responded in a sheepish tone as he thought back to that night. "I knew I had an eye for greatness," Adam continued with a prideful smile on his face. John rolled his eyes and ignored Adam, who was doing his best to make it obvious that he was friends with John. John had just revealed his immense talents, and Adam was making sure all knew that he was a close friend of his. A pressure descended on the courtyard, and all those talking immediately became quiet. All eyes turned back to the sect leader at the top of the palace stairs. A warm smile still hung on his face as he stared at the youths below. "With that settled, that concludes this year's entrance exam. Congratulations for becoming disciples of our Heavenly Lightning sect," the sect leader stated for all to hear, before his figure suddenly vanished from view. The vice sect leader and many other elders also quickly left, and the crowd began to slowly disperse. Excited discussions were taking place all around, as this year's entrance exam had many noteworthy things happen. The elder in charge of the trial addressed the group of new disciples, detailing the next steps of what to do. There were elders assigned for outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and core disciples, and each group was told to follow those elders to their new lodgings. John and Adam began to follow the main elder, as he was the one in charge of showing the core disciples around. "Haha, you're not bad. You actually managed to kill the final beast. I want to fight you even more now." A voice sounded out behind John, and he turned around to see Russell walking behind him. John began to talk with Russell, and they both agreed that they would have a friendly fight soon. Both were battle maniacs, and both were eager to test out each other's strength. A gloomy look appeared on Mason's face as he heard Russell mention such a thing, while Hartley, Me, and June curiously looked towards John, inspecting him closely. They had looked down on him at the start of the entrance exam, but surprisingly, he had bested all of them. Although his cultivation was still a realm lower than theirs, They didn't dare look down on him now. The group followed the elder through many streets that winded throughout the heavenly lightning sect, and the elder explained the various buildings they came across. John listened closely as well, as he had not toured this part of the sect before, and was only able to walk through the business district before. These are the main grounds for the disciples of the sect. That building there is one of the main study halls, while that building holds several large arenas for battles, the elder stated. The group walked for some time through the sect and passed many grand buildings that served various purposes. Before long, the group came to a small mountain, at which point the elder leading them stopped. The mountain was several thousand yards tall and was covered in many types of beautiful flowers and trees. Mesmerizing waterfalls cascaded down at many points, and an ethereal mist hung in the air. Through the mist, the youths were able to spot many grand buildings dotting the mountainside. This mountain contains the lodgings for the first-year core disciples. Your houses have been assigned to you by your rank. The elder waved his hand, and 10 scrolls flew to each of the youths. John grabbed the scroll and quickly unfurled it, which contained a map pointing to his particular lodging on the mountain. The scroll also had a detailed schedule, which told John which classes he was to take and what buildings they were located in. Please follow your maps to your lodgings. Classes start tomorrow. Make sure to not be late, the elder stated before promptly leaving the group. John looked at the map before his eyes trailed up the mountainside to identify his house, which rested at the very top of the mountain. John bid Adam farewell before he quickly began to climb the mountain. A pathway zigged and zagged up the mountainside, and he reached his lodging at the top of the mountain a while later. The view from the top was breathtaking, and John took several moments to take in the view. The sect grounds sprawled below him, and countless grand buildings dotted the landscape. Beautiful blue rivers meandered all throughout the sect, and many other mountains pierced into the sky. After taking in the view, John turned around to enter his new home. It was a grand building larger than his mansion in the Fenix clan, and the architecture was incredibly detailed, making it feel incredibly luxurious. John walked to the main entrance doors, which had twin lightning bolts carved into each side, and pushed them aside. His eyes widened slightly as he looked inside. Chapter 168, Luxurious New Home. The main lobby of his new home was incredibly grand, and its beauty stunned even John, who was used to a life of luxury. The lobby was a dozen yards long and wide. The floor was made of pure white marble, while an incredibly luxurious crystal chandelier hung down from the high ceiling. A small fountain existed at the center of the lobby, with chi-infused water spouting up and into its basin continuously. The mist from the water floated lightly in the air. John took a deep breath and was immediately refreshed. 2 grand staircases spiral up at the back of the lobby to the floors above, and hallways on each side of the lobby led to other parts of the large mansion. Directly in front of the water fountain, a small pile of treasures lay on the ground, and there was a boy and a girl standing on either side of the treasures. They both appeared to be the same age as John. The girl had brown hair down to her shoulders and wore a black and white maid's outfit, while the boy had short blonde hair and wore a black butler's outfit. John walked into his new house and towards the boy and girl standing in the center of the lobby. They appeared to have low cultivations at the early mist creation realm. My perceptions on cultivation are becoming skewed. Such cultivations at their age would be quite normal back home, John thought and chuckled to himself slightly. Greetings, the two of them said while bowing their heads slightly. Hi, you two are, John asked curiously. I'm Francel, and this is Rhea. We have been assigned to take care of your new house, as well as any other needs you may have, the boy replied. John thought about it for a moment before nodding his head and greeting the two of them. He wasn't used to having maids and butlers, but he figured that would be quite handy in this new place he was unfamiliar with. John's eyes turned towards the treasure pile between them. What's this? Rewards for the entrance exam. Yes, these are all for you. You may do with them what you like. Rhea nodded her head and replied in a calm and gentle voice. John nodded and inspected the pile closely. The first thing that caught his eye was the small pile of glowing crystals. They were each an inch across and had various rough shapes. John picked one up and immediately was able to detect it contained a dense source of natural chi within. There were several hundred of them in the pile. Although he had never dealt with them before, John knew these were spirit crystals. Elder Ragger had mentioned that they could be used for currency or cultivation. After inspecting the crystals, John looked towards several scrolls that lay on the pile of crystals. He unfurled and read each scroll. Each scroll gave various details regarding the sect, such as layout, status structure, building locations, sect rules, and more. After finishing reading, John picked up several bottles that lay on the pile of crystals. Opening each bottle revealed a small batch of pills in each one. That bottle there contains healing pills, that bottle contains cultivation pills, and that bottle contains chi replenishment pills, Francel said to John. Thanks, John replied. He stored the rewards away and his eyes looked towards the final reward near the pile. He had spotted this object first, but decided to save the best for last. His hand reached out towards the object, and his fingers gripped the smooth handle as he picked it up. John struggled for a moment before he picked up the object, unprepared for the weight of it. That scythe is a gift personally given by Elder Ragger himself. He told us to tell you. Good job, Francel said to John. John closely inspected the scythe in his hands. It weighed twice as much as his previous scythe and was dark blue in color. He could tell that it was made from a much stronger material than his previous scythe. Small lightning bolts were lightly etched into each side of the blade. John ran his finger along the blade and was surprised that it managed to cut his strong body. Its sharpness was beyond his expectations. Based on the weight, this seems to be custom made for me. Elder Ragger really went above and beyond here. This is exactly what I need right now. John was sure that the scythe was made specifically for him, mainly due to its weight. Scythe users were known for their nimbleness and agility, and their weapons would normally be light to accommodate for this. Only John, with his incredibly strong body, used a heavy scythe, as his strong body was able to combine the terrifying agility and sharpness of scythe attacks with the devastating power of body cultivators. John looked up towards Francel and Rhea. Is there any place here to test out this weapon? He was eager to test out his new weapon. There is. I will give you a tour of your new home. Please follow me, Rhea replied in gentle voice. John nodded his head and began to follow Rhea as she showed him his new abode. His mansion contained several bedrooms, each with luxurious beds, linens, and washrooms. Paintings hung on the walls, and various statues of different beasts dotted the hallways and bedrooms. The house also contained a kitchen, several living rooms, and study rooms. The backyard contained a pool, a meditation platform, another water fountain, several artificial streams meandering throughout, and was lined with various trees in full bloom. Just looking at it made John feel relaxed, and a dense chi emanated from both the pool and the streams. The pool has a formation at the bottom which gathers chi from the surrounding air and infuses it into the water. Just swimming in it will be beneficial for your cultivation, Rhea said to John, causing his eyebrows to raise in surprise. This place is paradise for cultivators, John stated out loud, causing Rhea to chuckle slightly. However, it truly was a cultivation paradise. Compared to his house back in his homeland, it was a night and day difference. After touring the house and the backyard, Rhea led John to a staircase which led in the basement. What's down here? John asked as they began to descend. His last encounter with a basement had been quite an ordeal. The basement contains a cultivation chamber, as well as a battle art testing area, Rhea replied. Before long, the two of them arrived in the basement, and John was once again shocked by the luxury of the heavenly lightning sect. The basement was dozens of yards tall and nearly 100 yards wide and long. In one corner, there was a chamber specifically for meditation, and John could feel a dense chi emanate from it. The rest of the basement was wide open. Your meditation chamber functions the same as the pool. It draws chi in from the surrounding air and condenses it, speeding up your cultivation. As for the rest of this open area, Rhea suddenly sent a simple chi attack towards one of the walls of the basement. Boom! The chi attack collided with the wall, and many formation lines lit up, neutralizing the attack and protecting the walls. Not a scratch was left on the walls. John's face lit up in excitement as he witnessed what had just happened. You can practice your attacks here as much as you want without fear of damaging anything, Rhea stated in a gentle voice, causing John's elation to soar even more. Chapter 169, Perks of a Core Disciple. This sect is amazing, John said out loud, causing Rhea to chuckle once more. Not every abode is like this. In fact, yours is one of the most luxurious, thanks to your ranking as the top core disciple. Most disciples can only dream of the luxuries given to you here, Rhea replied. John nodded his head in understanding. This was truly extravagant, and he was sure that even the Heavenly Lightning sect was unable to afford such extravagance for its tens of thousands of disciples. Such rewards were given to the top disciples of the sect, and would serve as a motivation for others to improve and strive for. I'm sure you read about it in the scrolls earlier, but every 6 months, the other core disciples are allowed to challenge you for your ranking. If they win, you'll be required to leave this house and take over theirs. While they have great houses as well, they're not quite as luxurious as yours, Rhea said to John. John nodded his head, as he had read about that in one of the scrolls. No worries. I'll be keeping this house for quite some time, John responded in a confident tone. If he were to battle the other core disciples now, John was unsure if he would be able to win. His essence cultivation was still only in the mid-chi condensation realm, while his body cultivation was stuck in the early chi condensation realm and becoming less of a strength he could rely on. His opponents, however, were at the peak of the chi condensation realm, and battling them would be incredibly hard. 6 months should be plenty to raise both of my cultivations. However, I need to figure out where to obtain more human blood essence. John had been unable to raise his body cultivation in the forest due to this, and was in desperate need of some more. I'll figure something out soon. Maybe there are some sect missions that can help with this. John knew the sect would never provide the blood to him directly, but if he was able to leave the sect on a sect mission, the opportunity to obtain human blood essence would be possible. He just had to find the right targets. Thanks for showing me around, Rhea. I'm going to cultivate now, John said to Rhea. Rhea bowed her head slightly before leaving the basement. John's new scythe appeared in his hands, and he gripped it tightly as he looked forward. His essence chi began to build, and John raised his scythe high above his head. A profound and sharp aura began to emit from his scythe blade as it began to glow black and red. Divine Reaping Scythe. John's face paled slightly as he unleashed his strongest Divine Reaping Scythe attack. He wanted to test the power of the new weapon, and unleashing a Divine Reaping Scythe attack was the best way to do so. The incredibly sharp scythe image sailed rapidly forward and collided with the basement wall. The formation lines on the wall lit up, and his attack was slowly but surely neutralized. Not a scratch was left behind, showing the power of the formation. John's face lit up in happiness as he witnessed his attack fly out and collide with the wall. This weapon is truly amazing. That was much stronger than before. Battle art attacks, such as the Divine Reaping Scythe, were affected by many things. The main determinant of its power was comprehension levels and cultivation level, but things such as weapon quality also affected the strength and profundity of the attack. Better materials were able to hold more chi without breaking, and also allowed for a smoother transition of chi flow from the body, to the weapon, to the air. John's new scythe was much more proficient at this, and could also handle more chi during his attacks. When he had unleashed his Divine Reaping Scythes before, he could tell his weapon was at its limits, and would begin to break with just a bit more chi infused into it during his attacks. However, this new scythe of his was much better, and showed no signs of weakness or instability, allowing him to unleash his attacks at his full strength. Again. For the next several hours, John continued to train his battle arts, fully utilizing his new practice grounds. After fully exhausting his essence chi, he walked into his meditation chamber and began to cultivate. His cultivation lasted late into the night, and he focused on everything from essence cultivation to soul and will tempering in front of the gates. After a long night of cultivation, John walked to his new bedroom and collapsed on the bed, getting his first good night of rest in months. Early morning sunlight shined through the trees, bathing John's new home with light. A light knock on his door woke John from his deep slumber. He hopped off his bed and opened his door, and was greeted by Francel standing there with a smile on his face. "Breakfast is ready for you in the kitchen. Wash up and meet us downstairs." Francel bowed his head slightly before turning and walking down the hallway, back towards the kitchen. John returned to his washroom and washed up. He was about to put on his usual robes when a thought crossed his mind. He walked to the nearby closet and unsurprisingly found many robes waiting for him. The robes were blue and white and had the signature lightning bolts embroidered into the material. John donned one of the robes and felt slightly out of place with its colors. He was used to wearing black and red, so the white and blue was quite the opposite. "Oh well, I'm in this sect now, so I have to look the part." After freshening up, John proceeded downstairs and had a hearty breakfast. After eating, John bid farewell to both Rhea and Francel before leaving his new home. He took in the majestic scenery of the sect below him as he stepped outside. No matter how many times he viewed this scenery, John was sure he would never get tired of it. The sect stretched out below him like an immortal paradise. The early morning sun shone through the light mist hanging over the sect, giving it an ethereal glow. Hundreds of grand buildings sprawled below, and profound beasts flew through the air, with powerful elders on their backs. After staring at the scene for some time, John finally snapped out of it. "Today's the first day of classes. I can't be late." Chapter 170, First Day of Classes. John walked down the mountainside, taking in the breathtaking scenery all the way down. His pathway passed by several of the other houses of the other core disciples. Each house had detailed architecture and were incredibly luxurious. The pathway down the mountain was lined with beautiful trees and flowers, and John would occasionally spot a towering waterfall nearby. Many different kinds of birds were chirping, and John spotted many kinds of animals on his walk down. The walk down the mountain lasted for quite some time before he finally reached its base. The academic portion of the sect was in a large valley, surrounded by many mountains where the disciples lived. The valley was many miles long and wide, and contained hundreds of buildings of various purposes. A wide road led from John's mountain into the heart of the valley, and John followed it to reach his classes. Many other students were walking on the road to their classes, and elders were occasionally visible as well. After reaching the campus area, John continued to walk for some time before he found the particular building his first class was being held in. It was a large circular building several stories tall, and many disciples were constantly streaming into it. John followed the other disciples inside, and after some searching, found his particular classroom. It was a large auditorium, capable of holding thousands of disciples. A loud, boisterous atmosphere filled the room, as the hundreds of disciples inside talked excitedly about various things. While looking around, he spotted several familiar faces. Mason, June, me, and Hartley were all already seated in various places, and many curious eyes were glancing at them. They had been some of the most impressive disciples in this year's entrance exam, and many lower disciples were either discussing them or trying to join them as followers. It seems like this class contains core disciples as well as inner sect disciples. I guess outer sect disciples have their own class. John walked a few rows in before deciding to pick a relatively empty row of seats to sit in. Nearby disciples immediately spotted John enter, and the topic of discussions immediately shifted. John's performance as the top-ranked core disciple was one of the hottest topics, and his presence caused those discussions to ignite once more. John sat down on a seat in his row and closed his eyes. His mind focused inward, and he soon found himself standing in front of the holy gate. Despite class almost starting, John never wasted an opportunity to cultivate. Having his soul stand in front of the holy gate passively strengthened it, and he always felt refreshed after doing so. "John." A voice called out happily, and John opened his eyes to see Adam approaching him. "Hey, Adam, you seem to be in a good mood," John greeted, noticing Adam's happy demeanor. "Of course I am. I'm a core disciple, and my new home is awesome. There's a cultivation chamber, as well as a place for me to practice using my formations without concern of causing destruction. I even have a butler. This sect really knows how to treat me correctly," Adam replied. "Seems like his house is relatively similar, although I'm sure there are some differences between mine and his." Adam sat down next to John, and the two began to discuss the various things regarding their houses and rewards they had received. "What? You have a cultivation pool? That's not fair, I don't have that. And you received 300 spirit crystals. I only received 100. Adam's happiness quickly turned slightly sour as he heard John's better rewards. John's rewards were much more luxurious, as he had received more money, pills, and a better home. "Hey, you can't complain. Without me, you wouldn't even be an inner sect disciple, let alone a core disciple. Be happy with what you have," John replied, causing a thoughtful look to appear on Adam's face. I guess you're right. I suppose what I have is pretty awesome." Adam's sour mood quickly turned into one of happiness again, and he shivered in fear at the thought of being an outer sect disciple. He thanked himself for having such good vision for talent again, as that alone allowed him to get this far. By now, nearly 1,000 disciples were present in the auditorium, which contained all the inner and core disciple first years. "Hush now, class is in session." A loud yet calm voice sounded out, causing the eyes of all the disciples present to look towards its source. John looked it well, and quickly spotted an elder walk out of a door near the stage at the end of the auditorium. The elder was a woman who appeared to be in her 40s. She had a gentle smile on her face and a calm voice, causing all those who looked at her to feel relaxed. She reached the podium located at the middle of the stage and addressed the crowd of eager disciples. "I am Elder Hale. In this class, you will be learning about everything related to lightning. From lightning types to uses of lightning to where you can find certain types of lightning, all will be discussed during this class. By the end of the year, I would hope you all become experts in all things lightning," Elder Hale said to the class. Many excited eyes stared directly at the elder, eager to learn about such things. Since most of the disciples present came from powers not specialized in lightning, their knowledge regarding it was limited. John looked towards Elder Hale in eagerness as well, and hoped to learn as much as he could regarding lightning. By learning as much as he could about it, perhaps he could start to get closer and closer to the truth of the celestial lightning script. The celestial lightning script was a complete mystery to John at the moment, and he wanted to learn about its origins if possible. By comparing the teachings of the heavenly lightning sect to the script itself, he would at least be able to begin establishing its power and profundity compared to the sect's techniques. Elder Hale began her class. Lightning comes in many forms and can be used in many different ways. There is healing lightning, destructive lightning, restrictive lightning, lightning formations. The list goes on and on. By learning about each of these types, you can find what you wish to specialize in, which will begin your lightning cultivation journey. The first type of lightning we will discuss is Chapter 171, Lightning Attunement. John listened closely to the lecture, which lasted for several hours, and learned many new things regarding lightning. By the end of the first class, he felt as though his lightning knowledge had increased several times, and this was just the first class of many he would take during his time as a disciple of the sect. "I will see you all here next week at the same time," Elder Hale said to the class before leaving. "Wow, that was a lot of information, but incredibly helpful," John said to Adam as he stretched his sore legs. Adam nodded his head in agreement. "I'm particularly interested in learning about lightning formations, and Elder Hale mentioned there is a class specifically for that. I'll need to sign up for that today." John nodded his head at Adam's words. Adam was a formations expert first and foremost, and needed to increase his knowledge and power in that field the most. "I'm pretty hungry. Let's go find a place to eat," John said to Adam as he stood up. The class had lasted for many hours, and it was already noon. Although John had food in his storage ring, he wanted to explore the campus a little bit and see if there were any places to get food. "Sure, I famished myself," Adam replied. The two of them began to leave the auditorium and were quickly blocked by a massive body that towered over the both of them. John raised his head to look up at Russell, who was a head taller and standing directly in front of him. A serious expression lingered on Russell's face as he stared directly at John, and Adam clenched his fists in nervousness, not knowing what was about to happen. All eyes in the room turned to the two of them, curious as to what was about to happen. John stared at Russell for a moment. "Want to join us for lunch?" Russell stared at John in a serious manner for a brief moment before a large smile broke out on his face. "Ha ha ha, sure, I'm starving. Let's go." He had originally stopped John to ask for a fight. But John's recommendation in joining them for lunch made him forget all about that. Adam stood there with a stupefied expression, as the situation had gone in a completely unexpected direction. The three of them walked out of the auditorium, and after asking some of the older disciples, managed to find the main cafeteria on campus. It was a large, sprawling cafeteria, with many different stalls serving different types of dishes. A delicious aroma wafted over them as they entered the cafeteria, and both John and Russell quickly dashed forward to the nearest stall. The stall had many types of cooked meat on it, and both quickly ordered as much as they could carry, before finding a nearby table to eat at. "I bet you can't eat more than me," Russell said to John as he began to stuff the food in his mouth. "You're on," John replied, as he too began to stuff food in his mouth. Both of them had incredibly strong bodies, and such strong bodies required a large amount of food to sustain it. Adam stared at the two of them in stupefied silence as he watched them both eat more food than an entire group of adults could, and they continued to eat more. John and Russell continued to travel back and forth between the stalls and the table, grabbing more food each time. "I concede," Russell finally stated with an anguished look on his face. He had eaten so much that he could hardly walk. Despite John being smaller than him, he had managed to easily out-eat him, surprising him greatly. What he didn't know was that John's body had an even larger energy requirement to sustain due to its power and profundity, and eating this much was normal for John. He carried entire roasted corpses of beasts in his storage ring, and would work through them quite quickly. Although he had won, John was starting to feel quite stuffed himself, and breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Russell's concession. John originally had a relatively negative opinion regarding Russell from his first interaction with him, but was quickly starting to warm up to him. He could tell that Russell was a meathead who only cared for fighting and eating, and such a person was very similar to John himself. "Are you two done? We have our second class starting soon," Adam suddenly said, causing both John and Russell to realize that their eating competition had taken quite some time. After cleaning up, the three proceeded towards their next class, which was located in a different area. However, the class was located outdoors this time, and the group of inner and core disciples gathered in a large, empty field. In the center of the field, there was a large stone tablet with many intricate formation runes. The setup reminded many of the Trial of Pain, causing them to shudder slightly at the memory. The memory of the pain they felt still lingered fresh in their minds. "Silence." A loud, burly voice sounded out, and the disciples all turned to see a man approaching them. He wore a sleeveless leather outfit and had a large, unkempt beard. His arm muscles bulged out powerfully, and an intense battle aura emanated from him. He walked up to the group of youths and took some time to individually inspect them before he spoke up. "I am Elder Orin, and this is Lightning Attunement 101. In this class, you will increase both your comprehensions and your control over lightning." The faces of the youths all lit up in excitement, as many of them had limited comprehensions regarding lightning. Although they had all been bathed in the dragon's lightning, which increased their comprehensions and attunement towards lighting greatly, that was mostly a passive foundation establishment. They had yet to learn how to actively control lighting chi, and were all excited to learn how to do so. In order to study the signature cultivation method of the heavenly lightning sect, your lightning comprehensions and control over lightning chi must reach a certain level. The elder suddenly snapped his fingers, and a powerful lighting field quickly radiated out of the stone table in the center of the empty field. Powerful lighting continuously snaked out of the tablet and into the surroundings, making it appear like a lightning domain. John's eyes lit up at the sight of the test, as it was almost exactly like what he had encountered in the Lightning World Trail. The faces of the disciples blanched as they felt the power of the lightning. This is a lightning field, meant to temper your comprehensions and control over lightning. The lightning becomes more powerful the closer you get to the center, and the goal is to reach the central tablet. The elder paused for a moment to let the disciples gather their wits before continuing. Pain resistance won't help you here, as the only way to proceed forward is to use your control over lightning to proceed forward. Without a certain level of lightning comprehensions and lightning chi control, it is impossible to move forward. Once you have successfully reached the center, you will be given the first stage of the heavenly lightning tome. Chapter 172, First to Finish. John was the first to step forward, as he had faced something like this in the Lightning World Trial. That lightning was much more terrifying, and only served to test the participants to see if they were worthy of the reward. It was pure destructive lightning, and contained no gentleness nor mercy. However, John was able to feel that the lightning for this trial was much more gentle. While it was still powerful and destructive to the average cultivator, it was still a night and day difference. His divine sense reached out and touched some of the lightning lingering in the air. While it's still quite powerful, there's a gentle and even slight healing property to this lightning. It's most definitely meant to temper comprehensions and not test willpower or worthiness. This should be simple. As Elder Oren said, the trial was meant to temper comprehensions and affinity towards lightning. Most of the disciples who had just joined the sect came from powers not specialized in lightning, and so their comprehensions towards it was effectively zero. However, John was the complete opposite. He had extensively studied the celestial lightning script so far, changed his body into a lightning attribute body, and spent an entire month bathed in a destructive lightning field. His comprehensions and affinity towards lightning was immense, but he had not learned any techniques in which to use those comprehensions. John quickly stepped forward and entered the lightning field. All eyes immediately fell on him, as he held the status as the first-ranked core disciple. Everyone was curious if he would be able to repeat his miraculous performance from the entrance exam. As soon as he stepped into the lightning field, John felt the nearby lightning detect him and immediately snake towards him. Boom! Several streams of lightning crashed into his body and continued to wash over him nonstop. The nearby disciples gasped from the force of the lightning they felt, but their gasps soon turned to wide-eyed surprise as they saw John walk forward completely uninhibited by the lightning field. His steps were completely steady, and John walked as if there was no lightning field at all. As Elder Oren said, "I am unable to push forward with pure strength and pain resistance. Only by controlling the nearby lightning chi and pushing it aside am I able to move forward. And it seems like the lightning is getting more powerful and profound the closer I get to the tablet. But at this level, it shouldn't be a problem." A frown appeared on Mason's face as he witnessed John's performance. He was about to step forward as the first to enter, but John had beaten him to the punch. As such, he wanted to see if John would make a fool of himself. Although he displayed a terrifying pain resistance in the trial of pain, Elder Oren said such a talent was useless here, and Mason was sure John would struggle within. However, his expectations were completely subverted, and John was walking as if he were taking a nice leisurely stroll. Mason's eyes narrowed, and his fists clenched as he watched John's performance. "Elder Oren," Mason turned to the elder, Didn't you say that pain resistance has no advantage here? How come he is able to walk forward like that? Surely his lightning comprehensions aren't that impressive. He was still unconvinced by John's display, and figured he had found a loophole in it somehow. Elder Orin stared closely as he watched John proceed forward flawlessly. He too was quite shocked by John's performance so far. After a moment of observing, realization dawned on him, and he remembered something another elder told him regarding one of the entrance exam participants. He pointed to John and asked a question towards Mason. "Do you see those glowing runes on his skin?" Mason and the rest of the disciples all carefully looked at John, and after close scrutiny were able to spot faint runes on his neck, face, and hands. They looked quite exotic, and many disciples had no idea what they were. However, there were a few well-educated disciples in the group, and one remembered what runes such as these signified. "Elder Orin, are you trying to say that he has a lightning attribute body?" one girl asked. "That's correct," Elder Orin responded, causing all eyes to go wide once more. "What the fuck? Isn't his luck a little too much?" one disciple muttered out unhappily. Mason stared at John with cold eyes, unhappy with what he had just heard. "How the hell are we supposed to compete with someone like him?" another disciple grumbled. Many nearby heads nodded in agreement. John had slayed a beast above his cultivation level, showed incredible pain resistance in the trial of pain, and now showed his lightning attribute body. Such a series of incredible things were too much for many disciples to handle. While in the lightning field, all John could hear was the loud cracks of lightning exploding on his body. However, with his comprehensions of lightning, as well as his lightning attribute body, John was able to completely ignore them. While the lightning was raising his comprehensions slightly as he walked forward, it was not by much. This trial was meant for those who were just starting to walk the lightning chi path, and so such a tempering trial was mostly useless for John. Within a few minutes, John walked all the way to the center of the field and touched the central stone tablet. Unlike the trial of pain, his body was not transported away, and so John began to walk back towards where the elder and disciples were. By this time, most disciples had entered the trial, and most were struggling to move forward at the very edge of the test. John looked around and managed to spot a few familiar faces within the trial. Russell was at the very edge of the trial, his face red with exertion. Although the elder explicitly stated that power and pain resistance would not help in this trial, Russell was still attempting to break through with brute force. He was almost always able to solve any problem he had with his powerful body, and was attempting to do so once more. However, his attempts were for naught, and he had made almost no progress within the trial. "What a meathead," John shook his head as he stared at Russell. John spotted Mason, Hartley, and me, who were at the front of the pack once more, but still struggling at the outer edge of the trial. The only one steadily moving forward was June. However, her progress was just a bit slower than John's. John walked past all the struggling disciples, and their eyes looked towards him with a mix of respect, envy, and displeasure. John ignored these looks and walked directly towards Elder Orin. "Not bad. I remember Elder Ragger mentioning you, and he has quite high hopes for you. It looks like you haven't disappointed so far," Elder Orin said to John with an approving look on his face. After John's performance in the entrance exams, many elders were looking forward to how he would perform within the sect itself. "Thanks," John replied with a smile and a light chuckle. A small item suddenly appeared in Elder Orin's hands, which was a small jade piece similar to the celestial lightning script. However, it was much less profound than the script's jade piece, and did not glow like the script either. "This is the first stage of the Heavenly Lightning Tome. Take it." Chapter 173, Let's Fight. John took the jade piece and sent his divine sense into it to inspect it. The details regarding the tome immediately entered his mind, and John perused it for a while before stopping. "It's a cultivation technique. I already have the primordial extermination lightning cultivation technique, which is far more profound, so I can ignore this." "Thanks, Elder," John thanked Elder Orin and put the tome away in his spatial ring. Although he wasn't going to cultivate it, he wouldn't let others know that just yet. Make sure to not lose it, and you are prohibited from showing this to anyone else. This is yours and yours alone, Elder Orin stated in a serious tone. John nodded his head in understanding. Although it was just the first stage, the Heavenly Lightning Tome was the signature cultivation technique of the Heavenly Lightning sect. Such a cultivation technique was one of the reasons they were hegemons of the land, and they would guard such secrets closely. What do I do now? John asked the elder. He had completed the trial early and had no more classes for the day. It takes most disciples several weeks to fully pass this trial, but you've already passed. You can do whatever you want for the rest of class, and you don't need to show up to next week's class, Elder Orin replied. John nodded his head in acknowledgement. He had this lightning attunement class once a week, but since he had already passed it, it would give him some more free time for his cultivation. John thanked Elder Orin once more and was just about to leave when he spotted something out of the corner of his eye, causing him to stop in his tracks. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the sorry sight he was witnessing. Adam, why am I not surprised? John called out. He had almost missed it, but he managed to spot Adam hiding behind a nearby bush at the last moment. He had not even entered the trial yet and was avoiding it out of fear. Leave me alone, Adam yelled out, still fearful of what John had done last time. How are you supposed to improve in the Heavenly Lightning sect, a sect that focuses on lightning without establishing lightning comprehensions? John asked as he stood before Adam. I'll figure something out, Adam responded, slowly backing away from John. You're a core disciple, you need to act like one. If you don't raise your strength fast enough, someone will challenge you in 6 months and take your core disciple spot from you. Do you really want to lose that nice house of yours? John asked, causing Adam to pause slightly. An internal debate started in Adam's mind, and John shook his head in disappointment. I would normally leave you alone, as your strength has nothing to do with me. But you have already made it clear to all that you're my first follower, and I can't have weak or timid followers, John stated with a firm voice, causing Adam to jump and attempt to flee. Nope, John rescinded as he quickly caught up and gripped Adam's arm. Before Adam could even respond, John turned around and threw Adam towards the lightning field. Aya. Adam's screams of fear were cut off by his new screams of pain as he entered the trial. Lightning immediately crashed onto his body, and Adam screamed out nonstop. John shook his head in disapproval. The trial might be painful, but it's not nearly painful enough to cause you to yell like that. Stop embarrassing yourself, John called out to Adam and crossed his arms just outside the trial. Adam looked towards John and noticed him guarding the exit of the trial, making it clear that he would not allow Adam to leave. I'll have my revenge eventually, Adam yelled out, before focusing on the trial itself. John nodded in approval as he watched Adam begin to take the trial seriously and work to improve his comprehensions and affinity towards lightning. I was going to go back home to cultivate, but I can temper my soul and will hear just as well. He knew if he left, Adam was most likely to leave the trial early. Only by staying here could he ensure that he would remain in the trial. While John was normally unconcerned with others, he wanted Adam to grow in strength. Not only did he represent himself as a follower, but John was very interested in having a strong formations expert as a follower. There were some problems that brute force would not be able to solve, and John wanted to make sure he had all types of help in the future. John sat down in a meditative position and sent his soul inward. He strengthened his soul in front of the holy gate and tempered his will in front of the sinister gate. While cultivating in front of the sinister gate, John began to emit an aura containing his will without himself realizing. Elder Orin looked over to John in surprise, and he studied him closely. What a terrifyingly firm will. How is his will so firm at his age? The class continued for several more hours, and John cultivated outside of it the entire time. Time's up. Class is over, Elder Orin yelled out, and the lightning field immediately receded. John opened his eyes to inspect the progress of those within. June was nowhere to be seen, as she had already passed the trial and left the area. Mason, me, and Hartley were more than halfway through the trial and were ahead of anyone else. Russell was still towards the edge of the trial, his face red from exhaustion. "What the fuck is this trial?" Russell yelled out in frustration. No matter how hard he attempted to move forward, he was unable to do so. John quickly spotted Adam and raised his eyebrows slightly. His progress was quite impressive, signifying he had established a good amount of lighting comprehensions already. Maybe his talent really isn't all that bad. However, as the trial ended, Adam dramatically flopped to the floor and remained unmoving as if he was dead. Clearly, he was trying to make John feel bad for his actions, but John only rolled his eyes and stood up ready to leave. "Wait!" A loud yell sounded out behind John, and he recognized the source of the voice immediately. "What is it, Russell?" John asked as he turned to look at him. Russell quickly ran over to John and stood directly before him. "Let's fight." Chapter 174, Martial Arenas. John felt his blood boil in excitement at the words Russell just spoke. He had always enjoyed battle, but ever since he first successfully practiced the Immortal Asura transformation art, he could tell that his desire for battle had exploded even more. However, he thought about the battle for a moment before accepting. Russell is at the peak of the chi condensation realm. His strength is even above the late chi condensation lion I fought, which is a problem. If I went all out, we might be relatively even strength, but that would make me reveal all my trump cards. Even so, revealing all my trump cards still won't result in a win. Russell was one of the strongest first-year disciples, and his strength was terrifying. Unfortunately for John, his body cultivation was still at the early chi condensation realm, which was an entire 2 minor realms lower than Russell. If it was in the middle chi condensation realm, he would have much more confidence, but sadly he had found no opportunity to obtain more human blood essence. Even with his supreme battle art, John knew he was most likely not a match for Russell. He would have to use his Immortal Asura transformation art to fight him evenly, but that would mean revealing his biggest trump card to the entire group of first years. Such a fight would draw the eyes of many, as all of the disciples would be eager to witness a fight between two of the top first years. While John was not all that concerned about the elders knowing about his full strength, he knew revealing all this trump cards to the other youths this early was a bad idea. "I can tell that Mason hates me, and he'll probably challenge me for my spot as soon as he is allowed to. I have no idea how strong he is, or what our cultivations will be like when he challenges me, so I need to keep my Immortal Asura transformation art hidden until that battle at least." John wanted to maintain his spot as top core disciple. Not only did it provide the most benefits, it would elevate his status in the sect itself, making it easier to have the sect help him and his clan in the future. However, despite all this, "Sure, let's fight," John responded, his battle lust climbing. Despite not being able to use his Immortal Asura transformation art, John was still eager to battle. "I want to see just how powerful the top youths are." "Rah," Russell belted out a workery as a smile broke out on his face. "That's what I like to hear, prepare yourself." Russell's aura began to rapidly climb in preparation for battle. The nearby disciples all stopped and prepared to watch the fight about to take place, eager to see what the top disciples were made of combat prowess-wise. Suddenly, a figure appeared between the two of them, causing Russell to pause. Fights between disciples are only permitted inside the martial arenas. "You cannot fight here," Elder Oren stated to both of them. Russell frowned for a moment before speaking. "Fine, then we'll just move there now." Elder Oren shook his head before replying. "You think you're the only disciples who want a battle? This sect has tens of thousands of disciples. The martial arenas are always occupied, and as such, you have to register your battle beforehand and find an open time slot." "What? Why the fuck is there such a thing?" Russell belted out in frustration. "Can't you just build more arenas, and why can't we just fight here?" "Elder Oren, John spoke up quickly before Elder Orin lashed out as Russell. "How do we register for a battle?" Elder Orin turned to John. "You need to go to the martial arena's entrance. There's a large stone tablet with all the registered battles. Send your chi into the tablet and register a time." "So there's such a thing. Thank you, Elder," John responded before turning to Russell. "How about we go register our battle?" John said to Russell. "Sure, let's go." Russell's battle lust was ignited once more, and he quickly ran off in the direction of the martial arenas, with John following immediately after. With classes done for the day, the disciples were free to use their time how they wished until the following day's classes. "Wait for me," Adam yelled out and chased after the two quickly. Many of the other disciples also chased behind as well, eager to see if the battle would take place today. After some time running through the vast campus of the sect, Russell and John finally arrived in front of the martial arenas. There were several large arenas with vast stands surrounding them, allowing for tens of thousands of people to witness each battle. Glowing formations surrounded the fighting platforms, clearly designed to protect the crowd from any attacks. Hundreds of other disciples streamed in and out of the martial grounds every minute, showing how busy it was. In the very center of the grounds, a massive arena stood tall, dwarfing the other arenas. The stands stretched high into the sky, allowing for hundreds of thousands of people to witness the battles within. Its grandness was beyond all the other arenas. However, the arena was empty at the moment. At the entrance to the arena grounds, a large, smooth black tablet stood. It was 20 feet tall, and close inspection revealed hundreds of names and arena numbers, as well as times associated with them. "This is the tablet the Elder was talking about. Let's see when the next available time slot is," John said to Russell, before walking towards the tablet and placing his hand on it. His chi flowed into the tablet, and he was immediately presented with information regarding the available time slots. A frown appeared on his face. A moment later, John stepped away from the tablet, and all eyes could see both his and Russell's names slowly appear on the bottom of the list. An associated arena appeared next to their names, as well as a time. Russell's eyes narrowed as a displeased look appeared on his face. "What the hell? 2 weeks from now? Bullshit." Russell was clearly displeased, and the surrounding disciples were also disappointed that they wouldn't be able to see a fight right away. "It's the earliest slot available. It seems like the arenas are quite popular," John replied. "The large arena is completely empty. Why the hell can't we fight in that one?" Russell shouted in displeasure, causing the surrounding disciples to look at him with mixed expressions. An older disciple stepped towards the group and spoke up. "That's the life and death martial arena. Only life and death battles are allowed in that arena. As such, it's normally empty." Chapter 175, Revealing the Truth. "Life and death battles? They allow such things?" One of the nearby first years asked in surprise. This was their first time hearing about such a thing. In fact, none of the first years had heard about this arena yet, or the life and death battles. "Yep, when two sect members are at odds to the point that only life and death can solve the issue, they are allowed to request a life and death battle. If it's approved by the elders, the fight takes place within that large arena, and it only ends when one side is dead. But such battles are quite rare, so the arena is usually empty," the older disciple replied. He was an older boy who appeared to be around 17 years old, and his cultivation revealed he was in the core formation realm. John's gaze lingered on the large arena in the distance. Its dark gray and black walls gave the arena an ominous feeling. After a few seconds of looking at the arena, John turned to the older disciple once more. "Are the martial arenas normally this busy? Part of growing as a cultivator is to fight. Isn't having a 2-week waiting period to fight quite excessive?" John asked curiously. It currently made no sense to him that there would be such a delay. "Ah, that's a good question, and it has a simple answer," the older disciple replied. "The martial arenas are normally not this busy, but as I'm sure you know, disciples are allowed to challenge others for higher spots every 6 months. Well, That 6-month period aligns with the start of the new disciples' inauguration, which started today. For the next few weeks, every disciple from all the different years who wants to rank up within the sect is challenging those ranked above them, resulting in the arenas being completely booked up for weeks. After this period is over, the arenas become much more empty, and the waiting period is usually no more than a few hours, the disciple explained, causing all the first years nearby to come to an understanding. As first years, they were only allowed to challenge others in 6 months' time, but those within the sect already were free to do so, as the challenging period had just begun. There were disciples ranging from first years all the way up to the Meridian Forging realm, each with their own goals and desires, and each would reach as high as possible. Such a large number of disciples would clearly lead to many fights for advancement. After reaching Meridian Forging, the disciples would become elders, or were allowed to roam the world as they pleased under the banner of the Heavenly Lightning sect, spreading its fame far and wide. John wanted to fight Russell as well, but there was nothing he could do about it at the moment. "I guess we fight in 2 weeks. I'm going to head off for now," John said to the nearby Russell before leaving the martial grounds. Although he was interested in the fights taking place within, he figured he would have plenty of time to watch them in the future. For now, his biggest concern was with raising his strength and cultivation, and he would take every opportunity available to do so. The nearby first years all had looks of disappointment on their faces, but they soon dispersed as well. News soon broke out among the first years about the fight between 2 of the top disciples, and a frenzy was stirred up by those anticipating the fight. All were curious about both John's and Russell's true strength, and bets were starting to appear in great numbers on who they thought would win. The overwhelming majority favored Russell over John, mostly due to his higher cultivation. While John did come first overall and kill the late Chi condensation lion, Russell was at the peak of the Chi condensation realm, and no one had ever seen someone fight and win against a cultivator with a higher cultivation. However, there was a small group of followers that bet on John to win. Unbeknownst to him, he had become an incredibly popular subject of discussion amongst the first years. Some of the first years were awed by his displays within the entrance exams and believed that he was the strongest amongst the first years, despite his cultivation level. John had no idea about these discussions and soon returned to his mansion at the top of the mountain. A familiar figure stood outside the front door, causing John to be slightly surprised. "Elder Ragger," John called out as he saw the elder standing there. He had not seen the elder since the start of the entrance exams. "John, you did not disappoint me. How does it feel to be the #1 disciple amongst the first years?" Elder Ragger asked with a slight smile on his face. "I don't really care about that stuff, but the rewards were quite nice though." "Oh yeah, thanks for the scythe," John replied. He had just remembered the scythe gifted by the elder himself. "How is it? I had it specially made for you, and it cost me quite a bit to have it made," Elder Ragger asked. "I haven't used it yet, but I can tell it's a great weapon. It's definitely a big upgrade over my previous weapon," John replied with a smile on his face. He was quite pleased about the scythe, and was eager to use it as soon as he could. John was about to ask Elder Ragger about the scythe when he suddenly thought of his clan and his entire reason for joining the Heavenly Lightning sect. However, he had never been important enough to request help from them before. He was just about to speak up to the elder when Elder Ragger spoke up first. "I came here because I could tell something has been on your mind since I first met you. I'm guessing it's regarding your clan, given your anxiousness whenever you bring them up. Tell me, what is going on?" John was slightly surprised to hear the elder ask him about this first. After a moment of silence, John spoke up and told the elder about the Crimson Valley sect, the Pocket Realm, and the Bloodfiend sect. Although his clan rules forbid him from talking about the Pocket Realm, John decided to break those rules. If his clan was destroyed, those rules were useless anyways. It was better to have the Heavenly Lightning sect learn of the Pocket Realm than have his clan annihilated. After learning that the Bloodfiend sect was involved, John knew that getting the full help of the Heavenly Lightning Sect was the only way forward. Besides, he was fairly sure that based on what Celestial Soulrend said, the Pocket Realm was no more. Celestial Soulrend said that he was the core of the world, and it was to collapse upon his leaving. As such, John decided to describe everything that was happening, while being sure to leave out the parts regarding Celestial Soulrend and other secretive subjects. Elder Ragger listened in silence, but his slight facial expressions betrayed his otherwise calm demeanor. Clearly, such a story was far beyond his expectations. After explaining the whole situation to the Elder Ragger stood there in silence for some time before speaking out. The nature of this situation is far beyond me. I will relay this information to the sect leader and let you know of his decision. Chapter 176, War Hall. John was slightly disappointed to hear this, but he understood the Elder. Since the matter concerned the Bloodfiend sect, who were on par with the Heavenly Lightning sect, only someone like the sect leader himself would be able to decide on the matter. Interfering with the Bloodfiend sect's plans would surely draw their ire, and depending on how invested they were with their plans, could lead to conflict or even war. However, a big weight felt like it had dropped off his shoulders. He had successfully joined the sect, and now everything was no longer in his hands. All he could do was wait for a response and hope it was a good one. John and Elder Ragger continued to converse for some time regarding various things about his new life within the sect. After some discussions, the topic of spirit crystals came up. Elder, you said I need to earn either spirit crystals or contribution points to buy things within the sect. How do I go about earning those? John asked curiously. He only had the spirit crystals that were provided as his reward for the entrance exam. Although he didn't know its true value yet, he was sure it would not be sufficient to cover all his expenses as a cultivator. The easiest way for you to buy things within the sect would be to earn contribution points. You can earn those by completing certain tasks for the sect, or by joining certain halls within the sect and earning them as sort of a salary, Elder Ragger replied. Halls? What halls are there to join? John asked curiously. He knew about the enforcement hall, but that was it. There are many halls within the sect, and you are already familiar with one. My enforcement hall, Elder Ragger stated. By joining my enforcement hall, you can earn a monthly contribution point salary, the Elder added. John thought about the offer for a moment, as it was enticing. However, he figured he might as well learn more about the other halls before making such a decision. Elder, what other halls are there? John asked. There are dozens of different halls, each serving different purposes. There's the medicinal hall, which collects medicinal ingredients throughout the continent. There's the pill hall, which is in charge of making all the pills required for the sect. There is the beast hall, in charge of raising powerful beasts for the sect. Elder Ragger began to explain the various halls and their purposes within the sect. John listened closely, wanting to see if there were any that suited him in particular. There's the War Hall, which is in charge of participating in various battles and assassination missions for the sect. They are our front line for the sect, and the hall consists of the sect's battle maniacs or those punished to fight on the front lines. I don't know if such a hall would inters. War Hall, that sounds perfect, John replied with excitement. Based on what the Elder had just said, it seemed as if frequent conflict was part of the War Hall, including even assassination missions. Battles and assassinations were the perfect opportunity for John to obtain human corpses for more human blood essence. Not only that, but John was growing more and more of a battle maniac, as both his personality and the Immortal Asura body began to lust for battle. Such a hall sounded like a perfect fit. A surprised look appeared on Elder Ragger's face as he heard John's sudden excited outburst. John, the War Hall is a place of great danger where your life will be constantly on the line. Not only that, but there are some truly unique characters within the hall. Also, but first years are typically not allowed to join. Are you sure you want to try to join such a place? Elder Ragger asked. He had been hoping that John would join the enforcement hall, but would understand if he wanted to join another hall. However, the War Hall was truly the most brutal and dangerous hall to join within the entire sect, and was even used as a punishment for various sect members at times. Very few disciples chose to willingly join the War Hall. Most disciples within the sect were pampered throughout their entire lives, and the thought of putting their lives on the line made them blanch. However, John knew that only such battles truly led to great growth as a cultivator, and he had experienced many of those battles beforehand. He would also most likely be able to sort out his human blood essence issue this way as well. "I'm sure," John responded to the elder. Elder Ragger stared at John for some time, hoping he would change his mind, but John only stared back resolutely. After a moment of silence, Elder Ragger sighed deeply. "All right. The time for first-year disciples to join halls only officially happens in a few weeks, but if I escort you there personally, you can join earlier." John nodded his head and thanked Elder Ragger. Elder Ragger waved his hand, and John felt a power envelop his body. He began to hover off the ground, and John soon found his body high above the ground, flying through the air behind Elder Ragger. The two of them rapidly soared through the air, and John watched the magnificent sect grounds pass by below. After some time of flying through the sect, Elder Ragger began to descend towards the ground. John looked down to where the two of them were descending, and soon spotted a sprawling area of dozens of large castle-like buildings. The castles were made of pitch-black stone and gave off an incredibly ominous feeling. There were hundreds of cultivators walking about throughout the grounds, and many sparring sessions could be seen taking place in various places. As John and the elder began to descend towards the castles below, a figure suddenly appeared in the air in front of them. It was a middle-aged man who appeared to be around the same age as Elder Ragger. A dense battle aura emanated off the man, as if he had experienced hundreds of life and death battles. There were many battle scars on his bare arms and face, making him appear quite vicious. Much like Elder Ragger, the man wore custom-colored robes, different from the standard white and blue colors of the sect's normal robes, signifying the hall he was part of. His robes were black, with a blood-red lightning bolt embroidered on the back and each shoulder. "Oh, so it's Elder Ragger. What brings you to our war halls today?" Chapter 177, Elder Thame. "Elder Thame, I've brought along a first-year disciple who wants to join your war hall," Elder Ragger responded, while gesturing to John at his side. The three of them quickly descended and landed on the ground. Elder Thame looked over to John with an amused expression. "Oh, a first-year disciple actually wants to voluntarily join our war hall. You've got guts, kid, I'll give you that much. But even so, you won't be able to join." He inspected John closely, and a surprised expression soon appeared on his face. "Aren't you the kid who came first in this year's entrance exams?" Elder Thame asked. Almost the entire sect had been at the entrance exam ceremony, and he recognized John from that. "That he is. You should be happy that such a talent wants to willingly join a hall such as yours. Perhaps you should make an exception for the first year's rule," Elder Ragger replied. "Ha ha ha," an amused expression suddenly appeared on Elder Thame's face. "That we should. I don't know why you want to join our war hall, but we'll be more than happy to let you join." While there was a rule that first years were not allowed to directly join the war hall for their own protection, Elder Thame was unwilling to pass up on allowing such a talent to join. John stood there in silence listening to the elders' converse. After some time, Elder Thame turned to John. "Let's go get you registered with our war hall. Hopefully it's not too brutal for you. You got quite unlucky with your timing, kid," Elder Thame said, causing a weird look to appear on Elder Ragger's face. "Is she here today?" Elder Ragger asked, his tone somewhat awkward. "That she is," Elder Thame confirmed. Elder Ragger looked towards John with an apologetic expression. After a moment of silence, he patted John on the shoulder. "Good luck. Don't say I didn't warn you," Elder Ragger said to John before turning to Elder Thame. "Take care of him for now. I will head off now. Have him healthy and back at his home in time for tomorrow's classes," Elder Ragger said to Elder Thame before he quickly flew off. John stood there in silence, but could obviously tell that something was off. After mentioning she, Elder Ragger did his best to leave immediately. Not only that, but his look towards John as he left was quite apologetic. "Ooh, what's going on?" John asked Elder Thame. "You'll find out soon. Follow me." The elder began to walk towards one of the larger castles and began to explain various things to John. "This entire area is the war hall area. That building is the weapons storage building. That building is the formations storage building. That building is the war provisions building." The elder explained the various buildings and their purposes. All of them had castle-like designs and were hundreds of yards tall and wide. The elder pointed to the largest castle in the center of the grounds, which was several miles away. "That's the war palace, the home of the war hall leader, the war deity." John looked towards the war palace. It was nearly 1,000 yards tall and just as wide. It was pitch black, with many fires lighting up various spires and windows within the building. A massive metal checkered gate existed at the base of the castle, as if it was a mouth swallowing all those who entered. Elder Thame led John to one of the mid-sized castles. Its design was similar to the war palace, but was much less grand. Dozens of cultivators were streaming in and out of the castle, all with cultivations at the core formation realm and above. Each of them emanated a dense battle aura, making John feel as if his blood was boiling in resonance. "This is the administrative building. We'll register you for the war hall here," Elder Thame explained. The two of them entered the front gate, and John found himself standing inside a massive atrium. Many hallways branched out from the atrium, leading to other parts of the castle. Large chandeliers, each lit by blazing fires, hung overhead, giving a hearthy and warm feeling to the interior. There was a lone desk in the middle of the atrium, nearly a dozen yards wide. A lone person sat behind the desk, writing something on a large book. Elder Thame walked directly towards the desk, and John followed closely behind. "Elder Ural, we have a new addition to our war hall," Elder Thame spoke out to the man behind the desk. The man looked up towards Elder Thame, and then to John. "Oh, a first year? Interesting. What is your name?" Elder Ural asked as he grabbed a book lying on the desk. He opened it and picked up a pen. "John Fenix." Elder Ural wrote in his book for some time before setting it down. John suddenly felt a divine sense pass over him briefly, and Elder Ural wrote something down again in his book. John stood there in silence while the elder carried out his work. Suddenly, a small badge appeared in the elder's hand, and he sent his chi into it. A moment later, the elder threw the badge over to John, which he caught and began to inspect. "This is your War Hall identification badge. It contains your identification information, and any instructions or alerts from the War Hall will be sent to you through your badge. You will also directly receive your contribution points to this badge monthly," Elder Ural explained. "That's quite handy," John replied with a satisfied expression before putting the badge away. After putting the badge away, several robes appeared in the air in front of Elder Ural. "Here, these robes should fit you," the elder said as the robes floated over towards John. He grabbed the robes and could immediately feel the expensive quality of them. They were much more luxurious than the robes provided by his clan and also quite durable. Clearly, they were made from expensive materials. His fingers traced the blood-red lightning bolts embroiders on the robe, before he put the robes in his storage ring with a happy look on his face. "These colors suit me much better." "Now you're officially a member of our war hall," Elder Thame said to John while patting him on the back. "Let's go get you familiar with other things within the war hall." Boom. A loud boom sounded out directly next to John, and John was completely shocked to see the peak meridian forging Elder Thame launched forward violently. His figure rapidly sailed through the large atrium and violently collided with the walls on the other side. His figure slid down the wall to the ground below and lay there unmoving for a while before sluggishly standing up. John turned his head to the side to see a woman standing directly where the elder had just been. Her fist was slightly extended, revealing her as the source of the attack that had just sent Elder Thame flying. "Elder Thame, who said you could register a first year to my war hall without my permission?" the woman asked in a cold tone. John's eyes went wide as he recognized the woman standing beside him. Her long blue hair flowed down to her shoulders, and an intense battle aura, unlike anything John had felt before, emanated off her. The Vice Sect Leader. Chapter 178, Vice Sect Leader. The Vice Sect Leader was standing directly next to John, staring at the distant Elder Thame. She was a head shorter than John, but exuded an aura that made no one dare to look down on her. John was unable to tell what her cultivation was, since it was drawn inwards and hidden, but he could tell it was far beyond Elder Thame's peak meridian forging cultivation. Elder Thame struggled to his feet and hurriedly dashed over to the Vice Sect Leader. "Vice Sect Leader, I apologize for not consulting you first, but I did not want to disturb your cultivation," Elder Thame spoke out in a reserved tone. John was slightly surprised. Even the brash and vicious-looking Elder Thame, who exuded a battle aura of a veteran, was cowed by the Vice Sect Leader. The Vice Sect Leader looked at Elder Thame with a cold expression and said nothing. The silence caused Elder Thame to panic even more. "Vice Sect Leader, although we have that rule, this boy is far too talented to pass up on. I figured you wouldn't mind breaking the rules just once," Elder Thame spoke up. "Oh, you're making decisions for me now? It seems I have been too easy on you all lately," the Vice Sect Leader replied. The calm tone in which she spoke sent a shiver down Elder Thame's spine, and he began to panic even more. Just as he was about to speak out, John spoke up instead. "Vice Sect Leader, don't blame Elder Thame. I was the one who requested to join the war hall in the first place." The Vice Sect Leader glanced at John at her side and stared at him. Elder Thame heaved a sigh of relief, having the pressure taken off of him. However, he felt bad for John, having to face the Vice Sect Leader himself. The Vice Sect Leader inspected John for a moment before speaking up. "Do you think just because you requested it, you can disobey the sect's rules?" she asked in a cold tone. Her intimidating aura pressed down on John. Most who felt his aura were scared stiff and were barely able to talk, as it was the most intimidating aura they had ever felt in their lives. Even Elder Thame, an expert of many battles, still felt intimidated by the aura. He had experienced many hardships at the hands of the Vice Sect Leader. However, John was unaffected by such an aura. Having experienced the unreal power and auras of celestial soulrend, the holy entity, the sinister gate, and especially the dreadful creature in the lightning world illusion formation, John had become accustomed to being under such auras. His tempered will was unable to be shaken by something as flimsy as a passive aura. In fact, the Vice Sect Leader's aura felt refreshing compared to those, as it was just an intense battle aura and nothing more sinister. John stared at the Vice Sect Leader unaffected, causing her to narrow her eyes slightly. Almost all those who she came across would never dare to look at her directly in her eyes, and most were scared stiff to the point of barely being able to talk. However, John stood there as if nothing was going on, acting if he was completely unaffected. The Vice Sect Leader didn't know if John was truly unaffected or if he was bluffing to act tough, while actually barely holding on. While her aura that pressed down on John before was a natural one, the Vice Sect Leader decided to increase the pressure of the aura on him. Although it still contained no cultivation power, the intensity of what he was feeling was far greater than before. However, John continued to look back towards the Vice Sect Leader, completely unaffected. He knew what she was trying to do, and he wouldn't let her intimidate her. His will was unshakable, and something like this was unable to rock it. While I don't know why there's such a rule in place, I don't think it's a good one. Only through true life and death battles can a cultivator truly ascend, so I don't know why you deprive the first years of such things, John replied casually. An amused look appeared on the face of the Vice Sect Leader. "Oh, it's easy to spout such words, but what would a little newborn like you know about life and death battles?" she asked in a slightly mocking tone. John frowned, but remained calm upon hearing her tone. "I know more than most in this sect, at least more than any of the other disciples," John replied in a calm tone. "Is that so?" The amused smile still hung on the vice sect leader's face as she inspected John. Since she was part of the entrance exam ceremony, she recognized John as the #1 disciple of the first years. However, what he had done inside the trials was beneath her notice, and she never paid attention to such things. She inspected John a bit more, before turning around and proceeding to walk towards the building's exit. Her voice trailed out behind her as she walked away. "Nonetheless, you're far too much of a greenhorn. No first years may join the war hall. Leave the way you came, and Elder Thame, be sure to stop by my war palace later for a talk." Elder Thame paled and was just about to respond when his face became filled with shock. He rushed forward in an attempt to stop what he was witnessing, but he was just a hair too late. Boom! A simple yet powerful chi attack exploded on the back of the vice sect leader, resonating throughout the hall. All of the eyes within the large atrium looked towards the source of the sound, their eyes opening with disbelief. The vice sect leader's footsteps halted. She paused for a moment before turning around. Her eyes locked directly with John's, who was still holding his scythe in his hand. "You dare attack me." Chapter 179, Initiation Trial. All eyes within the atrium were completely wide in shock at what they had just witnessed. Although all those within were part of the war hall, and were the staunchest of those within the sect, they still couldn't believe their eyes. They never thought they would ever see the day when someone had the guts to attack the vice sect leader. Not only that, but it was a young first-year boy. Not a single sound filled the atrium as all those within stared at John and the vice sect leader. Although they didn't know what was going to happen next, they knew John was a dead man. The vice sect leader stood there silently, completely unharmed by John's attack. However, her rising aura, growing ever more violent, betrayed her otherwise calm demeanor. John stared right back at her, not cowed at all. "The elders said that the war hall is used as punishment for those within the sect who do wrong. Surely what I just did is worthy of such a punishment," John replied. His response caused the vice sect leader to narrow her eyes as she stared at him. His response caused all those within to widen their eyes once more, and hushed discussions broke out amongst them. "What did he just say?" "That was his reason. Is he okay in the head?" "Clearly he has no idea what he's just done. He's dead." After a moment of silence, the vice sect leader finally spoke out. "Are you not afraid that I'll kill you right here and now?" While John had considered that a possibility before he attacked, he doubted she would do such a thing. Regardless of the reason, cultivators usually disdained killing those weaker than themselves, as it was beneath them to do such a thing. They would only draw ridicule by doing so. Not only that, but John figured the Heavenly Lightning sect wouldn't severely punish a talented disciple such as himself for something so trivial. Based on his cultivation technique, John needed to join the war hall. He needed human blood essence and would do almost anything to obtain the opportunity to do so. "No, not really," John replied quickly, his demeanor still calm and collected. Those within couldn't believe their ears and waited with bated breath at what would happen to John. After a moment of silence, the vice sect leader turned around once more and began to leave the building. Her voice trailed out behind her. "Elder Thame, take him to the trial hall. If he passes, he can join the war hall. Afterwards, take him to the bottom layer crypt for 3 days as punishment." A small, intrigued smile hung on her face as she left. After a brief bout of silence, the room exploded into an uproar of discussion. The disciples and elders within who had witnessed the event couldn't believe it. Each of them thought John was a dead man, but the vice sect leader had left without so much as a slight retaliation. However, they looked at John with slight pity as they heard his punishment in the crypt. Elder Thame walked up to John and shook his head in disbelief. "I don't know if you're the bravest person I've ever met or the dumbest, probably both." "Well, it worked, didn't it?" John replied with a smile. Although he had no idea what the crypt punishment was, it was worth it as long as he could join the war hall. Yes, but at quite a cost. Don't be too happy yet, Elder Thame responded. Not only do you have the crypt punishment, but you also are going to be on the vice sect leader's shit list going forward. Life in the war hall is not going to be easy for you. John shrugged at such words. Life as a cultivator was not easy, and any punishment was worth it as long as it resulted in increasing his strength. Come, I'll take you to the trial hall, Elder Thame said to John. The two of them walked out of the administrative hall and towards another part of the war hall grounds. The two of them worked for several minutes before they arrived in front of another large castle. They entered the main castle gate, and John followed Elder Thame inside. The main atrium was similar to the administrative building, although the only thing John could see was a large stairway in the center of the atrium. The stairway descended down into the earth, and John followed Elder Thame down the staircase into the depths below. The stairway descended for nearly a mile before finally opening out into an expansive dungeon-like cavern. John's eyes widened slightly as he witnessed the sights within. There were hundreds of dungeon cells, each holding someone within. Those within looked quite miserable, and some seemed to be on the verge of death. The cells contained men, women, and children no older than himself. Powerful formations surrounded each cell, locking those inside. As John closely inspected those within the cells, he was surprised to find that each of them excluded a malevolent aura, as if the souls of all those they had killed still clinged to them. A dense scent of blood wafted off each of them. Elder, what is this place? John couldn't help but ask. These are the holding dungeons for the most sinister and vile criminals of the Yuan Continent. Most here are cultivators of the sinister path, who practice taboo blood arts and use the lives of innocents to raise their cultivations, Elder Thame replied. Elder Thame led John deeper into the dungeon. They passed by hundreds of caged cultivators, and each of them looked towards John and Elder Thame with bloodthirsty eyes. Clearly, they would not hesitate to kill the both of them if they managed to escape. Elder Thame walked to one of the other elders stationed in the dungeon and whispered some words in his ear. The elder nodded and scurried off. Elder Thame returned to John and escorted him into the deepest depths of the dungeon. Eventually, the two of them came to a small arena surrounded by a screen of light. Clearly, the light is some sort of formation. John inspected the arena, curious as to why an arena was in the same room as a dungeon full of criminals. The two of them waited there for a short while before another elder arrived. The elder was escorting one of the criminals from the dungeon. It was a boy around his age, and a cursory glance told John that he was in the mid-chi condensation realm. Elder Thame waved his hands, and the screen of light parted. The other elder threw the boy into the arena, and Elder Thame turned to look at John. Enter inside. Your trial to enter the war hall is to kill him. He's killed hundreds of innocents and dozens of other cultivators, so don't show him mercy. Also, no matter what happens inside, we will not interfere, even if you die, Elder Thame said to John. A perplexed look appeared on John's face, causing Elder Thame to think John was unwilling to do so. He sighed at John's actions, although it wasn't completely unexpected. The trial for entering the war hall was to fight and kill another cultivator. The Heavenly Lightning sect used death row criminals for such a trial. Only those who were willing to fight with their life on the line and kill their enemies with no mercy would be allowed to join the war hall, as only those who could do so could thrive on the battlefield. The Heavenly Lightning sect had originally allowed first years to join the war hall, but the pampered first years, who had yet to experience the true horrors of the cultivation world, died in droves during this initiation trial. They were either scared stiff while fighting someone who was truly looking to take their life, or were unwilling to take the lives of others. Such fears and naiveties would only spell their death out on the battlefield. The sect had then decided that first years were too inexperienced, and that the cost of losing first years was not worth it. As such, they had placed a ban on first years joining the war hall, and only allowed the more seasoned disciples to attempt to join. Elder Thame figured John was one of these youths, who were all talk and no bite. However, his expression quickly changed as he heard John speak up. That's it. Chapter 180, Brutal. Elder Thame figured John would have been intimidated by this test, but he acted as if it was beneath him. Elder Thame frowned at John's words. They were the complete opposite of what he was expecting. John, I know you're strong, but overconfidence will only lead to your downfall. The cultivators of the sinister path are unlike us. They bathe in battle daily, and slaughtering is like a drug to them. Even this boy, who is no older than you, has fought and killed more people than you can imagine. Do not underestimate him, or you will perish. Elder Thame could tell that John was not taking this trial seriously, and wanted to warn him against such an attitude. Before the elder could say another word, John hopped forward into the arena, scythe in hand. Elder Thame sighed and waved his hand. The light screen closed, trapping John and the other boy inside. The boy has been promised freedom if he can kill you, so he will do everything in his power to kill you. Be careful. John landed 20 yards from the boy and stared directly at him. The boy's hair was disheveled, and there was blood and dirt smeared all over his body. He looked like a homeless beggar, but a malevolent aura emanated from the boy, making him appear quite sinister. His mid-chi condensation cultivation thrummed with power, revealing he was on the cusp of breaking through to the next minor realm. The boy's bloodshot eyes stared directly towards John, as if he were prey to be devoured. He could tell John was also in the mid-chi condensation realm, and a smile broke out on his face as he began to laugh. Jejej, it's been a while since I've slaughtered anyone. I can't wait to bathe in your blood, Jejej. Not only that, but I can leave this damned place if I kill you, so die for me. The arena suddenly turned slightly gray in color, and a powerful aura washed over all of it. It was coming from the boy, and it reminded John of something he had come across before. This is like the Crimson Hell domain, just less impressive. The boy was clearly using a domain art, which had washed over the entire arena. Just like when John fought Jason and Dylan, the domain targeted his blood and mind. However, the domain was less profound than the Crimson Hell domain. Even the Crimson Hell domain, the signature domain of the Bloodfiend sect, was unable to affect him much, so this domain affected him even less. Hehe, this is my sect's domain art. Tremble before me, the boy yelled out as he rapidly dashed towards John. His domain made his opponents much slower in battle and also affected their will and soul. He expected John to be feeling the same way and dashed forward with bloodlust in his eyes. His sword pierced directly towards John, aiming for a killing blow. John sighed, clearly disappointed with his opponent. He had been looking forward to a good fight, as this was the first time he had seriously fought another cultivator since the Pocket Realm. Pub Future ads. Maybe if you were in the late Chi condensation realm, this would have been fun, John sighed out loud. The boy's expression changed into one of anger as he heard the words, and he sped towards John even faster. When he was right in front of John, his sword pierced directly towards his throat. Supreme Battle Art. John quickly exploded, with the full power of the Supreme Battle Art. Peng! In the blink of an eye, John punched out, and his fist met the side of the sword just as it was about to pierce him. The power of the punch was tremendous, and the boy's eyes widened as he saw his sword fly out of his hand. Gah! Before the boy could react, John took a step forward and reached out his hand. His hand gripped the throat of the boy, and he suspended him in the air as he clenched tightly on his throat. The boy struggled to break free of John's grip, but was surprised to find the grip was more powerful than he ever imagined. It was as if he was being held by a hand of steel, unable to be budged even slightly. He kicked and punched John's chest in an effort to break free, but his hands and feet became bloodied and sore, as if he was punching a steel wall. Like I was saying, this would have been a good fight if you were in the late Chi condensation realm. A pity, John sighed. The battle had clearly not satiated his desire for a good battle. John inspected the boy closely, and was surprised to find that even in his current predicament, there was hardly any fear in his eyes. Although John could still see a slight tinge of fear of death in the boy's expression, he was much calmer than anyone else John had seen before. "Not bad. Are you not afraid of dying?" John asked calmly. The boy looked at John with venomous eyes. Despite being at John's mercy, he still didn't plead or beg. "I already resigned myself to death when I got caught by your damned sect. Just kill me," the boy replied hoarsely, struggling to speak through the tight grip John had on his throat. John looked at the boy, while some ideas were brewing in his head. Although he had easily defeated the boy, he could tell that most mid-chi condensation cultivators would die by the boy's hands. It was just unlucky that he had run into John, or he might have fared better. "You're not bad. My battle lust still hasn't been satiated, so..." John suddenly took a step forward and threw the boy violently like a ball. The boy felt his neck nearly break from the force of the throw. Pub future ads. Boom. The boy collided violently with the wall of the arena, causing a loud sound to explode out. He fell to the ground and struggled to stand up. Elder Thame looked at John in surprise, not expecting his actions at all. He had breathed a sigh of relief when John had easily defeated the boy and was waiting for him to land the killing blow. However, his expression changed into one of disbelief as he heard John's next words. "I'll be fighting without my scythe. Come at me with all your strength." The boy's expression changed into one of confusion. He was unsure why John would give him another chance, but he seized the opportunity he had been given and attacked John with all his might. An incredibly powerful sword image, blood red in color, pierced directly towards John. Its power was incredibly strong for a mid-chi condensation cultivator. A large smile broke out on John's face as he watched the attack approach him. "That's more like it." Boom. Fist and sword image collided, and a small explosion radiated outwards. For the next few hours, explosions began to echo throughout the dungeon. Elder Thame stood there in stupefied silence as he watched John fight the boy barehanded. A small crowd of elders had gathered to watch the source of the loud sounds, as it had been ringing out for quite some time. They all watched in stunned silence as they saw John viciously beat up the sinister path boy for hours on end, clearly using him as a practice dummy. John slowly walked towards the sinister path boy, who lay on the ground. He was completely bloodied and bruised and had several broken bones. His face was hardly recognizable. He had tried to stop fighting John and give up, but he had learned that John would make the consequence of such actions be quite painful. As such, he had continued to fight John for hours on end, barely managing to hold on. "Thanks for the fun fights. That really hit the spot. For your reward, I'll put you out of your misery," John said as he stood above the motionless boy. The boy struggled to say some words, but was unable to do so. Boom. John's fist punched down with all his might, and it shattered the boy's ribcage and pierced directly into his chest and out his back. He withdrew his fist and watched the last vestiges of life leave the boy's body. John waved his hand, and the boy's body disappeared from sight. He wiped the sweat from his brow, and a satisfied expression washed over his face. That really was fun. Chapter 181, Crypt. The elders watched in stunned silence, not uttering a word. Although they were all elders from the war hall and had experienced many battles and seen many brutal things, this was their first time seeing something like this. A moment later, Elder Thame waved his hand, and the protective screen of light surrounding the arena faded. John noticed the formation cease and hopped out of the arena and to the place where the elders were standing. "That was quite a fun trial. That should count as passing the trial, correct?" John asked with a smile on his face. The elders all looked at John with mixed expressions, while Elder Thame tried to think of what to say to John. After a moment of silence, Elder Thame spoke up. "Yes, you passed the trial, but why did you go about it the way you did? You had him dead on the first exchange." John had expected such a question, as he was sure something like what he had just done was unconventional. It's pretty simple. I haven't had a good fight against another cultivator in months, and so I wanted to test my strength and enjoy a battle fully. Were you not concerned about him turning the tides? Elder Thame asked. Nope, John replied bluntly. He knew that giving enemies second chances was a stupid decision, but in a controlled environment like this, John was unconcerned about his enemy. His strength was far below what was needed to threaten his life. Elder Thame's eyes trailed towards the arena behind John. Blood soaked the ground and walls of the arena, showing what a brutal beatdown it had been. Why were you so heavy-handed against him? Elder Thame asked. John's display had been quite a brutal one. You said he killed hundreds of innocents, right? Isn't that a good enough reason for the treatment I gave him? John replied quickly. Although he was not a saint and never considered himself as such, he also considered the killing of innocents and mortals to be indefensible. He had already decided that the boy would die brutally, and he took full advantage of such an opportunity. I suppose it is. Besides, killing your opponent is the goal of the trial, so regardless of how you did it, you passed the trial. However, why did you take the corpse? Elder Thame asked John. Upon killing the boy, John had taken the corpse, which surprised the elder. Only sinister path cultivators used bodies for cultivating, and normal cultivators had no use for such a thing. John quickly thought of something to say that sounded plausible. I always take the bodies of my enemies I have killed. I collect them sort of like a trophy. That's not a problem, is it? John asked. It wasn't a complete lie, as John still had the corpses of all those he had slain in his palace realm. Elder Thame was surprised by such a response, and thought for a moment before responding. No, it's quite a weird and brutal reason, but there's nothing wrong with that, I suppose. You can keep his body then. Besides, killing your opponent is the goal of the trial, so regardless of how you did it, you passed the trial. Congratulations, you are now a member of the War Hall, Elder Thame replied. A large smile broke out on John's face, but the elder's next words quickly dashed his happy expression. As your reward, you are now to be sent to the lowest level of the crypt for 3 days as punishment, per the Vice Sect leader's instructions. John wanted to say something back, but the elder silenced him and let him know he had no choice in the matter. The crypt happens to be in this building as well. Follow me, Elder Thame said, and began to walk to a different part of the large cavernous dungeon. John followed closely behind. Compared to the sinister gate and the lightning world trial, I doubt it can be that bad. John knew his pain tolerance and mental fortitude was far beyond his peers, and was confident that he would be able to endure whatever was thrown at him quite easily. Elder Thame walked to one of the dungeon walls. Small runes were visible on the wall, and Elder Thame pressed his hand against some of them in a certain order. The runes began to glow, and a large hidden door suddenly parted directly in front of them. The parting doors revealed a large staircase behind them, descending even deeper into the earth. Follow me. The two of them began to descend down the dimly lit staircase. Every few hundred yards, a door would appear, but Elder Thame continued to walk. Those must be the other levels of the crypt. I wonder what's inside. John followed the elder in silence. After walking for nearly another mile, the two of them came to a large door, several dozens of yards tall, at the bottom of the staircase. The door was made of black metal and covered in many powerful runes. There were 2 elders stationed outside the door, standing guard. They noticed the 2 newcomers and stepped forward to inspect them. Elder Thame, what brings you here today? One of the elders asked. This one is to spend 3 days down here, per the Vice Sect leader's instructions. Elder Thame pointed to John at his side and replied. The 2 guarding elders looked at John in slight surprise and felt some pity for him. He was clearly on the Vice Sect leader's bad side, and such a thing would only lead to misery within the sect. Very well, the elder replied. The 2 of them returned to the door and tinkered with the powerful runes on the door. After a short moment, the door began to part open, and an incredibly foul aura began to emanate from it. John paled slightly as he felt it wash over him, as it was unlike anything he had felt before. Chapter 182, Leaving the Crypt. As the door continued to open wide, John was able to peer into the depths of the crypt's lowest level. The stairwell where the four of them were standing began to glow more and more red as the crypt began to be revealed. Elder Thame had explained the crypt in some detail as they had walked down the stairway. According to the elder, the crypt was used to punish both criminals and wrongdoing sect members. The crypt had 5 levels, and each level down was a more brutal ordeal to withstand. The lowest level of the crypt was the most brutal, and only the worst offenders would be sent down there. In fact, it was used in a torturous execution ground for the worst offenders, who would be kept inside until they died. However, death only occurred by spending weeks and months inside. John's stay was only 3 days, so his life would not be in danger. As the door opened fully, the foul aura completely washed over John and the elders. John was able to see inside the crypt, which was unlike anything he had seen before. It was like the pits of hell itself. Intense fire burned continuously within, and a foul odor which threatened to empty John's stomach wafted over him. Elder Thame blanched slightly at the scent, but escorted John within. As soon as the two of them stepped inside, an intense heat washed over them. John felt his skin start to heat up, making it feel like he was on fire. The deeper you go into this lowest level, the stronger the fires, smell, and everything else gets. You will be in the shallowest part due to your low cultivation, Elder Thame explained. John could see hundreds of dungeon cells stretching into the far distance. Some of the cells contained cultivators inside. Some of them were screaming in torturous pain, some unconscious, and some babbling nonsense, clearly the sign of having gone insane inside the crypt. In fact, some of the nearby cells contained the corpses of the recently dead, a sign of the brutality of the crypt. They all emanated the aura of mid- and late-chi condensation cultivators. "This is your cell. I'll come fetch you in 3 days," Elder Thame stated as he stopped in front of the first cell. John nodded and stepped inside, at which point the cell door closed and trapped him inside. Although there were no formations surrounding these cells, they were made from extremely durable material, and John was unable to even slightly dent the bars. "Good luck." Elder Thame looked at John apologetically before leaving. John watched the elder leave, not too uncomfortable. "This isn't so bad. Although this smell is so nauseating as to nearly make me vomit, 3 days should be fine." Just as John thought this, Elder Thame left the crypt and the large entrance door shut. The second the door shut, the intensity of the crypt skyrocketed. The heat picked up tremendously, the smell amplified tenfold, and John could even feel some mysterious power within the crypt assault his mind, his soul, and all 5 of his senses. John vomited several times as he desperately tried to block out the smell, but was unable to do so. Despite blocking his nose, the smell was somehow able to penetrate into his senses, causing him to feel its effects fully. The intense heat within began to build and slowly cook his skin, turning it redder and redder. The power invading his mind and soul also pained him, but due to his extremely strong will and soul, John was able to ignore those aspects for the most part. However, the combined pain from all the attacks threatened to drive him mad. "Gah!" John grit his teeth as he let out a slight scream of pain. Even with his high pain tolerance, this place had become a miserable existence. If he activated his supreme battle art and Immortal Asura transformation art, John was sure he would be able to withstand this place much easier. However, he did not have nearly enough blood essence reserves to maintain those arts for 3 days straight, and so he could only bitterly endure the crypt head-on. "Fuck, isn't this too much of a punishment for what I did?" John grunted through gritted teeth. He had felt it was quite weird that the vice sect leader had gone so easily on him after he had attacked her, but now he realized that this punishment was even more brutal than her attacking him back and beating him up. All he could do was endure as best he could and hope the 3 days would pass quickly. His eyes darted around the crypt, at which point they focused on the several corpses in the nearby cells. A slight smile crept up on his face. News of John's antics soon spread like wildfire throughout the sect. No one could believe that he had directly attacked the vice sect leader, and those who knew the vice sect leader assumed she had killed him. However, when they heard his punishment was 3 days in the lowest levels of the crypt, they felt as though that was even more brutal than death itself. All knew of the crypt, and the horror stories from the lowest levels of the crypt were enough to scare anyone within the sect. When this news reached Elder Ragger's ears, his heart stopped for a moment. He thought about asking for leniency from the vice sect leader, but knew doing so would only result in a brutal beatdown from her. Whenever the vice sect leader made a decision, no one could shake her, not even the sect leader himself. Amongst the disciples, 2 camps had formed regarding John's actions. The first camp thought he was an idiot for doing such a thing, and should be severely punished, and even kicked out of the sect. The most vocal of this group was Mason Light, who wanted nothing more than to see John kicked out of the sect or worse. However, another camp had formed, which praised and almost worshipped John's display of pure arrogance. His bold and brash actions inspired others in this camp to become more bold and brash themselves, acting to their true nature. The loudest voice of this camp was none other than Adam himself. He made sure that John's display of unbridled boldness would echo loud across the entire sect, as the more popular John got, the more popular he would get. In fact, he relished at the opportunity to be the center of attention and did his best to rile his camp up as much as possible. Adam had become the de facto leader of the group and did his best to raise John's fame far and wide. In fact, he even began to embellish some of the details regarding John's actions, making it seem even more bold and heroic than it actually was. The 2 groups had become completely at odds, and some small skirmishes even broke out between the 2 camps, forcing the elders to intervene and quell such things. Despite the situation being settled, John's fame once again skyrocketed amongst the disciples, making him the most popular and talked about disciple within the first-year group. News of John even managed to spread beyond the first years, attracting the attention of those far removed from the normal disciples. Somewhere in the heavenly lightning sect, in a large luxurious abode at the top of a majestic mountain, a 15-year-old boy sat in silent meditation. Dozens of servants scurried about with work throughout the mansion, which was much larger and more grand than the mansion John lived in. The boy had long silver hair and a handsome face. His cultivation emanated powerfully, revealing it to be in the early core formation realm. Lightning danced all over his skin as he cultivated in silence. Suddenly, the door to his room opened, and a young girl around his age walked in. She bowed towards the boy as he slowly opened his eyes. "What is it?" the boy asked calmly, although his face clearly contained agitation at having been disturbed. "Lord Hunter, I'm sorry to interrupt your cultivation, but you instructed me to inform you if there was ever any news of someone else having a lightning attribute body," the girl replied. Her words caused the boy's ears to perk up. "Oh, and? Well, a first year has just appeared. According to the elders, he has an innate variant body, as well as a lightning attribute body," the girl replied with her head still bowed. Silence filled the room for a moment before the boy spoke up once more. "You may leave. Oh, and find out more information regarding this boy. I want to know everything about him." The girl nodded and bowed slightly before leaving. A small smile crept up on the boy's face as he stared forward. "Interesting. Perhaps I can finally start cultivating that technique." 3 days passed by, and the doors slowly began to part to the lowest level of the crypt. John's eyes slowly opened as he stared at the distant door slowly opening. A familiar figure walked into the crypt, his hurried steps clearly filled with worry. Elder Ragger finally came to stand in front of John's cell and stared at the figure within. "Hi, Elder," John said with a calm voice. Slight surprise appeared on Elder Ragger's face as he closely inspected John's condition. Although John's body was baked completely red and his skin was cracked all over, he still looked relatively at ease. Most who spent even 3 days inside would be driven mad from the pain and other things they had felt within. Elder Ragger had expected to find John half dead, but his calm smile indicated that he was not in too much pain. However, Elder Ragger knew John had an innate variant body, and such a thing would definitely help within a place like this. His body was in a pretty bad condition, though, and would take a few days to heal completely. "Come, let's go," Elder Ragger replied and waved his hand. The cell door opened, allowing John to leave. John stood up and stretched his aching body, and quickly followed the elder out of the crypt. His eyes lingered on the nearby cells for a moment, which now laid empty, before he turned to follow the elder. Although he had managed to survive, it had still been a brutal experience. John was glad to be leaving, and did not want to return to the crypt anytime soon. This place truly deserves its reputation. It was just as hard to endure as the Lightning World trial, and I'm sure even I would die after a few months being locked up in here. But coming here was completely worth it. A small smile hung on John's face as he left the crypt with Elder Ragger. He clenched his fists with his full power repeatedly, relishing in the feeling of his newfound mid-chi condensation body cultivation. Chapter 183, Soul Tremble. Elder Ragger escorted John back to his abode in the first year's district. Although John was a member of the War Hall now, he was still primarily a student of the sect and would still need to attend classes. The War Hall would provide additional training occasionally, as well as provide him with missions to complete periodically. Completing the missions would result in receiving contributions points, with more difficult tasks receiving more points. I can't wait to start taking on missions for the War Hall. Not only will I get paid to do so, but I'll most likely also be able to obtain more blood essence. John was constantly in need of human blood essence, and joining the War Hall was the best way he could think of obtaining more. His near-suicidal actions of attacking the vice sect leader were in pursuit of this goal, and thankfully, it had worked out. Not only will I get blood in the future, but I was able to obtain quite a few corpses from the nearby cells in the crypt, which had allowed my body Danshan to advance to the mid-chi condensation realm. Not only that, but there were several late chi condensation corpses that I obtained, which might be able to push me to the late chi condensation realm. John had spent his 3 days of agony cultivating the Immortal Asura body technique. The blood from the youth he had killed, plus a few other of the crypt corpses he had obtained, allowed him to break through. With both his body and essence cultivation at the mid-chi condensation realm, his strength had increased greatly from where it was before. Now I feel much more confident in my fight against Russell. Before I advanced, I doubt I could have won, but now I should have a shot, although it will still be a close fight. Elder Ragger escorted John all the way back to his home, and John listened closely to the stories of what had happened while he was imprisoned. "Me attacking the vice sect leader caused that much of a stir?" John asked curiously. He had not expected such a thing to happen. "That it did. You are quite a popular discussion amongst the first years, although that friend of yours made sure is a handful. He lit the fire many times, making sure to cause as much trouble as possible in the pursuit of elevating your name," Elder Ragger replied. John shook his head at Adam's antics. Although they were not completely unexpected, John could tell that Adam loved being in the spotlight, and such a situation was perfect for that. "Oh, while you were in the crypt, you missed 3 days of classes. Here, take this," Elder Ragger said while waving his hand. A small pile of scrolls and books appeared in mid-air and floated over to John, which he caught and stored away. "Those are your reading materials you need to go over to catch up. Classes start again in a few days, so you have a few days to yourself to catch up and recover your strength," Elder Ragger stated further while looking at John's sorry condition. Although John didn't make a fuss of it, his body was in quite a battered shape. "Thanks," John replied. The two of them soon arrived at John's abode, and John bid Elder Ragger farewell before entering his home. "Welcome back." John was greeted by the warm welcomes of Francel and Rhea, who were both standing in the main lobby waiting for John's return. "Hey," John replied with a smile on his face. It feels good to be back." Rhea suddenly dashed forward with a frown on her face. She closely inspected John's condition, which was quite terrible. "You're injured. The pool outside has healing properties as well as cultivation benefits. You should go swim in it to recover," Rhea said to John. "Healing properties? All right, I'll check it out," John replied. He had no idea that his pool was this impressive. The Heavenly Lightning Sect sure knows how to treat its disciples well. John walked to the backyard where the pool was and took off his robes, leaving only his undergarments before jumping into the pool. A refreshing wave of revitalizing energy washed over him, causing his body to shiver in slight ecstasy. He had felt quite miserable after enduring the hellish crypt for 3 days, but the pool was doing a great job of washing that fatigue away. The healing properties of the pool began to work its magic, and John could slowly but surely feel his body start to recover. "This is actually quite amazing. I should eat a healing pill as well to speed this up." John popped a healing pill in his mouth, which he had obtained from the rewards of coming first in the entrance exams. As soon as the pill hit his stomach, the vibrant energy contained within began to infuse all throughout his body, making him feel completely refreshed. With the combined healing effects of the pill and the pool, I should be back to new in a few hours. John continued to relax within the pool. Taking a breather such as this was a rare occasion for him, and he relished in the comfort and peace he felt right now. "While I'm doing nothing, I should review those materials Elder Ragger gave me." John took out one of the scrolls from his storage ring and began to inspect it. The quality of the scroll was quite impressive and was impervious to water damage, allowing John to study it while relaxing in the pool. Medicinal Ingredients 101 sounds like a helpful class. John began to read the scroll, which contained information regarding identifying medicinal ingredients and their uses in alchemy. The first scroll contained general information, as well as a few common medicinal plants that could be found around the Yuan Continent. After finishing the scroll, John opened the next one, which contained a much more in-depth list of medicinal ingredients. There were dozens of plants mentioned, with small diagrams of each one, as well as descriptions of what they were used for in alchemy, where they could generally be found, and how valuable they were. John perused through the various medicinal ingredient reading documents, completely engrossed in the pages. Although he was not an alchemist, he wanted to know as much as possible about the cultivation world, as finding rare plants could help him sell them for large sums of money. Money is the most important thing after all. If I have enough money, I can buy just about anything to help with my cultivation. Well, almost everything. After finishing the medicinal ingredients reading materials, John took out one of the other scrolls Elder Ragger had given him. His eyes lit up as he read the top of the page. Lightning Finger. Finally, a lightning battle art to learn. John had wanted to cultivate a lightning battle art for quite some time now, but had never come across one. He eagerly read the scroll completely, making sure to not miss a single detail. This battle art is about projecting a sharp and intense beam of lightning out from the finger towards the target. Although it doesn't seem to be a particularly high-level technique, it's better than nothing. He was not completely surprised that the technique was a relatively low-level one. It was the first technique the sect had given its disciples, and it was mostly used for learning how to properly control lightning-based attacks. Lightning was a violent energy, and if cultivators were not careful, they could lose control of their lightning chi, resulting in harming themselves more than the enemy. This was why the Heavenly Lightning Sect slowly introduced techniques to their disciples, rather than allow them to study high-level arts right away. With his lightning attribute body, this was not a problem that John would run into. His body had become almost impervious to lightning damage, and only extremely high-level lightning could hurt him. Not only that, but his control of lightning chi was far beyond a normal cultivator's, so losing control would not be an issue. Let's test it out. John practiced the technique internally for quite some time, following the meridian and acupoint pathways depicted in the technique. Because it was not a very high-level technique, it was incredibly quick for him to learn and unleash. John pointed his finger up into the sky and began to channel lightning from his dantian, through the meridian pathways depicted in the battle art, and towards the finger acupoints when all of a sudden. Tremble. John suddenly lowered his finger as he felt a tremble within his soul. Although it was incredibly slight, he was sure it wasn't his imagination. Tremble. The tremble occurred again, causing John to raise his guard. A thought crossed his mind, and he sent his divine sense inwards to his soul, inspecting his soul space. All was normal in his soul space, and John was just about to leave it when his soul trembled again. "It's you," John called out as he appeared next to the ball of lightning essence. The lightning egg was trembling inside, and its trembles began to increase in intensity as time went on. The egg was quite a bit larger than the last time John had inspected it, clearly signs of it growing as it absorbed the lightning. It was nearly 3 feet across now. "What's going on? You're not about to hatch, are you?" John asked, but received no response. According to the artifact spirit, the egg would require an incredibly large amount of pure lightning energy to hatch. Although John knew the ball of lightning essence was incredibly pure and profound, he was unsure if it would be enough to hatch the egg in one go. "Looks like the gift that celestial soulrend gave me was even more amazing than I had originally guessed." He had paid it no mind over the last 4 months since the egg went into the lightning essence ball, but the lightning essence ball had lost most of its energy. It had been an incredibly potent source of lightning before, but now only dim flickers of lightning remained. John watched closely with bated breath as the egg began to tremble with increased intensity, until it was almost to the point of vibrating. Crack. Suddenly, and without warning, a crack appeared on the egg. Crack. Another crack appeared, and another. The cascading series of cracks spread throughout the entire egg, when suddenly, a burst of lightning from within the egg caused the eggshell to explode. The lightning burst slowly faded, revealing the creature that had laid dormant within the egg. John's eyes widened with complete and utter shock as he looked directly at the creature as it emerged from the egg. He recognized the creature, although he was unable to believe his eyes. According to his knowledge, such a creature was a complete myth and was told as fairy tales and legends. However, having run into the dragon earlier, who John had also figured was a myth and legend, he began to realize that there was more truth to these myths than he originally figured. The creature let out a slight whimper as it stretched its legs, which had been cramped up in that egg for untold years, before it looked up to John. "I knew you were supposed to be special, but this..." Chapter 184, Kyrie. John hadn't even read of such a creature in any of the many books he had read during his lifetime. The only way he recognized it was that he recalled stories his mother used to tell him when he was younger regarding many fantastical and mythical creatures. They were apparently stories that had been passed down throughout the world for untold millennia. According to his mother, there were several heavenly creatures whose power was so unimaginable that they stood at the top of all existence. These creatures each controlled a certain power and reigned as the undisputed rulers regarding those powers. His mother only described 3 creatures, however, as the others had been lost to time. The first was the Phoenix, whose control over fire was undisputed and could even be reborn anew within its flames. The second was the pure-blooded dragon, which controlled the aspect of pure physical power. The stories described dragons destroying stars with a single wave of their claws. While there were elemental dragons, they were normally lesser variant dragons, and only the true pure-blood dragons reigned supreme. Lastly, his mother described a creature of lightning, whose control over the element was so fearsome that it was practically godlike. While there were other creatures, such as the lightning dragon John saw before that contained immense power, only this creature could stand at the top and claim it was the true ruler of lightning. John replayed his mother's description of the creature in his head, while he stared at the creature in front of him, carefully comparing the two to make sure he had not made a mistake in identifying it. According to Mother, the creature has a blue and gold dragon-like head, with a thick blue mane that flows upwards from below its neck to its ears. 2 regal and majestic antlers on both sides of its head, a body similar to that of a horse, covered in dark blue and gold scales, and a long, regal tail. After comparing the two for quite some time, John felt more than sure it was a match. Although the creature was in its infant state and slightly different than the description his mother had told him, it was still incredibly similar. It had yet to grow its antlers, which rested on its head as no more than 2 small stubs, and its mane was small and almost unnoticeable, but John was sure there was no mistake in his analysis. A divine lightning Kirin. John could hardly believe it, despite the evidence being directly in front of him. The description matched almost perfectly. However, there was one aspect of the creature that John had not been told by his mother. An incredibly profound and beautiful crystal existed at the very center of its forehead. It pulsed blue light from within, as if there was lightning snaking about within the crystal. The creature stared up and John curiously, having seen him finally for the first time. It had known that their souls were connected some time ago, but today was the first time it had set its eyes on him. It stood about 2 feet tall, with a body around 3 feet long, which made it look quite adorable at the moment. After a moment of staring at John, the creature felt a longing to be near him and walked over to him. It rubbed up against his legs and let out an excited noise, clearly happy. After getting over his stunned stupor, a smile broke out on John's face as he crouched down and began to pet the head of the Kirin. The Kirin shivered in delight and began to rub up against John even harder, making adorable sounds the entire time. The companion soul bond the two had established made them feel incredibly close, as if they were a direct family. "Ha ha!" John couldn't contain his happiness as well, and began to laugh happily. He was happy not only because of the amazing lineage of his newfound companion, but because the creature itself gave him a feeling of comfort and belonging. John picked up the creature and held it in front of his face. Its tongue stuck out and began to lick his face. "Ha-ha, all right, that's enough of that. Now, what should we call you?" John asked Kirin. However, the Kirin only tilted its head to the side, slightly confused. Although they could understand each other's feelings through the soul bond, direct communication was not possible at the moment, as the Kirin did not understand speech yet. John scratched his head, unsure of what to name the creature. He had always been terrible at naming things, and his pets of the past all had simple names. After a long time, he was still unable to come up with a suitable name. "Ah, why is this so hard?" John cried out in frustration as he looked at the tiny Kirin in his hands. "I should just name you something like Kirai and be done with it," John grumbled out loud, slightly as a joke. He had named pets in the past similarly, but didn't think such a name would fit a creature as majestic as a Kirin. However, upon hearing the name, the Kirin's head perked up, and it let out a soft noise of happiness. Although it couldn't understand John's speech, it could tell that it had called him by that name and approved of it. An odd look appeared on John's face as he stared at the creature. "You couldn't really like Kirai, right?" The Kirin made another noise of happiness, causing the odd look on John's face to become even more exaggerated. "Well, I suppose Kirai it is then," John said out loud as he set the Kirin down again. Having settled the name, John was about to bring the Kirin out of his soul's space when a frown appeared on his face. He had just thought of a huge problem. "If I can recognize you, surely someone else in the sect could as well. I can't just bring you out like this," John said to Kirai. Kirai leaned its head to the side, trying to understand what John was trying to convey. John grumbled for a moment, unsure of what to do. He continued to think of a way to bring Kirai out of his soul's space without arousing suspicion, but was unable to do so. Suddenly, light flared from Kirai, causing John to shield his eyes slightly. The light began to fade, and John raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You can transform?" John asked excitedly. The once regal and majestic-looking Kirin now looked different. Although it still looked relatively similar to its previous form, the antler stubs were gone, the small mane vanished, and the dragon-like head transformed into one more similar to that of a horse. A happy expression appeared on John's face, as he could now take Kirai out of his soul space. "I guess I don't know the extent of what you can do. What else can you do?" John asked excitedly, but all he got in return was a confused stare from Kirai. Despite waiting for some time, Kirai continued to stare at John unmoving, causing him to sigh. "Well, it's not a big deal. Anyways, let's bring you out of my soul space." With a thought, John's divine sense left his soul space, wrapping around Kirai as he did so. Kirai appeared right next to the pool he was in and began to look around at the nearby world excitedly. It was the first time it had seen the real world, and everything was a new experience for it. John hopped out of the pool and dried off, before putting on one of his black and red Warhol robes. After getting dressed, John inspected Kirai more closely. "Wow, you're already equivalent to an early core formation cultivator despite just being born. Isn't that cheating a bit?" John asked with a pained expression. He had trudged through many life and death situations to climb to where he was, and yet Kirai was simply born with a higher cultivation than his. He could feel a dense power emanate from the core of Kirai, where its core crystal was located. Beasts cultivated differently than humans. They were blessed by the universe, and were able to increase their strength merely by eating and absorbing the surrounding chi in the air. They didn't have to train like humans, although the trade-off was that their intelligence was normally lower and their attacks less profound. When beasts reached a certain level of power, a crystal core would form in their body and become the main source of their strength. Beasts would have the same strength as a core formation human at this point, and after this stage, beasts would follow the same cultivation tiers as humans. Even still, they still did not need to actively cultivate, and were able to raise their power just by existing. However, unlike humans, beasts had natural limits, and depending on their type and innate bloodline, they would reach a point where their cultivations would cap out and never increase. The more profound a creature's bloodline, the higher their cultivations could reach. Since Kirai was a Kirin, John was sure that it would not have any issues soaring to the top of the cultivation world alongside him. While thinking about this, a thought crossed John's mind. He began walking into his mansion, and Kirai followed behind closely. "Oh, you're done healing Alria?" Rhea asked John. But her words paused as she spotted Kirai behind John. John's breath caught in his throat. Despite Kirai transforming, John was unsure of how other cultivators would perceive it. After a moment of silence, Rhea dashed forward towards Kirai. She hastily picked him up. "Wow, what's this creature? It's so cute," Rhea said loudly while hugging Kirai. She had never seen something like it before, but found it completely adorable. Kirai enjoyed the sensation of being picked up and happily accepted Rhea's embrace. John heaved a sigh of relief and responded with a smile on his face. "That's my soul companion. I found him a few months ago." "Soul companion? How do you know such a technique?" Rhea asked while continuing to hug Kirai. Although soul companion techniques were not all that rare, they were not common techniques either. John scratched his nose. "Ooh, I got it from my clan. Anyways, Kirai and I have business to attend to." "Oh, sorry," Rhea replied and quickly put down Kirai. Her expression turned slightly sad, indicating she wanted to play with Kirai more. John shook his head and continued on, eventually arriving in the basement. Kirai followed closely, and John stopped in the very center of the room. He pointed to the wall on the opposite side of the room and spoke out to Kirai. "If you can understand me, try attacking that wall over there." He was unsure if Kirai could unleash an attack, but wanted to try it anyway. Kirai stood there in silence, looking at John curiously. John continued to try to convey his intentions for nearly an hour, but Kirai stood there, looking at him curiously. "Oh well, I guess it's too much to ask a newborn to do such things right away. We'll try again tomorrow." John patted Kirai on the head before walking over to the corner of the room containing the cultivation chamber. He sat down on the ground and calmed his mind. "Now, let's see if the remaining human blood essence I have is enough to push me to the late chi condensation realm." Chapter 185, Pill Hall. In the vast expanse of space, a shadowed silhouette floated in the void. Its size was so large that it seemed like another planet floating in the void. Lightning continuously danced over its massive body, like a perpetual storm. Suddenly, the eyes of the massive creature opened, and it peered deep into the vast expanse of space. Its vision eventually locked onto a planet floating on near the edge of the universe, and its gaze lingered there for a moment, observing something on the planet. A small flicker of light appeared in the creature's eyes, before they slowly closed once more, returning to its endless slumber. Back in the heavenly lightning sect, John was still cultivating in his cultivation chamber, trying to break through to the late chi condensation realm for his body cultivation. He had been in the cultivation chamber for nearly a day. John's eyes slowly opened as he inspected the progress of his body. He could feel that his body cultivation had grown even stronger than it was just a day before. However, a frown lingered on his face. Damn, I was just a tiny bit of blood essence short of breaking through to the late chi condensation realm. Despite having the corpses of several late chi condensation cultivators, it was still just shy of what he needed to advance. However, his strength had still risen considerably when compared to just a few days ago, and so John was not all that upset. His eyes trailed downwards, and he spotted Kyrie sleeping peacefully on the floor just a few feet away from him. A small smile broke out on his face as he looked at Kyrie. Not wanting to disturb Kyrie, John wrapped Kyrie up in his divine sense and drew him into his soul space. Because they had formed a soul bond companion pact, Kyrie was able to live inside John's soul space without any problems. He inspected Kyrie inside his soul space and confirmed he was still sleeping before getting up. What should I do today? Classes don't start up again for a few days, so I have free time for now. The first-year class schedule had the disciples attending classes for several days in a row, before giving them several days off as well. John's mind went over the list of things he could potentially do when he suddenly remembered a particular item. The undying vitality fruit. I still have one left from the time in the pocket realm. Him and Miko had obtained 2 undying vitality fruits each in the pocket realm. They had eaten one directly, and were saving the other one to make into pills. Due to the nature of the fruit, directly eating more than one had no benefits, and so the second fruit had to be refined into a pill to make it useful. John walked out of the basement and searched around his house for a bit before running into Francel. "Greetings, what can I do for you today?" Francel greeted. "Hey there, I have some medicinal ingredients I would like to turn into some pills. Do you know of a place in the sect that I can visit to have this done?" John asked. Since Francel had grown up in the sect, John assumed that he would be a great starting point to identify such a place. "I do know of such a place. While the sect's pill hall provides pre-prepared pills for the disciples, they also take special requests. However, alchemists are quite stuck up, and most will only take special requests if the ingredient is rare enough. They don't take special requests for run-of-the-mill ingredients," Francel replied. He explained where the pill hall was located. "Thanks," John thanked Francel and turned to leave his house. "The undying vitality fruit is a rare ingredient. I'm sure they will take my request." John began to descend the mountain and walk towards the pill hall, which was located quite some distance from his abode. The Heavenly Lightning sect was a massive sect and sprawled dozens and dozens of miles over hundreds of mountains. If I can get the undying vitality fruit condensed into a pill, I might be able to break through to the late chi condensation realm for essence cultivation. Although John's essence cultivation had just recently broken through to the mid-chi condensation realm, the undying vitality fruit was an amazing fruit for aiding cultivation in the mist creation and chi condensation realm. John spent the next hour quickly traversing through the sect on foot, following the roads described by Francel. The streets bustled with activity as John passed by thousands of grand buildings on his way to the pill hall. Several gazes glanced at John curiously as he walked by, at which point their curious gazes would turn quite interesting. He was wearing the robes of the war hall, signifying he was a member of it, but his age was clearly that of a first year. After some careful thought, most quickly identified him as the one who had attacked the Vice sect leader. They stared at him with even more curiosity, wondering just what kind of madman would do such a thing. John noticed the inquisitive gazes, but paid them no attention as he walked briskly towards the pill hall. I really need to advance to the core formation realm. Walking takes too long over these types of distances, John grumbled as he finally arrived at the pill hall over an hour later. The pill hall was one of the most important halls in the entire sect. The entire pill hall was located in one building, which was the second largest building after the main Heavenly Lightning sect palace. It was a massive building that looked extremely wide pagoda and dwarfed all the other buildings nearby. It had pure white walls with light blue-colored eaves. Its walls stretched over a mile wide in each direction and several thousand yards tall. It had grand spires, intricate carvings, and majestic statues located all throughout the outside, from the base of the building to the top of the roof. John stared in awe at the building for some time before he decided to enter. An incredibly busy stream of cultivators flowed in and out of the building every second. It was the most foot traffic John had seen at any of the buildings in the sect, which showed how important the pill hall was. John walked towards the main entrance of the building, which was over 100 yards wide and tall, allowing for the large amount of cultivators to enter and exit unimpeded. Two grand statues, of one of man and one of a woman, lined each side of the doorway. Both were over 50 yards tall. They wore luxurious robes, and both exuded a lofty air. John stared at the statues for a moment before he entered the hall. A massive atrium greeted him as he entered, and thousands upon thousands of cultivators could be seen within. There were dozens of tables in the center of the main lobby, acting as information booths for cultivators looking for various things within the hall. John got in one of the lines, and after a short wait, arrived in front of the desk. "How may I help you?" The person at the desk asked John. "I have a fruit I would like to be turned into a pill. How do I go about doing that?" John asked respectfully. Qi condensation special requests are located on the second floor, room 212. The stairs are located at the back of the atrium. John thanked the woman and walked towards the stairs. He arrived on the second floor, looking both ways in awe. The hallways, which were 100 yards tall and wide, stretched for over a mile in each direction. He followed the signs to the room the woman identified and quickly entered. Just like the first floor, there were several tables, each containing an elder or a disciple sitting behind them. John got into one of the lines again and eventually got to the table. "What is your request?" the elder in charge asked in a somewhat dismissive tone. He was used to disciples wasting his time with requests that were not worthwhile, and had become quite indifferent to this whole process. "I have an undying vitality fruit that I would like to have turned into a pill," John replied, getting straight to the point. The man's eyes lit up, but quickly dimmed back down. "Are you joking with me? If you're going to play jokes, move along and don't waste my time." John frowned at the man's response. "What? No, I'm not joking. I truly have an undying vitality fruit. See." The fruit suddenly appeared in John's hands. It emanated an aura of vibrancy and life, filling the room with a refreshing feeling. The eyes of all those in the room immediately turned to look at the fruit in stunned silence. The elder at the desk looked at the fruit in a stunned fashion as well. It truly is the undying vitality fruit. How did you obtain this?" the man asked in an excited tone. "Does it matter? I just want it turned into a pill," John replied bluntly. "No, I suppose it does not. Follow me," the elder replied. He closed his table and instructed John to follow him out of the room and up higher into the pagoda. "Why are we heading this way? Aren't there alchemists on the second floor for Qi condensation grade pills?" John asked in a confused manner. Alchemists had a different ranking system from normal cultivators, and it was predicated on what grade pill they could create. John knew of the starting levels of alchemy grades, which were pill pupils, which could create mist creation grade pills. Pill adepts, who could create Qi condensation pills, then pill barons, and finally pill kings, which could create meridian forging grade pills. His knowledge was limited to that level regarding alchemy ranks, but from what he knew of the pill hall, each floor represented an alchemy grade. The second floor would contain pill adepts, who would make the chi condensation pills for the sect. As such, he had expected someone on that floor to make the pills for him. One of our pill emperors has been looking for the undying vitality fruit as a complementary ingredient for something he's wanted to create for quite some time now, but no one on the continent has been able to find any in the past few years, the elder explained briefly. John was surprised to hear such a thing, but nodded his head in understanding. If it's this important, maybe I can get even more out of this fruit than I had originally intended. And a pill emperor, I suppose that's a grade above a pill king. Amazing. The two of them ascended the stairway for some time, and eventually arrived on the 5th floor, which was much more grand and luxurious than the 2nd floor. The amount of cultivators on the 5th floor was much less than the floors below, and only a few cultivators could be seen walking about here and there. They all exuded tremendously powerful auras, slightly stunning John. "This is the room. Follow me and be respectful," the elder instructed. John nodded his head and followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the room, an incredibly powerful divine sense washed over John, nearly forcing him and the other elder to their knees. "You dare interrupt my alchemy session." Chapter 186, Pill Emperor Thunderpill. The ancient-sounding voice reverberated in John's ears, like a thunderclap directly inside his mind. He hastily flared his cultivation base to wash away the lingering effects of the voice, just barely managing to maintain his consciousness. The source of the voice was a man who was seated on the opposite side of the large room with his back turned to John and the elder. A large cauldron sat on the floor in front of him, and exquisite glowing runes were carved into its surface. An extremely powerful flame emanated from the man's hands and onto the cauldron, causing the room to be quite hot. A dense medicinal aroma wafted out from the cauldron. "Pill Emperor Thunderpill, apologies for the interruption, but we come here on important business." The elder escorting John hastily spoke up in an attempt to quell Thunderpill's anger. The elder alongside John was in the meridian forging realm, and so the heavenly tribulation aura that pressed down affected him as well. "Important business? What could be so important as to interrupt my alchemy?" Thunderpill bellowed out. Their sudden interruption had ruined his concentration, causing him to lose control over his pill flame. Although he quickly regained control and steadied his flame, the slight increase in temperature, even for just a moment, would result in a lower-grade pill. Thunderpill had used valuable resources in this alchemy session, and so he was beyond livid at having it reduced in potency. "It's about the undying vitality fruit you expressed interest in a while ago." The elder quickly spoke up before Pill Emperor Thunderpill did anything in anger. "Undying vitality fruit," Thunderpill replied with complete shock. He immediately stood up and walked towards John and the elder, leaving the cauldron to cool. The materials inside the cauldron were now useless, showing just how much value he placed on the fruit. John inspected the man as he turned around. The man had an extremely aged face, and it appeared as if he was nearly on the verge of death. A long, gray, frazzled beard hung from his face, and the white hair on his head stuck out in every direction. He quickly walked over towards the elder and John was able to notice that he walked with an arched back. "He seems to be nearly on the verge of death. I wonder how old he is. Close to 10,000 years, I would presume." Pill Emperor Thunderpill was a heaven tribulation expert, and heaven tribulation experts had lifespans of nearly 10,000 years. When a cultivator passed their heaven tribulation trial, they would shed their mortal bodies and ascend to a higher realm of existence. This allowed their lifespans to increase 10 times immediately when compared to meridian forging cultivators. "Yes, the undying vitality fruit," the elder confirmed, causing Pill Emperor Thunderpill's eyes to widen once more in anticipation. He had issued the order to find the pill many decades ago, but no one had been able to find one. He had just about given up hope of ever finding it until today. What about it? Have you found one? Thunderpill asked in a hurry. Although he was wizened with age, Pill Emperor Thunderpill still carried the air that a heaven tribulation expert should. However, upon hearing about the fruit, he had become like an excited child ready to receive a gift. I didn't. This boy here did. I brought him here as soon as I found out he had it, the elder hastily replied. Pill Emperor Thunderpill's eyes immediately darted over towards John, who he had completely ignored up to this point. He briefly examined John and raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise at how low his cultivation was. He expected someone who was able to find the fruit would have a higher cultivation. You have it. Give it to me, Pill Emperor Thunderpill said to John. John frowned as he heard Thunderpill's words. Clearly, he was just trying to take it without giving anything in return. As a Pill Emperor, Thunderpill had always had an elevated position, even when compared to other heaven tribulation experts. As such, he was used to getting what he wanted when he wanted it, especially when dealing with young disciples. Most disciples wouldn't even dare look at him in the eyes, scared of offending him. However, John was not like most disciples. What are you waiting for? Give it to me, Thunderpill spoke up again, as if waiting a few seconds was an insult. Then what will I get in return for this pill? I'm not giving it to you for free, John replied bluntly. Thunderpill was treating him with no respect, and so he returned the favor equally. The nearby elder's eyes widened as he heard John's response, and he was just about to rebuke him when a powerful aura once again filled the room. Thunderpill's aura began to press down on John as his rage climbed. You dare speak to me like this, boy? Thunderpill replied in a raised tone, his face filled with anger. You're trying to rob me, and I'm supposed to thank you. I don't think so, John grunted through gritted teeth as he struggled against the aura pressing down on him. Thunderpill's eyes narrowed as he stared directly at John. He had never been treated in such a way, especially from a disciple. His anger calmed down slightly as he tried to reason with John. How about this? If you give me the undying vitality fruit, I'll owe you a favor, Thunderpill remarked. However, he had no intention of repaying a brat like John, and was only saying this to get the fruit. While he could forcefully take it, the sect prohibited stealing of any kind from anyone, and he wasn't about to break its rules. John's eyes narrowed as he stared at Pill Emperor Thunderpill. His expression relaxed as well as he replied, Fine, I can accept that deal. A small smirk appeared on Thunderpill's face, but he quickly repressed it. However, John's next words caused his expression to drastically change once more. And I'll be cashing in that favor right now. The favor I ask of you is to pay me the appropriate value for this fruit, John replied with a calm tone, showing that he would not be swayed. Although he wanted to have the fruit turned into a pill to improve his cultivation, he could tell that the fruit was of utmost importance to the Pill Emperor. Just the fact that no one had managed to find the fruit over the past several decades showed that John could basically name his price for the fruit. The elder standing to the side could hardly believe his ears. He had never seen someone with as much guts as John, and even he was beginning to respect him more. He had always been treated poorly by the other higher-up pill elders, and seeing them taken down a notch was quite refreshing. You dare play these games with me? Thunderpill raged once more. His temper was wild, and he would be set off with the slightest disrespect. John scoffed as he continued to struggle against the aura pressing down on him. He could unleash his supreme battle art to resist it more easily, but he was sure Thunderpill would just increase the pressure of the aura then. Thunderpill was not trying to hurt John, but instead just intimidate him with his power. It worked nearly every time, but against John, such a tactic was useless. HMPH, I dared to directly attack the vice sect leader. Why wouldn't I dare to argue with you? John replied coldly. Thunderpill's eyes widened considerably, before turning back to normal. If you had done such a thing, you would be dead by now. What's the point in lying about such things? Thunderpill rebuked. He spent his entire time up in this room making pills, and so he cared not for what was happening in the rest of the sect. As such, he had not yet heard about John attacking the vice sect leader, despite it being the talk of the sect. However, the other elder in the room had heard about the event. "That was you," the nearby elder spoke out loud. Thunderpill's expression changed as he looked towards the elder who had just spoken. Based on the elder's words, such a thing had actually taken place. His expression became complicated as he looked back towards John. If the boy in front of him truly had done such a thing, then he was dealing with an actual madman. Not only that, but the fact that the vice sect leader hadn't outright killed him showed that she valued him somewhat. Thunderpill took note of John's clothes and recognized them as the colors of the war hall. A first year in the war hall was unprecedented and gave even more credibility to his story. Not only that, but Thunderpill was surprised that John could resist his aura this long without breaking down even slightly. Clearly, his talent was far above the norm. Thunderpill sighed as his aura began to fade. "Clearly, I'm dealing with a madman. Tell me, what do you want? And don't you dare try to take advantage of me," Thunderpill said to John. John breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had been able to resist the pressure, it had still taken some effort to do so. However, he was pleased to hear that his stubbornness had won out. "I'm glad we could come to an understanding," John replied. His comment caused Thunderpill's anger to rise again, but he quickly repressed it as it would do him no good here. John began to think about the price he should ask for. Based on his age, the fruit's nature, and his eagerness to obtain it, I believe the pill he's trying to create will extend his lifespan, allowing him to live longer. As such, this fruit is the most important thing to him right now, and I'm sure he'll pay any price to obtain it. John thought about it for a moment before coming to a decision. I might as well start super high and get him to come down to something more reasonable. I don't want to sell myself short here. The fruit suddenly appeared in his hands as he was trying to get into Thunderpill's head. Thunderpill immediately looked over to the pill, and his face became full of anticipation. However, he quickly returned back to normal, not trying to show his eagerness. John cleared his throat and spoke up. "For this undying vitality fruit, I want 1,000,000 Spirit crystals." Chapter 187, Fleecing Thunderpill. Emperor Thunderpill's eyes nearly popped out of his skull at John's price. Based on what John had seen so far, Pill Emperor Thunderpill wore his emotions on his sleeve. He was sure that if the price he mentioned was high, Thunderpill would lash out loudly, while if it was reasonable, he would act more composed, but still say it was too high. As expected, Thunderpill erupted in angered protest, doing nothing to hide his stance on that price. 1,000,000 spirit crystals. Are you insane? Thunderpill raged loudly. His reaction was completely expected. John smirked, as he knew he had started exactly where he wanted to. With his status as a pill emperor, Thunderpill had amassed a small fortune. However, that small fortune was still only between 1 and 2 million spirit crystals, as being an alchemist was an expensive profession. Most heaven tribulation experts didn't even have 1,000,000, while the meridian forging elders of the sect usually capped out at a net worth of 100,000 spirit crystals. 1,000,000 spirit crystals was well over half of Thunderpill's net worth, which was why his reaction was so exaggerated. "Yep, 1,000,000 spirit crystals. Do you want the undying vitality fruit or not?" John asked in a calm manner while juggling the fruit in his hands. Pill Emperor Thunderpill grimaced at seeing the fruit handled in such a manner, and his eyes could barely resist staring at the fruit in pure longing. Thunderpill did his best to maintain his calm, as he had realized that his actions were quite telling. 1,000,000 spirit crystals is far too high an ask for this fruit. The best I can do is offer you 100,000 spirit crystals, Thunderpill countered, trying to drive the price down as much as he could. John's smile turned into a slight frown as he heard the price. Clearly, Thunderpill is trying to use my inexperience against me. I'm sure 100,000 spirit crystals would be an irresistible price for most people my age, but I want more. John acted as if he was considering the offer for a moment. A small smirk appeared on Thunderpill's face. He figured he had won out in this battle. However, after standing there in silence for a moment, John simply turned around without a word and began to leave the room. "Where are you going?" Thunderpill asked anxiously. Clearly, he had not expected John to just turn and leave during the middle of their negotiations. John paused at Thunderpill's words and turned around to look back at him. "Your offer is insulting. Just based on this fruit not being found for decades throughout the whole continent, I'm sure I can get a better price than that elsewhere. Since you won't take me seriously, I'll be leaving now." John once again turned around and walked towards the room's exit. A panicked expression appeared on Thunderpill's face as he watched John leave. Whoosh! The air rapidly parted as Thunderpill moved to block John's path. He had moved so fast that John hadn't even seen Thunderpill until he was directly in front of him. John frowned once more as he looked at Thunderpill. "What? Are you going to forcefully take the fruit from me?" John asked in a cold tone. However, the sect forbade such things, and John was more than sure that Thunderpill would not do such a thing. 200,000. I can give you 200,000 spirit crystals. That's my final offer, Thunderpill replied. For a supplemental ingredient, 200,000 was already an incredibly high offer. The true value of the fruit was around 50,000 spirit crystals, which was why Thunderpill had started there. However, that had not been enough to entice John. John scoffed at the offer and moved to walk around Thunderpill. Although that offer was enticing, John was sure he could fleece Thunderpill for more. Just based on his actions today, he could tell that Pill Emperor Thunderpill valued the fruit highly. "You brat, that still isn't enough for you," Thunderpill asked in an angry tone. John turned to look at Thunderpill, his expression still calm and relaxed. "This undying vitality fruit is extremely rare. I'm sure there will be a higher bidder somewhere out there, and I'm willing to take my chances," John replied. "Boy, I can tell you know little about alchemy, so I'll give you a lesson for free right now," Thunderpill replied. "The undying vitality fruit may be a rare fruit, but it is far less valuable to the world than you believe. It's normally used as the main ingredient for chi condensation grade pills, as that's where its potency caps out." John listened closely to Thunderpill, wondering where he was going with this. As you may or may not know, chi condensation pills, even the most amazing ones, cap out at around 10,000 spirit crystals. As such, most won't even offer 100,000 spirit crystals for the fruit, no matter how rare it is. You won't find a better offer than mine. John listened to his words closely and nodded along in agreement. It was true what Thunderpill had said, and most likely he would not find a better offer elsewhere. However, the undying vitality fruit was famed for its vibrant life potency, and John knew it was a required ingredient for the pill Thunderpill was trying to make. Unless he found another Heaven Tribulation elder who needed the fruit for the same reason, it was most likely the best offer he was going to get. Nonetheless, he could tell that Thunderpill was at the end of his life and would most likely spend much more to obtain the fruit. "You're most likely right, but that doesn't mean there isn't another cultivator out there like you looking for this fruit for the same reason. If I put it up for auction, I'm sure it would become quite the betting frenzy," John replied, acting unswayed by the Pill Emperor's words. "There are no others like me out there," Thunderpill rebuked. "Only I have this pill recipe, you won't find a better offer. Like I said, I'm willing to take my chances. I have my entire life to sell this fruit. However, it looks like your time is quite limited. I wonder who will break first then," John replied with a smirk on his face. He knew Thunderpill was trying to play him, and so he decided to get straight to the point. Thunderpill grimaced once more at John's words. It was completely true that John could outweight him, as his remaining years were quite short. Thunderpill sighed, knowing he had lost this battle. After a moment of composing himself, Thunderpill once again gave another offer. "Fine, 500,000 spirit crystals. That's truly as high as I can go." John stared at Thunderpill, closely examining his features. He wanted to see if he was lying or telling the truth, and John could tell that he was most likely telling the truth, or most of it. However, he still wanted more. 750,000 spirit crystals, John counter-offered. Thunderpill's face lit up in rising anger once more, but John interrupted him before he could say anything. I'm not done yet. 750,000 spirit crystals. Also, whenever I want a pill concocted, you will personally concoct them for me, free of charge, using all of your ability. No half-assing the pills. This is my final offer, and I swear on my Tao heart, if you do not agree to this, I will walk out of here and find someone else who wants this pill, John finished. His final sentence caused Pill Emperor Thunderpill's expression to become quite grave. A cultivator swearing on their Tao heart was an incredibly serious matter. It was an oath to themselves that they would fulfill their promise they just made. If they did not act according to their promise, a flaw in their Tao heart would form, severely affecting their cultivation going forward. While it was not a fatal oath, it was still serious, as it would harm their future potential. There was no way to remove a flaw created from a broken Tao oath. John was serious with his words, as he was sure that he would find another good offer for the fruit elsewhere. While it may take some time to find another situation like this, he wasn't in a rush at the moment for resources. He could take his chances on this one to fleece as much as he could out of Thunderpill. Brat, do you know how much my services cost? Cultivators line up for years just for the chance to have a pill made by me, and they spend tens of thousands of spirit crystals just for the service, let alone the ingredients, Thunderpill replied. He could barely accept the price John had stated. Although it would be around half his net worth, it was worth it in the long run, as he would be able to live for another 1,000 years if he successfully made the pill. If he could live another 1,000 years, there was always the hope of breaking through to the next realm, which would further increase his lifespan. This was his all-or-nothing gamble, and he needed to make it. However, becoming John's pill servant was something he was not fond of. However, John's Tao oath had made it so that he had no choice in the matter. After a moment of consideration, Pill Emperor sighed. Fine, you win. I accept your conditions. 750,000 spirit crystals and my pill services free of charge whenever you want. Are we in agreement? Thunderpill asked in a defeated tone. He had truly lost out to a youth hundreds of times younger than himself. Almost, John replied. I want you to swear a Tao oath as well that when you create the pills I request, you put in your full effort and don't sabotage the pills in any way. Although John didn't know if Thunderpill would do such a thing, he wanted to be sure that he wouldn't. Thunderpill suddenly erupted in rage at John's words. Who do you take me for, boy? The alchemy arts are sacred, and even if I had mortal enmity with you, I still wouldn't let my pill arts suffer. Do not insult me like that again. John casually looked towards Thunderpill, unconcerned by his act of rage. Although he could tell that Thunderpill was sincere in his words, John took no chances when it came to his life. Then swearing such a Tao oath shouldn't be a problem then, John replied. Thunderpill's face contoured once again, but he did not rebuke John. After a moment of hesitation, Thunderpill spoke out loud. Fine, I, Pill Emperor Thunderpill, swear on my Tao heart that I will create all your pills whenever you want them free of charge, with my utmost effort, and will perform no trickery or do you any harm. There, is that good enough? Thunderpill scoffed after making his Tao oath. If he were to break it in the future, his Tao heart would be tainted, and his cultivation and alchemy would forever suffer. Thunderpill wanted to strive for the peak of the alchemy arts, and so he would never do such a thing. That's perfect, John replied as a large smile broke out on his face. He had decisively won this battle. Thunderpill suddenly tossed John a spatial ring, which he caught. There, the spirit crystals are inside. John sent his mind into the spatial ring and inspected its contents. His eyes widened in delight as he saw the small mountain of spirit crystals, glowing vibrantly with energy. A quick sweep with his divine sense confirmed that the number was correct. Pleasure doing business with you, John replied with a smile as he threw the fruit over to Thunderpill. Thunderpill carefully caught the fruit and began to inspect it closely. His face broke out into an ecstatic grin, as if he had forgotten about the large loss he had just taken. Leave me, I have a pill to create, And elder, stand guard outside my door and let all know that I am not to be disturbed for any and all reasons until I come out myself. Is that understood? Thunderpill commanded. The elder confirmed his instructions, and both John and the elder left the room. The door violently closed behind them. Now, what should I do with my newfound wealth? Chapter 188, Buying Pills. John was extremely pleased at the wealth he had just made. Although he didn't know exactly how much it was worth, he could tell that it was a significant sum even for a heaven tribulation pill emperor. This amount of money should be more than sufficient to last me throughout my entire chi condensation and core formation journey, but I wonder how much it's truly worth. John turned to the elder standing next to him, who began to guard the door seriously. Elder, just how much is 750,000 spirit crystals worth in terms of buying power? John asked the elder curiously. The elder looked at John closely. You really are something. I've never seen anyone best a pill emperor like that, let alone a kid. Not bad. As for your question, let's put it this way. My net worth as a meridian forging elder is around a few 100,000 spirit crystals, so that should give you a pretty good idea. John raised his eyebrows slightly. He had expected it to be a lot, but not that much. That much? Seems like I really did get a good deal for that fruit, John replied with a slight grin. After a moment's thought, he suddenly tossed 50,000 spirit crystals to the elder, which fell at the elder's feet and made a small pile. The pile of spirit crystals glowed brilliantly with vibrant energy. What's this? The elder asked with piqued interest. This sum of spirit crystals was an enticing number even for him. You guided me to pill Emperor Thunderpill. Without that, I probably would have refined the undying vitality fruit into a undying vitality pill, which, while nice, is not nearly as nice as the sum I just made now. Think of this as a gift, John replied. He truly was grateful to the elder. Although he knew the elder hadn't taken him to the pill emperor out of concern for him, it still ended up in him getting a lot of money, and he figured he should repay the favor. Although 50,000 was an incredibly large sum of money, John was certain that the amount he had now was more than sufficient for the next few years. During the next few years, he would be able to obtain even more money, so money was no longer an issue he had to worry about. The elder was at a loss for words, as he felt awkward for taking a gift from a disciple. However, the amount of money was truly too enticing, and he could only accept it. The elder waved his hand, and the small pile of spirit crystals disappeared. You have my thanks, young man. The elder thanked John sincerely. John nodded and began to walk away, when he suddenly stopped and turned back to the elder. Elder, where is the best place to find the most impressive chi condensation pills? I want to try to break through to the late chi condensation realm. Although John's essence cultivation had broken through to the middle chi condensation realm only a few weeks ago, he wanted to see if he could push it to the late chi condensation realm with pills. Even if he couldn't, cultivation pills would surely speed up the time he took to reach that realm. Chi condensation pills. The most expensive ones are sold on the second floor of this pill hall. However, instead of the room you went to the first time, the room you want is located at the very end of the East Hall. Thanks, John replied before heading off. He returned to the main stairway and began to descend to the floors below. The amount of people walking through the halls steadily increased as he descended, as most within the building were between chi condensation and meridian forging. Upon reaching the second floor, John turned down the east hallway, which was bustling with activity. Thousands of cultivators could be seen scurrying about to the many rooms lining the hallway, each with a different purpose. John walked for over a mile down the incredibly long hallway before he eventually reached the very end of the hall. A grand door came into view, with incredibly detailed and ornate designs on it. Two doors were wide open, allowing him to see directly inside to the room. The room was much larger than any of the other rooms he had seen within the hall, and was the most luxurious by far. Dozens of pedestals dotted the room, each containing a pill on top of it. The pills were all resting on silk pillows and guarded by thick glass. There were only a few other youths in the room, showing that most were unable to afford the prices of the pills. John entered the large room and began to peruse through the various pills. There was a nameplate on each pedestal giving the name and description of what the pill did. Lightning flower condensation pill. Helps one attune to lightning better, improving their control over it. Sounds nice, but I don't need such a thing. Foundation correcting pill. Helps one correct and improve their foundation if they have had a flaw in their cultivation. Interesting, but useless to me. 100 poison antidote pill. Is a fast-acting antidote over 100 types of poisons. Sounds very useful. I might take a few. John continued to browse through the various pills, taking note of each and every one. Each pill performed different tasks, but none of them were useless. He could tell why they had been put in this room, as each one was quite amazing. Ah, here we are, just what I was looking for. Thundergrass Essence Pill, made from 100-year-old thundergrass, helps significantly boost the essence cultivation of lighting attribute cultivators. One of the most effective chi condensation cultivation pills, loses potency after the third pill. Perfect. After finding all the pills that he wanted to buy, John walked up the main desk in the room, in which an elder sat. She had black hair tied up into a bun on her head and appeared to be in her 40s. Her cultivation was also in the meridian forging realm at the early stage. Excuse me, but I would like to buy several pills, John stated to the elder. The elder looked up from the scroll she was reading and inspected John for a moment. His appearance didn't scream wealth, and his age indicated he was a first year. As such, his contribution points would be low, and so she was unsure if he could actually pay for the pills in this room. The pills in here are quite expensive, just so you know. What pills are you interested in? The elder asked. John took out a scroll, on which he had written down all the pills and quantities he wanted as he perused the room. He handed the list over to the elder, who quickly inspected it. Her eyebrows raised in surprise, before she looked back up at John. This is quite the list. 500 poison antidote pills, 20 mist lotus healing pills, 3 thundergrass essence pills, 5 lightning explosion pills, 10 chi replenishment pills. Are you sure you can afford all this? Just the thundergrass essence pills alone are incredibly expensive. The elder became skeptical at John's list. Many youths came into this room looking to buy the spectacular pills, but when it came time to pay, they were not able to pay for the pills. The thundergrass essence pills were just as potent as the undying vitality pills when it came to raising cultivation, which was why they were so expensive. However, the pills did not contain the vibrant life energy of the undying vitality pills, and therefore would not increase the cultivator's lifespan, resulting in a cheaper price. How much are the pills? John asked casually. He was unconcerned with the price. Let's see, these pills combined will total to 1,300 contribution points, or 35,000 spirit crystals, the elder replied. 35,000. Not bad, John replied. He sent his divine sense into his spatial ring, which contained his wealth, and moved 35,000 spirit crystals to one of the rings he had obtained from his enemies' bodies. Here you go, 35,000 crystals, John said to the elder as he handed her the spatial ring. The elder inspected the ring's contents and was slightly surprised that John actually had the funds to purchase it and didn't even seem concerned at the price. Such a sum was significant, even for her. Wait a moment, the elder instructed before heading to a room located behind the desk. John waited for several minutes before the elder returned. She handed John a spatial ring, and he quickly inspected its contents. A rich medicinal aroma filled the spatial ring's storage area. There you go, the pills are all in the ring, divided into small jars based on the pill. Is there anything else I can do for you? The elder asked. That's it for now, thanks for your help, John replied before leaving the room. Should I look around the sect for more things to buy? John considered seeing what else his wealth could buy, but eventually decided against it. I'll have all the time in the world to look at what I can buy. My main concern right now is raising my strength. I'll return home for now." After deciding his next moves, John left the pill hall and returned back home. As he reached his house, he once again spotted a familiar figure waiting outside his door, seated in a meditative position, cultivating the hours away. "Elder Ragger, I hope you haven't been waiting long," John called out as he noticed the elder sitting there. Elder Ragger slowly opened his eyes as he heard John call out, and stood up to greet him. "Not at all. Besides, cultivation works anywhere. What the difference between cultivating here or cultivating at home?" "That makes sense," John replied. "What brings you here?" Although John had an inkling of what the reason was for Elder Ragger's arrival, he still asked. "It's about your clan. I informed the sect leader of the issue your clan is facing, and he's made his decision." Chapter 189, Elder Ragger's Troubles. John had expected that the elder had shown up for this issue, but still waited with bated breath at hearing the answer. If the Heavenly Lightning sect chose not to assist his clan, then they were most likely doomed. The serious expression of Elder Ragger's face soon gave way to a relaxed smile. "Don't worry, the sect leader decided to help you." John's bated breath breathed out in a relief. "We have a Heaven Tribulation elder, Elder Mabel, in the area already. She has already made contact with your clan before, and so she is familiar with them somewhat. We have sent a sound transmission to her that she is to remain in the area for the foreseeable future and act as a guardian for your clan. Should the Crimson Valley sect or Bloodfiend sect decide to make a move, she will take action and thwart any such attempts." Hearing that the sect was stationing a Heaven Tribulation elder as a protector surprised John. Despite the Heavenly Lightning sect having many Heaven Tribulation elders, each one was considered a considerable asset to the sect. Stationing one to act as a guardian was a very open display of their immense support for John. Otherwise, if they did not care about John or his talent, they would have just left his clan to their own fate. "You should thank yourself for such an action from the sect," Elder Ragger continued. "If you had not displayed your immense talent, the sect would not have placed such importance on your matters." John felt the biggest weight fall from his shoulders. It was the only issue he had that he could not resolve himself right now, and it concerned his entire clan. Having a Heaven Tribulation elder assist them was basically a guarantee of their safety. At the same time, John felt increased pressure on himself now. The sect showed such support due to his potential, but he needed to keep showing them that their support was worth it. However, he wasn't worried about such a thing, as he had complete confidence in himself and his talent. After a moment, John thought of something and spoke up to the elder once more. "Elder, our clan has an extremely close ally, the Varus clan. I know I'm asking a lot, but is there any way we can help them as well?" John asked. He knew the answer was most likely no, but he had to ask anyways. "Varus clan, why does that name sound familiar?" Elder Ragger mused out loud. "You recognize it?" John asked curiously. His homeland was extremely far away, and most in the Holy Lands did not know the names of the powers there. Elder Ragger continued to think about it for a short while before his eyes lit up in realization. "Ah yes, that's why the name sounded so familiar. Don't worry, the Varus clan is safe and sound. You shouldn't worry yourself with their safety," Elder Ragger confirmed. John looked at the elder with a confused look. "How are they safe?" Elder Ragger smirked slightly. "It's not for me to say, as the parties involved have asked for this to stay low-key for now, but all I can say is that the Varus clan is in safe hands, and that you do not need to worry about them." John was unsure of why Elder Ragger was certain of the Varus clan's safety, but since the elder had guaranteed it, he had no reason to not believe it. Elder Ragger had no reason to lie to him. Maybe they've somehow found a powerful benefactor like myself. I guess time will tell. John's thoughts trailed to Miko. I wonder how he's doing. He should have Celestial Soulrend's soul within his own, so I'm sure he's making even more progress than I am. When John had been forced out of the Pocket Realm, Celestial Soulrend had confirmed that he was going to make Miko his successor. Although John didn't know exactly how powerful a Celestial was, He was sure it was higher than anything else he had seen in his life, besides the holy entity. Whatever the reason for their safety, now that I know both my clan and the Varus clan is safe, I can rest easy and fully focus on myself. The two of them began to talk about various things, such as John's cultivation and his time so far in the sect. After a while of talking, Elder Ragger suddenly changed the tone of the discussion. Now that we've settled your matters, I need to let you know that I won't be around for the next few years most likely. John was stirred out of his thoughts as he looked towards Elder Ragger. You're going to be gone for a year. Why? John couldn't help but ask. Elder Ragger had become his biggest supporter in the sect. Without him, John was unsure how far he would have gotten on his own. In fact, he had started to see Elder Ragger as an uncle of sorts. Although John was not reliant on the elder, he still enjoyed seeing him around. I've been at the peak of meridian forging for many years, and I finally feel myself at the cusp of breaking through. However, I still need a final boost to truly break through that barrier and ascend to the heaven tribulation realm, Elder Ragger replied. He paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts, before he continued. While I could naturally reach the heaven tribulation realm eventually, that would take many more years, and as you know, each year for cultivation is precious. The sooner I can break, though, the greater the chance I have of advancing further in the future. John nodded his head in agreement. Every year was precious in the cultivation world, as breaking through earlier in life would result in a stronger foundation and a higher peak potential. While Elder Ragger could potentially break through on his own eventually, he had no idea when that would happen. It could be 2 years or 20, and that was too much of a gamble to take. He needed to seize the opportunity now. My next step is to purchase a heaven ascending pill. Unfortunately, the price of purchasing this pill and pushing through to the heaven tribulation realm is quite immense. Not only that, but the pill's nature is quite unstable, and so it must be prepared and consumed on the same day. As such, I will need to hire the services of one of the sect's pill emperors, which is incredibly costly as well. While I have a significant sum of money to my name, I need to gather quite a bit more to afford this pill. As such, I'll be spending the next few years out of the sect focusing on money acquisition, Elder Ragger explained. While the sect did provide Elder Ragger with a fixed payment as an elder, getting required spirit crystals would take a decade with only his fixed salary. As such, he decided to focus on completing various tasks for the sect, which also paid out large sums once completed. The 2 streams of income would help him raise the needed capital much quicker. John nodded his head in understanding, as everything Elder Ragger said made sense. A pill as impressive as the Heaven Ascending pill, which nearly guaranteed ascending through to the Heaven Tribulation realm from the Meridian Forging realm, would surely be incredibly expensive. A small smile broke out on John's face. I didn't think I would be employing his services this soon. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to see me again. Elder Ragger noticed John's smirk, but was confused as to why he was smirking. He figured John would be slightly sad to see him leave, not happy. Elder, how much does the pill cost? John asked. 200,000 spirit crystals, Elder Ragger confirmed. On top of that, the pill is quite a hard one for pill emperors to make, so the cost of employing their services is around 100,000 spirit crystals, bringing the total to 300,000 spirit crystals. While Elder Ragger had sizable wealth as a meridian forging elder, he was still around 100,000 spirit crystals shy of the 300,000 required. Not only that, but he would need additional crystals for living expenses, and so he could not blow his entire savings on the pill. Seems like I can repay Elder Ragger for all he's done for me even sooner than I expected. Not only that, but having a Heaven Tribulation elder as a direct supporter would be incredibly beneficial. Although Elder Ragger had status in the sect due to his peak meridian forging cultivation, it still paled in comparison to the status Heaven Tribulation elders had. There were several thousand meridian forging elders, while there were only around 100 Heaven Tribulation elders in the entire sect, which showed not only how hard it was to break through, but how much more elevated the status of Heaven Tribulation elders were. One example of this was that Heaven Tribulation elders could have direct disciples, while Meridian Forging elders could not. Heaven Tribulation elders also received more resources from the sect, and were allowed into areas exclusive to those at the Heaven Tribulation realm, such as the Forbidden Archives. John began to chuckle slightly, causing the elder to be even more confused. His confusion soon turned to surprise at John's next actions and words. A small mountain of spirit crystals suddenly appeared in front of Elder Ragger, to the tune of 200,000 spirit crystals. Elder Ragger's eyes nearly popped out of his head at the sudden sight, which was completely out of his expectations. "Elder, you don't need to worry about the pill. Leave everything to me." Chapter 190, Thundergrass Essence Pill. Elder Ragger's eyes were locked onto the pile of spirit crystals on the ground in front of him. Although his wealth was a similar value as the pile before him, he had never expected John to have such a sum of money. "John, how did you get this?" Elder Ragger couldn't help but ask. He knew John was from a small power on the coast. Over there, they mostly dealt with silver and gold as currency, and spirit crystals were reserved to be used in formations. There was no way his clan had given him this kind of money, and so Elder Ragger had no idea how John could have this kind of money. Even stealing was not an option, as John was not strong enough to steal this amount of money from anyone who would have these amounts. A small smirk broke out on John's face as he remembered the events that had happened just hours ago. "Let's just say that I had an item that someone wanted very badly and was able to get a good deal from it," John replied. Elder Ragger's surprised expression turned into one of confusion, and John could tell the elder was wondering what item he could have had to receive this amount of money, and from who. "You'll find out the truth soon enough," John replied once more, giving Elder Ragger a taste of his own medicine. The elder liked keeping John in the dark on many subjects, and so John decided to follow his teachings. Elder Ragger noticed John's cheeky reply, but said nothing in response. After a moment of silence, Elder Ragger spoke up. "John, while this would help immensely, I cannot accept such a sum of money from you. You should save this for your own cultivation." Elder Ragger had already received some good benefits for bringing John to the sect, and so he felt guilty about accepting money directly from him. Besides, John would need this money for his own cultivation, as cultivating was an expensive profession. John once again waved his hand, and an even larger pile of spirit crystals appeared on the ground, revealing about 600,050 spirit crystals in total. Elder Ragger's conflicted expression once again turned to pure shock as he looked at the pile. "As you can see, I'm doing pretty well for myself, so don't feel guilty about accepting the spirit crystals. Besides, you've done so much for me already in bringing me to this sect and also getting help for my clan. It's the least I can do to repay you," John replied. Elder Ragger once again wanted to ask John about how he had obtained this kind of money, but he knew John would not answer directly. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Ragger sighed and waved his hand. 200,000 spirit crystals suddenly disappeared from the pile. John smiled after seeing the elder take his portion, and the remaining 400,050 crystals went back into his own storage ring. "This will help immensely. I can't thank you enough," Elder Ragger said to John. This was the first time John had seen the elder become slightly emotional. "There's no need for that. Also, in regards to getting the pill made, don't worry about that either. In a very short amount of time, you'll be in the Heaven Tribulation realm," John replied with a smile. "You're helping with the pill as well. Such a pill can only be made by pill emperors, and they are all stingy and stuck up. The waiting period to have a pill made by one is months if not years," Elder Ragger replied. "Like I said, don't worry about it," John responded with a sly smile, enjoying his turn to keep the elder in the dark. Elder Ragger shook his head at John's cheeky response, but said nothing. "I don't know when exactly, but it should be soon that we can have this pill made. I'll come find you at your enforcement hall when it's time," John said to the elder. He knew Thunderpill was currently making his most important pill and was not to be disturbed. John was fine with waiting a few days for the pill to be made. John and Elder Ragger said a few more words to each other before the elder left. John watched Elder Ragger fly off before he turned around and walked into his house. After greeting Rhea and Francel, he walked directly into the basement and to the meditation chamber. With a thought, Kyrie suddenly appeared in the room beside him. With their souls connected, John could let Kyrie into or out of his soul's space with just a thought. Kyrie, you can run around and play down here if you want. Just don't be too loud, John said to Kyrie, who tilted its head to the side, trying to understand his words. After a moment of trying to figure out what John wanted to say, Kyrie somewhat understood his intentions through their soul bond and let out a little yelp of happiness. Kyrie then began to run all about the large basement in glee, truly stretching its legs for the first time in its life. How fast! John couldn't help but mutter as he watched Kyrie dash about. Kyrie's speed was even faster than his own, despite only being born recently. Kyrie almost appeared like a blur to John, he was moving so fast. After watching Kyrie continue to run about, John turned and entered the meditation chamber. He sat down, and a pill bottle suddenly appeared in his hands. The Thundergrass Essence Pill. It's the sect's most expensive chi condensation pill, so I hope for great things from it, John mumbled out loud. When cultivators broke through realms too quickly, they would weaken their foundations, and would need to spend quite a bit of time stabilizing and solidifying them to make sure there were no future flaws. Even the slightest flaw could affect a cultivator's future potential, but thankfully, John did not have to worry about that at the moment. Although he had broken through recently, John had an incredibly firm cultivation foundation. There were no instabilities or flaws, as he had endured many tribulations, as well as eaten the undying vitality fruit. The many battles he had experienced, alongside the fruit, made his foundation as solid as possible, which gave him a chance of another quick breakthrough. However, he would need to spend some time stabilizing his cultivation afterward before attempting to ascend to the core formation realm. The description said the pills lose their effect on a cultivator after the third one, so I need to break through by the third pill, hopefully. After inspecting the pill in his hands for a brief moment, John popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed. As soon as the pill hit his stomach, a powerful force of lightning chi exploded out, rampaging through his body. However, the medicinal half of the pill quickly took action, calming the effects of the lightning and quickly healing any parts it had damaged. John focused his mind and began to guide the rampaging chi towards his essence stanchion. The chi began to be absorbed, and John could slowly but surely feel his cultivation rise. After nearly an hour, all the potent chi from the pill had been absorbed, and John once more opened his eyes. Another pill appeared in his hands, and he quickly swallowed it. After another hour, the third pill appeared in his hands. I hope this last one is enough to push me through to the next realm, John grumbled before he swallowed the pill. His eyes closed once more as he focused all his energy on absorbing the pill's chi. In the endless expanse of space, a lone planet floated in the void. The planet was so large as to be unfathomable, and a close inspection revealed the planet to be completely barren of any life. Incredible formation runes covered the entire planet, and the energy flowing through the runes was enough to exterminate any who got close. The planet glowed beautifully, as the runes were easily visible from space. Chi from both the planet and the surrounding void of space was continuously drawn in, making the planet seem like it was in a perpetual chi storm. The terrifying runes continuously absorbed chi from the surrounding space. Deep within the chi storm, the formation runes all led to a single massive structure which stood in the storm defiantly. The structure's shape was similar to a pyramid, and its highest point pierced high into the storm. Continuous pulses of energy thrummed off the pyramid and out into the void of space. A single opening at the base of the pyramid led to the interior, which revealed the structure to be mostly hollow. Within the structure, all the fantastic formation lines, glowing vibrantly with power, led to a central point in which a lone person sat. The man had a middle-aged appearance, with a clean-shaven face and bald head. He wore monk robes and was seated in a meditative position with his eyes closed. He was so motionless as to almost seem dead. However, the terrifying power passively emanating from the man revealed him to be alive. His face was calm but contemplative, as if he was continuously searching for something. This man had sat here motionless for countless millennia, until... The man's eyes slowly opened, and he peered into a certain direction, staring through the pyramid walls and out into the vast expanse of space. The power emanating from his eyes seemed as if it could pierce all the way to the end of the void. A frown appeared on the man's face, and his body suddenly vanished from the interior of the pyramid. Several years later, in the endless void where no other stars, planets, or anything existed for untold distances, the monk suddenly appeared, with another person alongside him. The monk floated in the void of space with a serious expression on his face. Directly in front of the monk, a small point in the void glowed slightly. It was so small as to be almost imperceivable, but close inspection revealed it to be thrumming with ever-growing energy. After close inspection, the monk sighed and shook his head slightly in pity. The man beside him inspected the point in space as well, and a grave expression appeared on his face. "I was hoping this day would never come again, but it seems like that will no longer be the case," the man sighed out loud. The monk turned to the man beside him, who wore similar robes. "Return and inform the abbot about this development. I will remain here." "It will be done," the man replied, and his figure suddenly vanished without a trace. The monk watched the man leave before his eyes, once turned to the glowing point in space. So, the events of the past will happen once again. Chapter 191, Lightning Finger Muffled Booms, continued to ring out of John's meditation chamber for quite some time. A while later, the muffled booms subsided. John continued to sit there in a meditative position as a small smile broke out on his face. The Thundergrass essence pills did not let me down. John's essence cultivation had successfully reached the late chi condensation realm. The Thundergrass essence pills were the best cultivation pills for chi condensation cultivators in the entire sect, and each had cost over 7,000 spirit crystals. John had been expecting much from them, and they did not let him down. His divine sense pierced internally into his body to inspect his danshan and its changes. Whereas the chi in his danshan in the mid-chi condensation realm was condensed into a honey-like viscosity, it was now so thick as to almost be a solid substance. It was brimming with much greater energy. John carefully continued to inspect his danshan, and eventually noticed some signs of potential flaws if he continued on this quick cultivating path. When he was in the mid-chi condensation realm, his honey-like danshan was completely pure and uniform, while now there were small signs of instabilities and impurities. However, taking time to focus on stabilizing his cultivation would remove these impurities before they became flaws. This is to be expected after breaking through so quickly. I'll focus on consolidating my foundation before I think about breaking through to the core formation realm. After inspecting his danshan thoroughly, John stood up and walked out of the meditation chamber. Kirai was sleeping just outside of its entrance, clearly having worn itself out from all the running. John bent down and pet Kirai for a moment before walking further into the battle area of the basement. A scroll suddenly appeared in his hands, which was one of the scrolls Elder Ragger had given John for his missed classes. I didn't have time to go over this one yet, but now's a good time. One of the classes John had missed was one that went over introductory lightning techniques. It was meant to introduce the youths to the process of using lightning chi in attacks, as lightning chi was quite destructive and hard to control, especially during chi attacks. Improper control could lead to self-harm, and so the class focused on the basics. However, John still did not have a proper lightning-based attack, so he was willing to learn any attack at this moment, no matter how rudimentary. Lightning Finger sounds quite simple, John commented as he continued to read the scroll. The attack was one of the most simple attacks possible, which was just sending lightning chi from the danshan through several main meridian pathways, reinforcing the chi slightly, and finally sending the chi through the finger acupoints to unleash a simple beam of lightning. John read through the scroll completely and practiced several times before putting it away and raising his arm. His finger pointed outwards towards the far wall of the basement, and his mind focused on converting his chi to lightning chi and sending it in the manner depicted in the battle art. Lightning chi immediately surged out of John's essence Danshin, surged through his meridians, and exploded out of his finger. Bang! A loud thunderclap sounded out as a destructive beam of lightning pierced directly towards the far wall. Boom! The lightning beam collided with the wall of the basement, and the formations of the basement lit up in full to neutralize the power of the attack. John stared at the wall in a slight daze before he walked over to it to inspect it. A trace of lightning continued to linger on the wall where the beam had landed, and John could notice that the wall had charred ever so slightly, even with the formation's neutralizing power. That attack was far more powerful than what the scroll depicted, John mumbled out loud as he inspected the remnants of the attack. The attack was supposed to be a simple one, incapable of doing much harm, but John was sure that even late chi condensation experts would not want to take this attack head-on, at least not without resisting with their full force. Not only that, but there was a lingering aura of destruction where the lightning had struck. "Isn't this a bit much?" John mumbled with a wry smile as he came to an understanding. John had quickly put two and two together. His attack had been far more powerful for two reasons. The first was his lightning attribute body, thanks to the celestial lightning script. His lightning body gave him incredibly precise control over lightning chi, and therefore none of the chi was wasted throughout the attack process, unlike other cultivators. The other part which helped was the primordial extermination, lightning cultivation technique. This cultivation technique had been given to him by celestial soulrend, and was an essence Danshin cultivation technique. The technique was quite amazing, as John could tell his essence cultivation had instantly increased in pace as soon as he had started using it. Not only that, but the technique also changed the very nature of the Danshin itself, making it more attuned to lightning chi, and John was finally able to see firsthand how amazing it was. Although he had noticed some slight changes to his essence Danshin, as he had used the primordial extermination lightning technique to cultivate, he didn't know what the chances would be since he had never attacked with a lightning-based battle art. However, without him even thinking about it, his Danshin had naturally infused a destructive and annihilative property to his lightning chi, instantly changing it to something far more powerful than normal lightning. With these two things combined, a simple training battle art had turned into something he could use in real battles. While it wasn't stronger than his divine reaping scythe or supreme battle art, it was something he could unleash almost instantly to catch his opponents off guard. With my cultivation advantages in lightning, I really need to learn higher-level lightning battle arts. My combat prowess will skyrocket if I do so. John's mind trailed towards his spirit crystal situation, and a thought crossed his mind. I never gave it much thought as I didn't have any money before, but I'm sure there are lightning battle arts to buy, just like I bought the pills. Although he had spent nearly 300,000 spirit crystals so far with his generous gifts, as well as the pills he bought, John still had over 400,000 spirit crystals. This sum would be more than enough to purchase several lightning-based battle arts. While the sect would teach him and the other youths more powerful battle arts as the classes progressed, that was too slow for John. The sect eased the youths into the more powerful battle arts to get them accustomed to using lightning, but John had no such concern for caution with his unique situation. My battle with Russell is coming up soon, and I'm sure he's also made progress since the last time I saw him. I need to be as prepared as possible. John had obtained the help of the sect in regards to his clan's matters, but that was contingent on his talent. If he ended up being an average talent in the sect's eyes, they wouldn't see the benefit in stationing a heaven tribulation cultivator as a protector. As such, John wanted to maintain his status as the top first-year core disciple without question. John's scythe suddenly appeared in his hands. It feels quite a bit lighter than before. I'll be able to swing it with much greater force now. After feeling the weight of the scythe for a bit, John focused his mind and raised the scythe above his head. It began to glow a brilliant red, and a moment later, the scythe sliced down in front of him. His face paled slightly from the chi exertion. Divine Reaping Scythe. An incredibly sharp red scythe image flew out from John and towards the walls of the basement. Chi. Instead of the loud boom given off by most attacks, a sharp piercing sound echoed out as the attack collided with the wall. The formation runes lit up once more and began to neutralize the attack. However, the formation runes stayed lit much longer than before as it struggled against the attack. Only several seconds later did the formation finally die down, having finally neutralized the attack. However, John was able to see a faint line carved into the wall itself, showing that the formation had not completely neutralized the attack. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. It's at least twice as strong as before. John put away his scythe and pointed his finger outwards once more. He wanted to feel the thrill of utilizing a lightning attack again, as it was intoxicating the first time he used it. The rush of the rampaging lightning surging through his body and out towards his target made John feel completely alive, as if he was battling a beast internally the entire time. Lightning Finger. Having practiced the attack already, the lightning finger John produced this time around was even more powerful. It exploded against the wall once more, and after being neutralized by the formation, a small charred area remained visible. Lightning Finger. Lightning Finger. Lightning Finger. John dashed all about the basement, simulating a battle while unleashing his attack. He wanted to be as familiar as possible when using this attack, as its simple but quick execution could help him in battle. Boom. 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 Loud booms continued to echo throughout the basement, causing quite a ruckus. The sound eventually woke Kyrie from his deep slumber, and Kyrie began to curiously watch John as he continued to attack with his lightning battle art. While watching the lightning attacks, Kyrie felt an innate longing towards the lightning, and an urge rise up within himself. Lightning Finger. John unleashed one final lightning finger, and it once again exploded outwards in an incredibly fast beam of lightning towards the wall. Suddenly, the amount of lightning in John's vision increased greatly, and a feeling of danger overwhelmed his senses. Boom. The large basement suddenly shook violently, and a large explosion radiated outwards from the wall John had just struck. The runes on the basement walls lit up with full force in an attempt to neutralize the attack. The force of the blast knocked him back quite a distance, and would have injured him if he had not had such a strong body. John landed on his feet and slid back quite a distance before coming to a stop. What just happened? I attacked the wall when all of a sudden a beam of lightning even more powerful than my own appeared. After a moment of thought, realization struck John. It couldn't be. He quickly turned around and noticed that Kyrie was awake, standing just a few feet behind the spot where he had landed. Small flickers of lightning danced on the outside of the crystal located on Kyrie's forehead before it eventually faded away. Kyrie looked up at John with its innocent eyes and quickly hopped up into his arms, snuggling deeply in his embrace. John caught Kyrie and began to pet him before turning around once more. His eyes looked towards the site of the blast, and his eyes widened in surprise. The basement wall now had a large hole in it, several yards wide and deep. Chapter 192, Changes in the Chi Whirlpool at the very center of the Yuan Continent Holy Lands. The massive Chi Whirlpool, or better described as a Chi hurricane, continued to revolve in perpetuity. The four great sects had established their sects around the whirlpool, as the Chi in this area was the most dense anywhere on the continent. Not only that, but each sect had devised a way to siphon chi from the whirlpool to harness it for various purposes within the sect. This siphoning had been going on for tens of thousands of years, but the chi whirlpool remained as dense and powerful as ever. High up in the air, several figures floated on the outskirts on the whirlpool, looking into it and closely inspecting it. The man in front reached out his hand and attempted to move it forward into the tempest of chi. However, his hand was stopped midway, and no matter what he did, he was unable to move it forward at all. A screen of light blocked his hand. "It's the same as always," sect leader Thunderson spoke up. "The formation surrounding the whirlpool remains in effect." Sect leader Thunderson was joined by several high-ranking members of the sect, including the vice sect leader. "If the whirlpool is weakening, then why is the formation not weakening as well?" the vice sect leader asked. As far back as anyone could remember, the chi whirlpool had always been surrounded by a protective formation. After many tests to find its weakness, the only thing discovered was that the formation allowed those 16 years and younger within. As Celestial Soulrend had explained, there used to be many entrances to the pocket realm, but all but one had been lost to time. This entrance was one of them, as the protective formation that kept the storm contained had been broken by unknown means, while the age formation had not been. This resulted in the contained chi storm expanding uncontrollably to its present-day size. The age formation had also been warped by the powerful chi storm, and had expanded with the storm to its edges. All those with a bone age over 16 years were unable to enter. The reason for this had always been baffling to those who did not know the truth, as the chi storm within the formation was strong enough to kill any chi condensation or core formation youth when they entered. When John had been expelled from this chi whirlpool, he had the protection of Celestial Soulrend, who was the creator of the pocket realm and this chi whirlpool. Otherwise, if he was to enter it on his own, he would die as well due to the storm's immense power. However, the sect's most powerful experts had gathered today before the storm due to a startling discovery. The chi whirlpool, which had remained stable for tens of thousands of years, was now weakening at a frightening rate. At the current weakening rate, it wouldn't be long before the storm completely died out. None of the experts gathered knew the reason why, and when they tried to explore within, they discovered that the formation keeping them out was unaffected. As such, all they could do was look into the storm from the outside and try to figure out the reason for its weakening. The age formation must be independent from the chi whirlpool and is unaffected by its weakening. Sect leader Thunderson replied to the vice sect leader's question. "Without this whirlpool, how is our sect supposed to maintain hegemony over these lands?" Another man spoke up. He was middle-aged, with a thick black beard and a shaved head. He wore the robes of the enforcement hall, similar to Elder Raggers, and was the head of the enforcement hall. The whirlpool provided a massive advantage to the four great sects, which allowed them to remain unmatched. "You should know more than anyone that our hegemony does not depend on this whirlpool. If the whirlpool truly dies out, we can always receive more aid from the mainland." Thunderson looked over to the man and replied. His vision once again pierced into the storm, examining its depths as far as he could see. "Besides, if the whirlpool truly does die out, I wonder if we can find out what sort of wonderful things exist within," Thunderson said with an amused tone. His thoughts suddenly thought of a lone boy who was mysteriously found directly outside of this whirlpool several months ago. Thunderson knew it was impossible for John to reach this area undetected, as it was a restricted area, and so that only left one explanation. Now, several months later, the whirlpool, which had remained stable for tens of thousands of years, suddenly began to weaken. "Some of you remain here and continue to inspect this situation. Let me know if anything changes. In the meantime, it seems like I have to ask a certain someone some questions," Thunderson stated out loud before his figure suddenly vanished. John inspected Kyrie closely after Kyrie's attack. "Can you do that again?" John asked in an excited tone. Kyrie's attack had been incredibly powerful, and would be an incredible help in battle if Kyrie was able to unleash it whenever John asked for it. However, Kyrie only snuggled deeper into John's embrace, fully falling asleep without concern for his question. I suppose you still are only a few days old, John mumbled out loud as he began to leave the basement. With a thought, he transferred Kyrie from his embrace to his soul space, to allow Kyrie to rest without anything disturbing his rest. Suddenly, Rhea and Francel burst through the door leading to the basement stairs and spotted John walking towards them. What happened? Rhea asked anxiously. We heard a loud explosion and the house shook quite violently. John smiled wryly before responding. Just training down here. It's nothing to worry about. Both Rhea and Francel looked at John with disbelieving eyes, but said nothing to argue against his words. As long as he was safe and the house was not destroyed, they were content. Oh yeah, John suddenly spoke to the two of them. I want to buy some battle arts. Do either of you know a place where I can do so? It was the next main thing on his to-do list. Once he obtained some powerful lightning battle arts, his combat prowess would soar even more. The sect will teach you many battle arts for free as the year progresses, and you can save money or contribution points this way, Francel commented, but John's look on his face made him realize that John already knew this. If you can't wait for that, there is such a place. The Heavenly Lightning Library. It contains all the literary works of the sect, including battle arts, Francel replied, before explaining where it was located. That's perfect, thanks, John replied in a thankful tone. He quickly left his house and began to descend the mountain, heading straight towards the library. The Heavenly Lightning Library was located quite close to the central Heavenly Lightning Palace, and was one of the most popular buildings for the sect's cultivators to visit. Not only did it contain a vast array of battle arts ranging from the Chi Condensation realm all the way to the Heaven Tribulation realm, it also contained other documents covering a wide range of topics, such as history, art, and business. John leisurely strolled through the sect, taking in the scenery. No matter how many times I walk through the sect, I'm always amazed by it. The grand buildings, beautiful landscape, majestic waterfalls, tranquil streams, and towering mountains made the sect feel like an immortal paradise. John eventually found himself passing by the martial arenas, and his vision lingered on the large stone tablet in front. Only a week until my fight. I can't wait. John had not fought a proper fight against another cultivator since the Pocket Realm, and was eagerly looking forward to his fight with Russell. All of a sudden, John felt himself wrapped up in a mysterious power, which he was unable to do anything about. It was so powerful as to make any attempt of resisting futile. Before he could even react, however, John found his scenery completely change. The sect grounds, which he had just been in a moment ago, sprawled out far below him. John quickly looked around to get his bearings and figure out what had just happened. He noticed that he was on a balcony, over 1,000 yards above the sect grounds below. Above him, a towering spire pierced high into the sky, its top obscured by the clouds. "Take a seat," a voice spoke out. John quickly turned around to the source of the voice, and his face lit up in surprise. Sect leader Thunderzin was seated at a table on the large balcony, a small smile on his face as he stared at John. Chapter 193, Discussion with Sect leader Thunderzin. Come, take a seat. Thunderzin spoke up once more, stirring John from his daze. John nodded his head and took a seat. The table was several feet across, and Thunderzin sat lazily in his chair while he smiled at John with an inspecting look. John could tell that sect leader Thunderzin was closely inspecting him, as if looking for something, but could do nothing to stop it. He knew his body danshan was undetectable, and so he wasn't worried about anything Thunderzin would find. However, he was curious as to why Thunderzin had looked for him specifically. My clan issue is not worth him talking to me directly like this, so it must be something else. John sat there calmly and stared at sect leader Thunderzin, but said nothing. He was waiting for Thunderzin to speak first, as he did not want to say anything unneeded for revealing. Thunderzin continued to inspect John for a moment before a slight smile appeared on his face. Just like last time, you're completely calm in my presence. Where did you get such nerves? Thunderzin asked John. Based on his status as sect leader, as well as his overwhelming power, Thunderzin was used to elders being cautious and timid before him, let alone disciples. However, both times John had met him face to face, John had been completely calm and collected. "I've been in many life and death situations before. Compared to those, this is nothing," John replied calmly. Based on his many life and death battles, his experiences in the pocket realm, and tempering his will nightly in front of the sinister gate, John's will was completely firm. Something like a casual conversation was unable to shake him. "Regardless of the reason, this is the attitude cultivators should have. I just wish more in our sect were more firm in their wills," Thunderson replied with a slight sigh. The Heavenly Lightning sect hadn't had a large-scale war in many years, and so both the disciples and elders were becoming soft. Only the War Hall, who constantly performed life and death activities, maintained their sharp edge. Once again, John sat there in silence and stared at Thunderson calmly. He knew the sect leader didn't drag him up here for casual conversation, and so he waited in silence patiently until Thunderson got straight to the point. Thunderson immediately picked up on what John was doing, and a small smile once again broke out on his face. "All right then, I'll get straight to the point," Thunderson stated. "When you arrived at our sect, you were found by Elder Ragger just outside the Chi whirlpool." John's eyebrows raised slightly as Thunderson mentioned the whirlpool, but his face remained calm, giving nothing away. "Whatever the reason you gave Elder Ragger, I know that was a lie. You came from within the whirlpool, and I want to know why and how that came to be," Thunderson asked John, getting straight to the point. John remained calm, but his mind began to race for explanations that would sound plausible. However, even after thinking of many possibilities, John was unable to come up with something that would fool Thunderson. The sect leader was incredibly knowledgeable and wise, and John knew he would be unable to trick him. "Based on what I know, the pocket realm began to collapse when Celestial Soulrend left the realm to help Miko, so revealing it won't really be an issue anymore." However, that was not what gave John pause. He was more concerned about the sect leader targeting him once he found out John was in a mysterious pocket realm and wanted whatever he got inside. However, John's gains had been Kyrie, who was now disguised as a mundane creature, the undying vitality fruit, which was already consumed and sold, and the gifts from Celestial Soulrend, which could not be stolen from him. After considering all the potential outcomes, John decided to come clean, as he figured it was the safest path. The Heavenly Lightning sect was now his home as well, and he needed to start treating it as such. They had also decided to help out his clan's situation, and so he had no reason to feel ill will towards the sect or Thunderson. Thunderson sat there patiently, waiting to hear John's explanations. He was wondering if John would tell the truth or try to cover it up with a lie. "You're right, I did come from within the whirlpool," John suddenly said, causing Thunderson to raise his eyebrows. "Oh, and how did such a thing come to be? You're far too weak to survive within that Chi whirlpool." "That's because I was never in the storm directly, but only thrown out at its edges," John replied. He didn't want to reveal that he had the protection of Celestial Soulrend, and so he slightly lied about this small fact. "Thrown out from what?" Thunderson asked curiously. John paused for a moment before replying. "A mysterious realm." "A mysterious realm, huh? And how did you come to be in that mysterious realm? I want to know everything about what happened in that realm," Thunderson asked. John once again paused, thinking about his next response carefully. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to reveal the truth. The pocket realm was no more, and so the clan requirement of guarding the secret of the realm did not exist anymore. John began to explain to Thunderson about the pocket realm, about how his clan and the other clans entered it, as well as what was inside. However, he left out the Elysian Lightning World trial, as well as his encounter with Celestial Soulrend. Thunderson sat there calmly as he listened to John's story. He became quite surprised at what John had revealed, such as finding an undying vitality fruit, a special inheritance for his friend Ryan, as well as his encounters with the Crimson Valley sect. "You fought 3 Chi condensation youths and 2 mist creation youths at the mist creation realm, and managed to kill 2 and escape with your life intact. Truly impressive, Thunderson said as he listened to John's story closely. John included the part with the Crimson Valley sect and Jason and Dylan, revealing why his clan had an issue with them and the Bloodfiend sect. I suppose it all makes sense now, why the Bloodfiend sect would pay attention to and aid such a small and insignificant sect such as the Crimson Valley sect, Thunderson replied. So, after you fell into the chasm, what happened next? Thunderson asked. I was trapped down there by the Chi whirlpool, unable to escape. After a week of being down there, the entire pocket realm began to shake, and spatial tiers started to appear. I was ejected out of one, and before I knew it, I found myself thrown out of the Chi whirlpool here, John replied. The matter of celestial soul rend, the holy aura, and everything they had discussed was of utmost secrecy, and John didn't dare talk about them. He had learned the lesson regarding karma and made sure to treat it with respect. Although he didn't know if revealing them to Thunderson would invoke karma, he wasn't about to test his luck. Thunderson examined John closely as he explained the last parts of his story. Although Thunderson could tell that he was hiding something, he didn't press for more information, as his original intent of speaking to John was to find out why the whirlpool was weakening. And now he had. Quite a thrilling story, Thunderson replied with a smile on his face. I thank you for telling me the truth. If you had decided to lie to me about the mysterious realm, I wouldn't have hesitated to cast you out of the sect, Thunderson said, causing a shiver to creep up John's spine. It's a good thing I revealed the truth then. Sect leader, I have to ask why these questions now? Why not before when you found me? John asked curiously. The timing was quite peculiar. I suppose it won't hurt to say, as everyone will be finding out eventually anyways, Thunderson replied. Based on your story, I am relatively certain that in the end, the pocket realm collapsed for whatever reason. The Chi whirlpool our sect is located around is connected to that pocket realm, and with its collapse, the whirlpool will collapse as well. John was surprised to hear this, but it made sense. With the realm collapsed, the whirlpool, which was linked to the realm to provide a continuous supply of Chi, served no more purpose. As such, it would eventually cease to exist. Isn't that a bad thing? John asked. Although he didn't know the exact specifics, he knew the whirlpool was important to the sect. Who knows, it may be a bad thing or it may be a blessing. Only time will tell, Thunderson replied as he stood up. In the meantime, I advise you to raise your strength as much as possible in the next few weeks, because soon you'll be entering the lands revealed by the Chi whirlpool's disappearance. Chapter 194, Heavenly Lightning Library, we're entering the whirlpool lands, John asked with some surprise. Why am I entering instead of you? John couldn't help but ask. Sect leader Thunderson sighed slightly before responding. If only I could. Unfortunately, there is a powerful formation surrounding the whirlpool, and it restricts those over 16 years from entering. If my guess is correct, it's the same formation that you experienced when you entered the pocket realm. Only, the warping of the whirlpool also warped the formation, causing it to expand to its edges, Thunderson explained. John nodded his head as he came to an understanding. So that's the reason. John began to think about what could potentially exist inside such a land. It had been guarded by the Chi-infused whirlpool for untold millennia, and no one knew exactly what existed inside of it. Those who could enter the formation were too weak to explore the lands within, causing it to be completely unknown to all. Sect leader, couldn't there potentially be extremely strong beasts within those lands, far stronger than what anyone 16 years or younger could handle? John asked. While there were restrictions on humans entering, John was unsure if there were any restrictions for beasts. If beasts did manage to survive and live in that land, surely they would have grown to immense levels of strength, having been baptized by the Chi whirlpool for thousands of years. It's possible. However, what is cultivation without taking a few risks? If you detect a strong beast, avoid it and you'll be fine, Thunderson replied, causing John to frown slightly. He wasn't scared of entering such a land, but the sect leader's comments made it seem like they treated the disciples as disposable fodder. Sect leader Thunderson could read John's thoughts by the look on his face and began to chuckle slightly. If you do end up running into a dangerous situation, however, you'll be fine. The sect will be providing a spatial talisman to each disciple that enters the land, as a last measure to ensure safety, Thunderson continued. His explanation satisfied John, as it would more than likely ensure none died within unless they were careless with their lives. While spatial talismans would be locked down by cultivators at the Meridian Forging Realm and above, beasts typically did not have the same skill set. With only disciples under 16 and beasts, a spatial talisman would almost be a guarantee of safety. A spatial talisman for every disciple. That sounds quite expensive, but I suppose such a thing is trivial for a sect of this size. Spatial talismans were quite rare in John's homeland, and even his clan only had a few at their disposal. This was due to the talismans needing a heaven tribulation cultivator, experienced in formations and talismans, to make the spatial talisman. However, the Heavenly Lightning sect had no shortage of heaven tribulation cultivators, and so getting that many spatial talismans was not a big task. After a moment of silence, Thunderson spoke up. I have matters to attend to. You will find out more about this situation in the near future. John looked back up to the sect leader to ask another question, but suddenly found himself standing in the same spot he had been before, on the sect grounds below. He took a few seconds to gather his senses. He moves me miles without me even noticing the process of how he does it. Just how strong is he? After composing himself, John decided to once again continue his trek towards the library, as he still had not accomplished his original purpose. It seems like my need for powerful lightning-based battle arts is even greater now, so I definitely need to get something good today. John continued to walk through the sect, and eventually arrived in front of the Heavenly Lightning Library. It was located near the Heavenly Lightning Palace, and was one of the most impressive-looking buildings in the sect. It stood nearly 1,000 yards tall and a few hundred yards wide, and appeared to be a 9-sided pagoda with 20 eaves spanning to the top of the building. The building walls were completely white, and the eaves were gold and blue, making the building appear incredibly regal. A large marble staircase led up to the main entrance of the building, and thousands of cultivators, ranging from disciples to elders, were streaming in and out of the building every minute. John even managed to see several Heaven Tribulation elders entering the building. After taking in the sight for a moment, John entered the building as well. An incredibly large atrium greeted John, with many desks located in its center. John looked up, and was stunned to see that the very center of the building was completely hollow, stretching up all the way to the top 1,000 yards above. A circular staircase, made of dark wood, continuously revolved around the hollow interior, winding all the way to the top. Ornately carved beams existed all throughout the staircase, making it look incredibly grand. After taking in the sight once again, John walked up to one of the desks. A female disciple was seated behind it, perusing through some documents. She looked up as she noticed John approach. "What can I help you with?" the disciple asked. "I'm looking to purchase lightning-based battle arts suitable for the chi condensation and core formation realm." John explained his purpose for visiting. Lightning-based chi condensation battle arts are on the second floor of the library, in Section 2E for the core formation realm. The battle arts are located on the third floor, in Section 3E, the disciple explained. "Thanks." John turned towards the massive winding staircase that led all the way to the top of the building. The staircase was 10 yards wide, allowing for many cultivators to walk up and down it unobstructed. John arrived on the second floor and began to search for section. The hallway stretched in a circle around the outside of the interior staircase. Every few dozen yards, a new hallway would appear, leading to a different part of the floor. Sections A through D contained many pieces of literature regarding the chi formation realm, such as pills, cultivation techniques, cultivation aids, and more. Section 2E, here it is. John quickly entered the hallway marked as 2E, and the hallway quickly led to a large room, dozens of yards long and wide. There were many rows of bookshelves, each containing tens of books and scrolls. So many techniques, there must be several hundred in total. John's eyes lit up in excitement. Ahem. A sound to John's side stirred him out of his thoughts. He looked over to his right and spotted an elder sitting at a desk nearby. "Do you know what technique you are here for?" the elder asked in a dull tone. "How am I supposed to know that? I don't even know what techniques this room has," John replied in a confused tone. The elder sighed, as if John's response burdened him somehow. "Fine, go ahead and peruse the techniques. However, you are not allowed to study them here and can only purchase them for study. If I catch you studying any of the techniques, you will be kicked out," the elder explained in his same dull tone. "I'll be sure to stick to the rules," John replied. While the sect did teach its disciples many techniques during their years as students, they also wanted something for the disciples to work towards. Pills, cultivation techniques, and battle arts were part of these motivations, and so disciples had to earn them appropriately with contribution points or spirit crystals. Without proper motivations, many of the disciples would get lazy and complacent, resulting in them actually becoming weaker despite knowing more techniques. John walked into the room and noticed many other disciples within, browsing the various techniques. He randomly picked a corner of the room and began to read the battle art descriptions. Lightning burst, 1,000 spirit crystals or 100 contribution points. Send a burst of lightning from the hand towards the target. This seems quite similar to the lightning finger technique I know already. Next. Lightning blast. Send a burst of lightning in all directions. Weaker power than directed attacks but wide areas of effect. Might be useful, but I need something a bit stronger. John continued to read through the various techniques. While some did sound impressive, none were good enough for him. "Excuse me," John said as he approached the elder at the front of the room. The elder looked up at John. "What part of the room contains the most impressive battle arts?" John asked. While he did enjoy reading through the various techniques, it would take far too long to read them all at this rate. "They are in that corner," the elder said as he pointed to a certain part of the room. "However, they are quite expensive." "Thanks," John replied as he walked over to the section pointed out by the elder. He was unconcerned regarding the price. John picked up a rather impressive-looking scroll and unfurled it to read its description. His eyes immediately lit up. Heavenly Lightning Domain. Chapter 195. Obtaining Battle Arts. The name instantly intrigued John, as his mind immediately trailed towards his fight with Dylan and Justin. They had used the Crimson Hell domain, and although it was quite ineffective against him personally, John could tell that domains were incredibly powerful. Although he hadn't personally used a domain art yet, John could already identify two great advantages one had by unleashing a domain. As Dylan had explained in his battle with John, domains amplified the user's power within the domain, while it simultaneously weakened the enemy. This alone was something enticing enough for John to want to learn a domain art. The second advantage of a domain was that it could be unleashed in conjunction with normal battle arts. While essence battle arts were limited to being used in succession, domain arts and battle arts did not conflict with each other in such a manner, and so John would be able to unleash his scythe and lightning battle arts, while also unleashing this domain. The only negative aspect of a domain art was that it drained chi quite ferociously, and so could only be used for a short period before the user would run out of chi. It was similar to his Immortal Asura transformation art, in that it would only be used as a trump card. A small smirk appeared on John's face as he thought about combining a domain art with his Immortal Asura transformation art. Normally, such a thing would be impossible for a cultivator to achieve, but with his unique Danshin situation, John would be able to achieve the impossible. "I wonder just how strong my peak state will be when I unleash both the Immortal Asura transformation art as well as this lightning domain." Not only could he unleash these two arts at the same time, but John would also be able to utilize his supreme battle art and divine reaping scythe at the same time as well. Such an impressive combination of techniques could only be achieved by John himself, and his advantages were only becoming more and more clear as he cultivated further. Such a thought sent a shiver of anticipation down John's spine as he thought of such a thing. After thinking about this, John's eyes returned to the page, and he casually began to read the introductory description at the top of the page. The Heavenly Lightning Domain is the signature lightning domain of the Heavenly Lightning sect. Successfully cultivating this domain art will allow the user to create a domain of lightning around them, amplifying their lightning powers within while constantly attacking enemies. At higher stages, the domain evolves and becomes even more powerful, suitable up to the Heaven Tribulation realm. The description sent a wave of excitement through John's body, and the last sentence only amplified that. Cultivation arts and battle arts that were useful throughout many realms were quite rare, and their price would skyrocket due to this. John had discarded many of his previous techniques, such as the Myriad Annihilation Scythe and 5-step movement technique, due to the fact that they were low-level and suitable only for the Mist Creation realm. Learning, discarding, and then learning a new technique again is quite burdensome, so this lasting me all the way to the Heaven Tribulation realm is quite a pleasant surprise. The top portion of the long scroll contained the basic description of the technique, while the bottom majority contained information about the technique, as well as how to cultivate and use the domain art. John was tempted to read the bottom section, but a casual glance towards the front desk revealed the elder in charge watching John closely like a hawk. I suppose that's to be expected, as I'm at the spot containing the most valuable chi condensation techniques. John furled the scroll and held onto it as he began to peruse through the rest of the techniques. While the domain art was nice, John still wanted something for when he wasn't going all out. My Divine Reaping Scythe is incredibly powerful, but it has a short charging time to unleash that gives my enemies an opening. I need something strong, but quick to unleash. John continued to read the techniques, and many stood out to him as quite impressive battle arts. However, most of them were trump card techniques, and were not what he was looking for. Although I don't know its true level, I can tell that my Divine Reaping Scythe is far above any of these techniques. Not only that, but the ancient page I have still has 2 more attacks for the core formation and meridian forging realm, and so I'm set on having an essence chi trump card. Learning these trump card battle arts will only be a waste of time. After reading through many techniques, John felt as though he wasn't going to find what he was looking for. However, his eyes finally lit up as he read through another scroll. Lightning Ruin. Based on the description, it's very similar to the lightning finger I have already learned in terms of attack and speed, but it's far more powerful. This is perfect. While the lightning finger John had learned could be used in battle, it was a starter technique used to train disciples, and so it wasn't very powerful. Only John's unique lightning situation made it powerful. However, Lightning Ruin was an incredibly quick yet powerful attack, which would only be amplified further by John's lightning talent. Although I can't look through the details yet on why it's much stronger than the lightning finger battle art, I'm sure the sect wouldn't lie about such things. It's settled. I'll choose these 2 techniques. John felt incredibly happy having found these 2 techniques, as they suited him perfectly. He could grab more, but his time was limited, and John knew that biting off more than he could chew would be a death sentence. Training in many techniques would make him a jack of all trades, but a master of none, and John did not want that to happen. The last thing I need is a movement technique, as my 5-step movement technique is quite useless. Although I have unlocked the limiter of speed for body cultivation, utilizing an essence movement technique in conjunction with my body's speed will surely be terrifying. John looked around for a bit longer before he found a technique called Thunderflash Steps. It was the most impressive movement technique he could find, and so John grabbed it as well. I'll take these 3 techniques. There wasn't a price listed for any of these techniques. How much is it going to cost me? John asked as he set down the 2 scrolls in front of the elder. The elder grabbed the 3 scrolls and read their descriptions. His eyebrows raised slightly before he set them down again. The heavenly lightning domain, thunder flash steps, and lightning ruin. These are the first, fourth, and ninth most expensive techniques within this entire room, the elder stated in his ever-dull tone. However, there was a slight tinge of surprise in his voice this time. The heavenly lighting domain art costs 10,000 spirit crystals or 1,000 contribution points. The thunder flash steps cost 3,000 spirit crystals or 300 contribution points. And lightning ruin costs 5,000 spirit crystals or 500 contribution points, bringing the total to 18,000 spirit crystals. No problem. A pile of spirit crystals suddenly appeared on the large table between John and the elder, shining gloriously in the daylight that filtered through the nearby windows. The elder once again raised his eyebrows in surprise, and the pile quickly disappeared from view. You may take the scrolls, the elder stated. John happily stored away the scrolls in his spatial area and thanked the elder before beginning to leave. However, his steps suddenly paused as he turned back towards the elder. Elder, in regards to the heavenly lightning domain art, the scroll said that it was useful all the way up to the heaven tribulation realm. My quick glance through the scroll revealed that this scroll only contains the portions in relation to the chi condensation realm. The elder stared at John blankly, waiting for him to get to the point. I know room 3E contains core formation battle arts. Does it perhaps contain the core formation portion of the heavenly lightning domain and perhaps the other techniques? And if so, are there any restrictions in me going up there and getting it? John asked. Although he wasn't in the core formation realm, John always liked to be prepared. He didn't know when he would break through to the core formation realm, and for all he knew, it could be when he was in the mysterious Chi whirlpool land. If he didn't have the core formation heavenly lightning domain when he broke through, it would become much weaker to use at that stage. It does, and there are no restrictions other than you having enough spirit crystals or contribution points to purchase them. However, be aware that the prices for core formation battle arts are much more expensive than chi condensation battle arts, the elder replied. Understood, thanks for your help. John once again thanked the elder before leaving the room. Upon reaching the main part of the second floor, John immediately walked towards the inner staircase and ascended to the third floor. He quickly found room 3E, walked down the short hallways to enter it. A voice once again caught his attention as he entered the room. Excuse me, are you lost? Chapter 196, Day of the Fight. John looked towards the source of the voice and noticed an elder sitting at a desk completely similar to the elder downstairs. In fact, the room was almost identical to the one below. I'm here to look at some core formation battle arts, namely the heavenly lightning domain, thunder flash steps, and lightning ruin, John replied, getting straight to the point. The elder in charge looked John up and down for a moment and frowned. These techniques are incredibly expensive for a chi condensation first year. I know. Can you tell me which section contains those techniques? John asked once again. The elder, noticing John's undeterred expression, pointed over to a corner of the room. All 3 techniques can be found over there. Thanks. John walked over to the identified section and began to peruse through the scrolls. After a short while, he found the core formation portions for all 3 techniques. How many spirit crystals for these? John asked the elder as he set the scrolls down in front of him. 30,000 spirit crystals for the heavenly lightning domain, 9,000 for the thunder flash steps, and 15,000 spirit crystals for lightning ruin, the elder replied. John raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. The price tripled between realms. That's quite a bit, but still not a problem. A large pile of spirit crystals suddenly appeared in the air above John and the elder. There was not enough room on the table for the large pile of crystals, and so John used his essence chi to hover the crystals in the air above the 2 of them. The elder waved his hand, and the spirit crystals disappeared. Although he was quite surprised that John was able to bring out such a sum of money, he said nothing about it. You know, you should really buy a lot of cheap spatial rings and use them to transfer wealth, instead of doing what you just did, the elder commented. John did that when he had spare spatial rings, but had run out recently and hadn't obtained any more. The scrolls were placed in his spatial realm, and John thanked the elder for advice before leaving the library. Although I'm sure there's a lot of interesting things to read in the library, I unfortunately do not have time for that right now. Every bit of free time I have needs to be spent on cultivating. I can always come back later. John immediately set off to return to his home atop the mountain, eager to start training the 3 techniques he had just obtained. After a long walk, he arrived at his house and walked directly inside and towards the basement. He greeted Rhea and Francel and told them not to disturb his cultivation for any reason unless it was an extremely important matter, before heading downstairs. He entered the meditation chamber and sat down. After calming his mind, a scroll appeared in his hands. John unfurled it, and his eager eyes began to read its contents as he fell into a meditative trance. In another part of the heavenly lightning sect, in a large, luxurious house at the top of a majestic mountain, a 15-year-old boy with long silver hair sat in silent meditation. A knock suddenly appeared on the door, startling him out of his cultivation. However, instead of being upset at the sudden interruption, a look of slight anticipation appeared on his face. "You may enter," the boy called out loud, and a young girl quickly entered the room. "Lord Hunter, I have finished gathering the requested information regarding the boy with the lightning attribute body," the girl stated. "Oh, and," the boy asked. "He's just entered the sect as a first year and has already made quite a splash within the sect. He finished the entrance exam in first place and also seems to have the direct support of Elder Ragger." "Elder Ragger? He's only a meridian forging elder and can be ignored. What else?" The girl cleared her throat before continuing. "He's also joined the War Hall and—" "War Hall? He's a first year, how could he join the War Hall?" The boy cut off the girl and asked. "According to rumors, he directly attacked the vice sect leader and was punished to the crypt for 3 days. However, the vice sect leader also allowed him to live and enter the War Hall, although no one knows why," the girl replied. A frown appeared on the boy's face. "Anything else?" "That's all I could find out about him," the girl replied. The room remained silent for a moment as the boy fell into contemplation. "You may leave." The girl bowed and left the room, leaving him there alone. "If any issues arise regarding Elder Ragger, my master can easily handle that. However, there are still 2 problems. His placing as first in the entrance exams has given him an elevated position within our sect, and so doing anything to him now surely won't go unnoticed. Not only that, but he may potentially have some unknown connection with the vice sect leader. If John truly did have the support of the vice sect leader, then he would most likely be untouchable." The boy trembled at the thought of getting on her bad side, as he knew even his master would not want to offend her. However, although the situation had become more complex, a determined look appeared on the boy's face. "I'll have to proceed with caution, it seems." A week later, several loud booms continuously echoed out from John's basement. After a long time, the sounds finally subsided. John eventually emerged from the basement, looking quite tired and worn. He took off his robe and put on some swimwear before hopping into the relaxing outdoor pool. "Ah, that's the stuff," John sighed out loud as he relished in the relaxing feeling of the pool. The soothing water revitalized his diminished chi reserves and also healed the small amount of wounds on his body. "You're finally out," a voice suddenly called out to John. John opened his eyes and saw Rhea standing on the opposite side of the pool, staring at him. "Finally out? How long was I down there for?" John asked in a slightly confused manner. When he entered his meditative trance, John lost track of time, and so he wasn't exactly sure how long he had been down there. "It's been 7 days. You've missed the entire week of classes," Rhea replied. 7 days, John exclaimed in slight surprise. "What were the classes about? Did anyone drop off reading materials?" John asked. "They did. I left them on your bed upstairs," Rhea confirmed. "Thanks, I'll take a look at them tonight." Although it was unfortunate that he missed the classes, John wasn't too concerned. Most of the early classes seemed to be about teaching the basics regarding lightning, and John's unique cultivation situation allowed him to skip those basics. However, he was curious about other things, such as the medicinal ingredients and pill classes. The reading materials would make sure he did not miss any important information. "You came out just in time. Another day and I would have had to come down there," Rhea suddenly stated. John was about to ask what was so important in a day, when he suddenly remembered his fight with Russell. "I almost forgot. My fight is tomorrow, isn't it?" John asked Rhea for confirmation. "That it is. It's the talk of the entire first-year class, and even some of the older disciples are paying attention. You can't miss it." A battle between two of the top first years was sure to draw many curious eyes to it. Not only that, but John had developed a special status amongst the disciples. His lower cultivation but high combat prowess, alongside his crazy disregard for his own life in attacking the vice sect leader, made many very curious about him. "Thanks for the reminder. I'll be sure to make it," John replied as he once again closed his eyes and focused on healing. After fully healing, John went to his upstairs bedroom, changed clothes, and collapsed on his bed. He began to read the scrolls that were left there, and he soon drifted into a deep sleep while reading. The next morning, John woke up to the sound of knocking at his door. He wearily rubbed his eyes and walked over to the door. "It's quite late already. Breakfast is ready for you in the kitchen," Francel greeted John. "Thanks, I'll be down soon." John closed the door and prepared himself for the day. He walked to his wardrobe and put on one of his war hall robes. A brief inspection in the mirror satisfied John, as he felt comfortable to be back in his most liked colors of black and red. John then ate a hearty breakfast before he left for the martial arenas. His fight was scheduled before noon, and the walk to the arena took quite some time. The breathtakingly scenic route awed him as he leisurely walked over to the martial arenas, eventually arriving there an hour later. Despite being earlier in the day, the martial grounds were incredibly lively, and thousands of disciples could be seen walking about. Many fights were taking place in the arenas at all times, making it one of the most lively areas of the entire sect. "John, you're here," a familiar voice called out, and John soon spotted Adam standing at the front entrance to the martial grounds. "Hey," John greeted as he approached Adam. "Hey, my ass. Where have you been the last week? Although your attendant said you were training, a rumor began to circulate that you had left the sect out of fear of fighting Russell." Adam looked quite displeased as he told John about the rumor, as if he was the one being insulted, causing John to chuckle slightly. "Well, it's only a rumor. I'm here, aren't I?" "I guess so anyways, let's head inside. Your fight starts soon," Adam replied. John nodded his head and followed behind Adam. He was unsure of exactly which of the many arenas he was fighting in, and Adam seemed to know the way. A while later, the two of them arrived at one of the larger arenas and entered through the lower tunnel after passing verification by an elder guarding the entrance. A boisterous cacophony of sound began to fill John's ears as he walked through the deep tunnel into the heart of the arena. Bright sunlight shone on his face as he finally entered the arena, and a large stadium full of disciples entered his vision. "Wow, that's quite a few people," John commented as he took in the sight. He had not expected his fight to attract so many people. 10,000 of them, all here to watch your fight," Adam replied in a proud tone, as if he was the one who had drawn the crown here. However, his embellishment of the facts regarding John's run-in with the vice sect leader did elevate John's position by a bit, causing many more disciples to want to see what John was about. Nearly all of the many thousands of first years, as well as a few thousand second and third years, had shown up to watch the fight. "Hey, you're finally here, now we can finally fight," a loud and boisterous voice boomed out. John turned to the source of the voice and spotted Russell standing at the opposite end of the large arena. John briefly inspected Russell and noticed that his strength had increased by quite a bit since he had last seen him. His muscular body seemed to be bursting with power. Half-step core formation. It seems like I'm not the only one who has made great improvements. Chapter 197. Start. John's quick divine sense inspection of Russell's cultivation revealed him to be at the half-step core formation realm. Although not an official realm, the half-step realm was when a cultivator was in the middle of breaking through to the next realm, but had not broken through all the way. In Russell's case, his dantian was beginning to solidify from a liquid to a solid core, but his comprehensions towards the core formation realm were just slightly lacking. After this fight, however, Russell would most likely break through to the core formation realm. Those in the half-step realm were not as strong as those who had completely broken through to the next realm, but were also much stronger than late-stage cultivators in the same realm. In this particular case, Russell was much stronger than a late chi condensation cultivator. I thought this might be an easy fight with my recent breakthrough, but it seems like Russell's gone and made that quite difficult. While John still wasn't too worried, he was slightly upset, as he would most likely have to reveal at least some of his trump cards in order to win. Revealing his trump cards was something John did not want to do unless his life was on the line, but Russell's strength made it impossible to win without doing so. If Russell was a normal half-step cultivator, then John wouldn't be too concerned. However, Russell's talent was immense, and he even had an innate variant body. While it was only the common grade and far below John's in terms of quality, it was still strong enough to make him a threat. However, John was definitely not going to reveal his ultimate trump card, his Immortal Asura transformation art, no matter what. Of all the techniques I can reveal today, that one must remain secret, as it's my ultimate trump card. If only my body dantian was at the late chi condensation realm as well, then I wouldn't have to try so hard. I really need to find a way to get more consistent human blood essence. John quickly put such thoughts aside and focused on the issue in front of him, his fight with Russell. Russell was one of the strongest first years in the entire sect, and John would need to give it his all. I knew those rumors had to be false, Russell said to John in a loud voice. There's no way someone like you is running away from this fight. I just hope after all this, you don't disappoint me. John smiled at Russell's words of provocation. I can say the same to you. After this long wait, at least give me a good fight. An elder walked into the middle of the arena, signaling both John and Russell to approach. Adam quickly turned towards the stands and hopped over the tall wall towards the nearby seats. Seeing this, the elder waved his hand infused with chi towards a certain direction. The formation surrounding the arena suddenly lit up, blaring with full power. The formation was completely transparent, allowing the spectators to see the fight unobstructed, but would block any attacks that went toward the stands. This allowed weaker cultivators to watch the fight without fear for their lives. The rules are simple: no crippling, no killing. Stop when one side says they surrender or when I say stop. Understood? The elder asked the two of them in a firm tone. While John and Russell had no grudges against each other and would fight a clean fight, that could not be said for all the fights that took place in the arenas. Some went overboard, and the elders made sure that no one suffered greatly unless it was a life and death battle. Understood. Understood. Both sides agreed, and the elder nodded his head. Good, then you may begin. A loud eruption of anticipation boomed out from the crowd at the signaling of the fight. Both Russell and John broke out in grins as they stared at each other, getting ready to attack at a moment's notice. It's unfortunate that your cultivation is still lower than mine, Russell said to John. Although it sounded like arrogance, Russell's body truly was powerful. It was enough to overwhelm mostly anyone in the same realm, and no one knew just how high John's combat prowess was. Although his feats in the entrance exam were known by all, many were skeptical and figured John had done some trickery to accomplish those feats. Then don't cry when you lose out on a test of bodies, John replied. He was more than willing to fight through pure strength, as he loved the feeling of it. The crowd broke out in surprised discussion at John's words. He's going to fight Russell using only his body. Does he want to die? One first year chimed up. He may be strong, but that's only because of his lightning attribute body and essence talents. Fighting Russell like that, who has an innate variant body, is pure suicide, another replied. Similar discussions broke out throughout the entire crowd. The disciples knew John was strong, but that was because of his essence strength and lightning attribute body. Only the elders of the sect knew about John's innate variant body, and that information had not yet been revealed to the rest of the sect. Ha, good, let's go, Russell yelled as he suddenly pushed off the ground and dashed forward. The earth at his feet rippled slightly from the force of his strides. About time, John replied as he too dashed forward with all his might. His aura rapidly climbed as he began to strengthen his body. Their two fists punched out as they rapidly approached each other. Boom! Fists collided, and a loud boom echoed throughout the entire arena. Both John and Russell felt a powerful vibration travel up their arms from the force of the blow, but neither were knocked back or injured. Russell's eyebrows raised in surprise, and he soon began laughing in delight. Ha, good. It seems like you two have an innate variant body. Now I can fight without fear of breaking you. Chapter 198 Battle of Bodies. Russell's loud words entered the ears of all those in the arena. What? John has an innate variant body as well. How is this possible? How come we haven't heard of this yet? Innate variant body and lightning attribute body. What type of dogshit luck is this? How can one person be so lucky? I know. How the hell are we supposed to compete against someone like that? Heated discussions broke out, as all eyes remained glued to the arena grounds below. John and Russell traded several quick blows of punches and kicks, testing each other's power out. Loud bangs echoed out every time, revealing the power of the blows and the sturdiness of both their bodies. Both John and Russell relished in the feeling of fighting with their bodies. They had never gone against another cultivator with a strong body, and so this was the first time they had been able to do something like this. After trading probing blows for several minutes, the two of them separated and stared at each other. Other than panting slightly, neither was injured, and only slight scratches and cuts could be seen on their bodies. This is fun, but how about we kick it up a notch? John suddenly said. Haha, agreed. Let's go all out with our bodies, Russell agreed. He wanted to experience more of this, and so did John. The arena suddenly descended into silence as a serious expression appeared on both John and Russell's face. After a moment of silence, two auras suddenly exploded out and began to violently grow in power. Both John's and Russell's robes began to flutter, as if a wind was picking them up, while John's hair began to dance about as well. John was powering up his supreme battle art, while Russell was powering up his own body cultivation battle art. Russell's eyebrows once more raised in surprise as he stared at John with slight envy. However, his surprise soon became elated laughter. Ha, I don't know how you could possibly know the supreme battle art, but this changes things. Both of them quickly reached their peak state, and they once more dashed towards each other. Their speed amplified several-fold compared to before, and they reached each other in the blink of an eye. Bang! An incredibly loud sound echoed out as fists collided once more, and both John and Russell were knocked back several yards. Their arms began to tremble from the power of the collision, and both dashed forward again once they regained their balance. Both their knuckles were slightly bloodied from the exchange. Bang, bangs, bang. Continuous loud bangs rang out as their powerful bodies collided over and over again. The air rippled from the force of each blow. Using his honed battle instincts and immense martial prowess, John managed to land several blows to Russell unguarded, causing Russell to take some damage. During the furious barrage of blows, John ducked under one of Russell's punches and sent his own uppercut towards Russell's chin. He quickly followed up by sending a powerful kick into Russell's ribs while he was dazed. Bang! The sound of bone on bone rang out, and Russell was sent flying backwards dozens of yards, tumbling head over heels in the process. He eventually collided with the wall of the far end of the arena and fell to the ground. The entire arena grimaced at the sight, as they knew their heads would most likely have exploded if they had taken such a blow directly. H-O-G-H-A. Laughter echoed out as Russell quickly hopped back on his feet. He wiped the blood leaking from his lips away and shook his head back and forth several times to regain his senses. "This is what fighting is all about," Russell shouted as he dashed back towards John. Each of his steps filled the arena with loud echoes from the force of his strides. Russell quickly reached John and sent out a punch from the side. John moved to block it, but was taken by surprise as Russell used it as a feint and quickly attacked with his other arm. John had become used to Russell's incredibly straightforward manner of fighting and had not expected such a thing from him. Boom! Russell's fist collided with John's rib cage, and John flew back rapidly from the force of the unblocked blow. Boom! John's body violently collided with the arena walls, and he bounced off it with great force. The entire crowd grimaced once more at the brutal fighting. "If I took a blow like that to my body, I would be dead," a youth commented. "Right, he has to be injured, right?" another replied. However, the youth's eyes opened wide as John quickly bounced back to his feet as if nothing happened. "Haha, not bad. I didn't expect you to change up your fighting pattern like that," John commented as he wiped some blood from the corner of his lips. Russell's power truly was terrifying, and that blow had caused some damage to his body. His ribs still ached with pain. However, it was nothing serious that hampered his fighting potential. "I hate to admit it, but your fighting instincts are even more impressive than my own, so I had to throw some trickery in there," Russell replied with a slightly sour tone. Although he didn't want to admit it, he was outclassed in this fight when it came to battle instincts and martial prowess. John was a true fighting master, as he had studied martial theory intensively before he began to cultivate, and had fought many life and death battles, which honed his battle instincts to a terrifying level. John shook his head at himself for making such a stupid mistake, before he rapidly dashed forward once more. Bang! 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 Continuous blows were traded, with both Russell and John coming out on top at times. John used his superior martial prowess to land several unblocked blows, while Russell used his larger frame and longer reach to do the same. John sent a punch towards Russell's face, but it was only a feint. Russell went to guard it with his arms crossed, and was surprised to find himself falling to the ground as John sent a sweeping leg kick towards Russell's legs. Bang! John kicked the falling Russell with full force again, and his kick colliding with Russell's ribs sent him flying back violently. Russell collided with the arena wall again. Dirt and blood was sent flying outwards. Russell quickly regained his senses and dashed back towards John. They continued to trade blows, and Russell managed to catch one of John's punches in his hand. Before John could pull back, Russell swung John by his arm, violently slamming him into the ground. The ground shattered below John's body from the force of the attack. Russell picked up John and attempted to slam him down again, but John managed to twist his body in a flexible manner and land a kick on Russell's lower leg, knocking him off balance and breaking free from his grip. The crowd watched in curious horror at the sight of the brutal battle. Blood flew everywhere as the brutal collisions continued to take place. Before long, both of them were covered in blood, from both their own and their opponents. However, neither backed down, and both seemed to be enjoying the brutal battle. The violent barrage continued for some time before the two of them separated. Both were breathing heavy, having fought in their peak body state for quite some time. John probed his spatial area and found that he still had a large supply of beast blood essence, allowing him to fight like this for a long time. Since he had been using chi from his body Danshan this whole time, his essence chi reserve was virtually untouched. However, Russell did not have the same luxury, and everything he did in battle used up his essence chi. Although he was unsure of why, as his cultivation was higher and his chi reserves should be larger, Russell could tell that John had more left in the tank than him. Not only that, but much to his surprise, Russell was shocked to find out that John's body was of an even higher grade than his own. He was slowly starting to lose out in his trades, as both John's body, as well as body battle art, were more profound. He decided that it was time to stop playing and start the real fight. "Haha, this has been incredibly fun, but I think it's about time we both go all out," Russell suddenly said. "What? They haven't gone all out," a youth chimed up. "The power they displayed so far is enough to kill any of us, and they still have more. How is that possible?" "I guess it makes sense. They've both only been fighting with their bodies, despite being essence cultivators," another chimed up, reminding all those nearby of this fact. The fight had been so brutal and powerful that most had forgotten that both Russell and John were essence cultivators, and their battle so far had been all body. "Sure, let's end this," John replied to Russell. He was loving the fight, but he could tell that Russell was going to reach the end of his chi supply before long. His advantages of having two Dantians only became more and more clear on how powerful it was to have as he progressed in his cultivation. Suddenly, an incredibly strong earth power filled the arena as Russell began to power up to his peak state. "While we are in the heavenly lightning sect, I have not been able to learn any of the powerful lightning-based battle arts yet. However, have a taste of my ruinous earth sect's strongest battle art." John narrowed his eyes as Russell unleashed his full power. Russell had come from the ruinous earth sect before he joined the heavenly lightning sect, and had managed to train in their ultimate battle art. The ruinous earth sect was a first-tier sect, and its battle arts were incredibly powerful. His power continued to climb, and John started to feel the very earth beneath their feet begin to shift towards Russell. Russell's essence power reached an incredibly high level, and John could even feel some of Russell's core formation comprehensions in his chi, showing that he truly was at the half-step core formation realm. Cracks began to form in the sturdy arena, and soon large chunks of earth were upheaved. The large boulders of earth began to revolve around Russell, and he looked towards John in a state of full power. "Prepare yourself, I don't want to crush you to death." Chapter 199, Russell's power. A powerful aura emanated from Russell, rich in earth chi. Russell controlled the earth that he had uprooted from the arena, which continuously revolved around himself like a small storm. The boulders within his control were quite large, and if John was not careful, he would take damage being hit head-on by them. As the tempest of rubble and boulders continued to expand around Russell, John suddenly felt his feet rooted to the ground, as earth wrapped around his feet. Ahem. John looked down at his feet to confirm what was happening, and saw his feet slowly dig deeper and deeper into the arena grounds. This is quite annoying. He's not only controlling those massive boulders in the air, but also the very ground beneath my feet. This is going to slow me down considerably. Bang, bang. John sent a surge of power into his legs, and forceful uprooted them from the hard ground, making two loud explosive sounds in the process. After breaking his legs free from the ground below, John once again felt them begin to sink. "I can't stay in one place for long. I'll need to keep moving." John suddenly began to dash about, not towards Russell, but in random patterns, throwing off Russell's ability to root him down. I don't know exactly what this battle art of his does, so I'll test it out first. While Russell's body was weaker than John's, his essence power was stronger due to his higher cultivation. John was unable to look down on it like he did before. "Stop dancing about," Russell shouted as power erupted from his body. John suddenly came to a sudden halt as a tall and thick earthen wall suddenly rose up before him. He quickly turned around, and another tall wall appeared. John frowned as he continued forward and punched out with all his might. Boom! His fist collided with the thick wall, and a shower of rocks and debris rained outwards as he punched a large hole directly through the wall. He began to leap through to the other side, but was slowed down considerably by his effort of destroying the wall. John suddenly turned around and sent his fist outwards. Bang! His fist collided with a massive boulder which was thrown over by Russell's battle art. The collision knocked him backwards into the wall, causing him to rebound off it. As he regained his balance, Another large boulder was hurled over rapidly. Chi! A sharp blade suddenly sliced through the boulder, completely bisecting it in two. The parting boulder revealed John on the other side, scythe in hand. I've given him far too much initiative. I need to take back the advantage. While John wanted to play the waiting game to see what Russell was capable of, he realized he could do it no longer. His immense speed was neutralized by the constantly appearing walls, and so a direct confrontation with Russell was the only way forward. John sent an even stronger surge of chi from his body Danshin into his body, powering his supreme battle art to its peak state. He turned to stare at Russell, his face cold and calm. "You're not running anymore. Good," Russell yelled as he sent out another boulder towards John. John could feel his feet begin to bog down, but he moved before it could take hold. He narrowly dodged the approaching boulder, which crashed violently into the earthen wall behind him. Lightning finger. John suddenly pointed towards Russell, and an instantaneous beam of lightning quickly shot out forward. Boom! The sound of thunder echoed throughout the arena, and the lightning strike reached Russell in the blink of an eye. Having also been in the classes, Russell recognized the attack as the one they had just learned recently. He scoffed as he watched John attack him with such a meager and simple attack. Just based on the strength of his body alone, Russell was more than confident in completely neutralizing such an attack. Bang! Lightning struck Russell's body, and his eyes opened wide in surprise as he was launched back several yards. He skidded backwards on his feet, finally coming to a stop. His surprised face looked down towards his chest, and his hand slowly hovered over the blackened flesh that had been charred by John's attack. Lightning continued to dance over his skin, and it took some effort from his own chi to neutralize the lingering destructive lightning. After neutralizing the lightning, Russell looked back up towards John and spoke out to ask him about it. Just what the hell was that? Russell's words caught in his throat as he noticed John had nearly reached him, and was sending his scythe directly towards his chest. Earthen barrier. An earthen barrier suddenly appeared in front of Russell, blocking the attacking scythe that John had just struck out with. Boom! The earthen barrier exploded as the scythe continued forward, but the slight delay was all the time Russell needed to retreat and dodge the attack. Lightning finger. John suddenly shot another lightning finger out at Russell, which was blocked by a hastily formed earthen barrier. I won't fall for that again. I don't know how your lightning finger is so strong, but it won't work again. Suddenly, an even more powerful aura flared from Russell, and the tempest of boulders and earth magnified threefold. Boulders as large as a small house began to float around in the air around Russell, at which point they were constricted down into a smaller but much denser boulder. It seems like Russell is finally going all out, one youth commented. It seems like it. That attack of John's seems to have raised his guard a lot. Yeah, but how was a simple lightning finger that strong? It doesn't make sense. Heated discussions broke out throughout the crowd as they watched the intense fight below. John felt the ground beneath his feet become even more constrictive, and he required his full power to break free from it. One of the large boulders was suddenly hurled towards John with great speed, and John prepared to dodge it as it was much stronger than before. However, 3 earthen walls suddenly appeared in front of him, allowing his only route of escape being towards the boulder. Chi! John's sharp scythe attack sliced through the boulder, but stopped halfway due to the boulder being incredibly hard and dense. His body was hurled back towards the earthen wall behind him, and he was violently sandwiched between the boulder and earthen wall. Boom! The earthen wall exploded, and John was sent tumbling through it with great force. The crowd gasped as they watched John take that attack head-on. Is he dead? A first-year asked. If he's not dead, then he must be half dead, another replied. However, their eyes widened in surprise as John quickly regained his wits and bounced back to his feet. His legs were shaking somewhat, and blood was flowing from several shallow wounds on his body. The combined attack from Russell has been quite brutal and effective. Had it been any other cultivator, they would have been seriously injured and unable to continue fighting. John wiped the blood from his lips as a cold look appeared on his face. Russell truly deserves his spot as one of the top disciples in the sect. I won't be able to beat him without showing a few of my trump cards. John wanted to keep as much as he could a secret, including the divine reaping scythe, Immortal Asura transformation art, and the other attacks he had just recently learned. However, it seemed that was not going to work when battling with Russell. If only I was in the same realm, then I could hold back more, but things aren't that way, so there's no point in brooding over it. I think it's about time I turn things around. As he regained his balance, John once again found himself trapped by 3 quickly rising earthen walls and a rapidly approaching boulder. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at the boulder approaching. John suddenly raised his finger and pointed it at the boulder. Haha, these boulders of mine have been compressed several times over and are as hard as steel. There's no way a lightning finger will stop them, Russell yelled as he watched John. Bang! Thunder suddenly clapped out throughout the entire arena as a blindingly bright beam of lightning exploded out of John's finger. It was far more powerful and intense than before. Boom! The lightning beam struck the boulder, and the boulder exploded into a shower of rubble. What? Russell yelled out in surprise. He had not expected such a thing to happen, and neither did the crowd. What just happened? A youth asked. I don't know, but there's no way Lightning Finger is that strong, another replied. That's not Lightning Finger, a voice spoke up, and the first years turned to the source of the voice. A nearby third year who was watching the fight had spoken up. That's Lightning Ruin, one of the sect's top quick-use battle arts. Just how did he obtain it already? And not only that, it's quite a hard technique to unleash, as it's quite stressful on the body and its meridians. How can he do it so effortlessly? Understanding washed over all the first years as they heard the explanation. However, based on the words of the third year, it wasn't an easy attack to use. Russell finally came to his senses after a moment of being stunned. It didn't matter what attack John had just used, only that his attacks were able to neutralize his strongest boulders. Another boulder flew rapidly towards John, and John once again sent out a lightning ruin, neutralizing the attack completely. The 2 attacks were at a complete stalemate. Fine, let's crank it up a notch, Russell yelled out. John aimed his finger towards Russell and was about to unleash another lightning ruin when all of a sudden, his eyes darted downwards, and he jumped off the ground with all his might. Chee! A sharp patch of earthen spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, just where John had been standing. Had John not dodged in time, his legs would have been impaled by the spikes, or at least injured. They suddenly shot up into the sky after him. John slashed his scythe down hastily, blocking the attack at the last moment. However, one spike managed to slip through, and it pierced his shoulder. The spike stopped after only going an inch deep, thanks to John's incredibly sturdy body. It would have normally pierced directly through the shoulder of a normal cultivator and caused a serious wounds. However, John's wounds were starting to add up. He landed on the ground, and just as he did so, he jumped again, narrowly dodging another spike attack. Earthen walls suddenly began to appear around him, and John knew Russell was attempting to attack him with the spikes when he had nowhere to go. The 3 walls fully enclosed around John's position, and the ground spikes violently erupted upwards. The crowd gasped, fully expecting to see John impaled, but after a moment of panic, they noticed that John was nowhere to be found. Russell turned his head to the side, and his cold eyes stared directly at John, who was now standing in a completely different position. However, a lightning beam was almost upon him, and Russell hastily created an earthen shield with as much defense as possible. Boom! The shield exploded, and Russell was sent flying backwards dozens of yards. Due to his innate variant body, Russell was mostly unharmed from the explosion of lightning and rock. He regained his balance and looked back towards John. How did you move so fast? Russell asked. He was sure that John would fall victim to his combined attack, but John was able to escape the wall prison by moving faster than they could rise. He was so fast that Russell could hardly believe it. Russell's eyes lingered downwards on John's body, and he noticed lightning continue to dance over his legs. Thunder flash steps as well, the third year chimed up once again. How did he afford all these techniques and learn it in such short notice as well? However, he quickly remembered that John had a lightning attribute body, and it all started to make sense. Such a thing truly wasn't fair at all. John stared coldly at Russell, without saying a word. If I use my thunder flash steps and lightning ruin, I might be able to land some blows on him. But now that he knows both of these battle arts, I'm sure he'll be on guard for such a thing. That earthen barrier of his is incredibly sturdy and can be raised in an instant, so he'll be able to block such attacks. Not only that, but when he does, I'll have to worry about his earthen walls, boulders, and spikes. I didn't want to use it, but it seems like I have no other choice. John sighed as he realized he would have to use another one of his trump cards. However, as long as he kept the Immortal Asura transformation art hidden, John was fine with anything else. However, he wasn't too upset. Russell truly was an incredibly powerful opponent, and John knew it would be an extremely close battle if he decided to fight using only Thunderflash steps and Lightning Ruin. In fact, with Russell's higher cultivation, John would most likely not win by using only those two attacks. He would need to use nearly his full essence power, and also combine it with his superior body power to overwhelm Russell. Russell was using his ultimate battle art, and so John would have to respond in kind. Your placing in the top 5 in the entrance exams was not a mistake. You truly are powerful and should be proud, John suddenly said to Russell, as if he was an elder praising a disciple. Russell narrowed his eyes as he stared at John. So far in this fight, you've been on the defensive the entire time. Why are you sounding like you're an elder talking down to me? Russell asked in a cold tone. He didn't like others looking down on him or treating him like a child. John smiled as he heard Russell's question. Well, that's because I'm about to teach you a bit of a lesson. Heavenly Lightning Domain. Chapter 200, Heavenly Lightning Domain. While John normally did not call out the names of his battle arts, as doing so gave away their nature, he felt that the first time he used this technique should be done as such. Not only that, but being in the Heavenly Lightning sect, he was sure that the technique would be recognized instantly anyways. Lightning, which danced all along his body, continued to quickly grow in intensity. What did he say? Heavenly Lightning Domain, a first-year spoke up. Isn't that one the signature domain of the sect? How did he get it already? However he got it, if he can truly use it, then I can't wait to see the sect's signature domain in action. Russell's eyes narrowed as he stared directly at John. Lightning continued to build up over his body, and before long it looked like he wore lightning armor. Boom! A thunderous cacophony of lightning exploded outwards, and everyone shielded their eyes from the brightness of it. Earthen armor. A solid armor of rocks suddenly formed over Russell's body, and he fortified it as much as he could. Although he had not been attacked yet, his instincts had told him that he needed to go all out to have a chance of winning this battle. As the bright flash of light faded, all were able to see John once again. Their eyes opened wide. Boom! Lightning exploded in John's face, and he was sent flying backwards by his own battle art. Ouch! John rubbed the back of his head. He slowly stood up and brushed the dirt off his robe. This Heavenly Lightning Domain is a lot harder to learn than I thought it would be. John stood in his basement, pondering over where he went wrong with the technique. He had been trying to learn it for a full day, and so far it had only ended in failure. Thankfully, the backlashes were minimal in damage, as his lightning attribute body was mostly immune to lightning of this level. He took out the scroll once more that depicted the technique and read over it. There was a detailed description of how to use the domain art. The description included how it should feel to use the art, the Danshin Qi conversion process, the meridian pathways, and the acupoints that needed to be targeted. Unlike normal battle arts, which typically used meridian pathways in a very precise and concentrated manner, domain arts used many more meridian pathways. It was more of a full-body technique, in which almost every pathway was used. This was one of the reasons why other battle arts could be used in conjunction with domains. During the use of a battle art, the specific domain meridian pathways could be opened to allow the use for the battle art. While this would slightly weaken the domain for a very brief moment, it was only by a fraction of its full power. Using his comprehension of converting chi to lightning chi, John had been able to learn the heavenly lightning domain already. However, using his primordial extermination lightning chi instead of normal lightning, chi had made the domain much harder to use, as it was far more powerful but also more unstable. John was working to stabilize his domain now. The domain, at least in his realm, worked by creating lightning nodes in the space around him, and lightning could strike between any two nodes whenever he wanted it to. At his current realm, 8 nodes was the maximum he could create, and the nodes surrounded his body in every direction like a circle. The nodes were made by concentrating pure lightning chi in space, which could unleash attacks at a moment's notice. This combination made it so that there was a perpetual lightning storm brewing around John, and that all those who fought him would also have to deal with those non-stop strikes. The nodes maintained a fixed position from John's body, and they also moved as he moved. With the nodes constantly moving, an opponent would not have an easy time tracking them, even if the attacks could be predicted. Another aspect of the domain was that it amplified his lightning abilities while it was active. With lightning chi coursing through his body in such intensity, John was at his peak state in regards to controlling and using lightning-based attacks, and so all his lightning attacks would be more powerful than usual. It truly was an impressive battle art. Again, John stood there calmly, while an intense storm of lightning continued to rage all around him. Lightning continuously snaked outwards from his body in every direction, and also randomly appeared at points within his domain and struck in random directions. Close observation revealed slightly glowing points in space, and lightning continued to strike towards any of the other points. With the lightning domain around him, and his body surging with power due to the supreme battle art, John looked like a lightning war god to the crowd of disciples. While the heavenly lightning domain was an incredibly impressive and profound technique, all those who had seen it before felt like it was slightly different this time. More destructive, more lethal. By this time, John's domain covered half of the arena. Russell was standing just outside the area of effect, peering into the storm. Even with his rock armor and tough body, Russell felt danger from the domain. Even more earth was uprooted from the arena and formed into dense boulders floating around his body. The arena was quite rugged from all the damage, and only small parts were left untouched. "Let's end this." John suddenly dashed forward towards Russell, his speed incredibly quick. He had utilized Thunder Flash steps to close the distance quickly, allowing Russell no chance at retreating. Boom. 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 As soon as John approached Russell, his lightning domain continuously attacked outwards at the powerful boulders revolving around Russell. They were his most powerful attacks, and John wanted to neutralize those. The boulders were constantly attacked, and before long, each of them exploded into rubble. However, Russell continued to quickly make more of them, resulting in a stalemate. "Fine, then let us once again battle with our bodies," John stated as he dashed forward. As long as his domain could neutralize the boulder attacks, John was happy with that. Not only that, but his lightning strikes were winning out against the boulders, and so Russell would have to worry about them attacking him as well. A large greatsword suddenly appeared in Russell's hands, and it was the first time he had taken out his weapon in this fight. He thought he would be able to defeat John without a weapon, but their battle revealed otherwise. He would not be able to hold back at all anymore. Chi. A patch of earthen spikes suddenly erupted below John. John didn't even slow down to block the attack, and instead sent a destructive lightning attack between 2 nodes which happened to line up with the spikes. The spikes exploded in a shower of rubble, and John continued towards Russell uninhibited. Bang! Sword and scythe collided, and Russell was shocked to find that he was sent flying backwards by the collision. High's chi reserve was running low, and he could no longer afford to focus on his body strength as much. Earthen boulder. The earthen boulders were floating in a wide array, and Russell suddenly sent one from behind John's body towards him. However, before the boulder could move much, a lightning strike exploded from a node and onto the boulder, destroying it. At the same time, John noticed that Russell himself was standing between two lightning nodes and sent an attack with the domain towards him, while also raising his finger forwards. Lightning ruin. Russell noticed the domain attack and turned to block it with a slash of his sword. He successfully blocked the attack, however. His instincts kicked up as he felt danger approaching from the other direction. He turned as quickly as he could to block it, but was just a hair late. Boom! Lightning ruin exploded onto Russell's armor of rocks and created a large hole in the armor. Lightning continued through the armor and onto Russell's body. Gah! Russell cried out in pain as lightning continued to flow within his body. Even though he was a disciple of the sect and had been tempering his body with lightning, the lightning he felt coursing through his body was far more destructive than anything he had felt before. It took him a good while to neutralize the rampaging lightning, but doing so allowed John to approach him once more. Russell hastily swung his greatsword out towards John, and its power was something that even John had to take seriously. Bang! Weapons collided, and Russell once again cried out in pain as an attack from the lightning domain struck out from behind him and onto his back. Although he knew of the threat of the domain, Russell was helpless to stop the attacks from behind when he had to focus forward. At the same time, a boulder from Russell's attack was sent towards John's back, and John quickly dashed to the side with his thunderflash steps. The boulder missed him due to his dodging and continued forward. Since he was busy neutralizing the rampaging lightning in his body again, Russell was too late to notice this and was violently struck with his own attack. Boom! The fast-moving boulder, which was as hard as steel, struck Russell and sent him flying backwards dozens of yards. His body collided against the arena walls and rebounded to the ground below. John dashed forward rapidly once more while also raising his arm, looking to seize the opening. Lightning ruin. The destructive beam of lightning pierced directly towards Russell, who had just stood up. Earthen shield. Russell formed an incredibly dense earthen shield and just barely managed to neutralize the attack. However, by this time, John was already directly in front of him, slashing down with his scythe. Russell sent out his greatsword with all his might to meet the attack. John scoffed, as he knew he would win out in this exchange. However, his eyes widened slightly as he noticed part of Russell's rock armor change shape and pierce towards him in an earthen spike. At the same time, an earthen spike from behind him pierced towards his back. Not bad, John said to Russell. The combination attack truly was impressive, but John was not concerned. A lightning domain strike pierced towards the spike behind him, shattering it into rubble. However, there was no node connection in the way of the front attack, and so John could not use the domain to neutralize that attack. I'll bet on the strength of my body here. John decided to ignore the earthen spike piercing towards his chest and continued with his scythe attack. His supreme battle art surged to its maximum peak, increasing both his attack power and his body defense. Bang! Weapons collided, and Russell was sent flying backwards like a kite. While flying backwards, Russell happened to go between two nodes and was struck by a lightning attack without being able to defend. At the same time, John's chest was pierced by the earthen spike, but his sturdy ribcage managed to stop it before it hit any internal organs. While the wound was deep and slightly serious, it was something that could be ignored for the remainder of the fight. He was knocked back by the attack a few yards, but managed to stabilize quickly. John smiled, as the sturdiness of his body had not let him down. If any other first-year disciple had taken that attack head-on like that, they would have been pierced right through and lost the fight. Russell was truly unlucky to have an opponent like John, who did not have any obvious weaknesses. Not only that, but his battle arts were of a lower grade than John's, and so he was at a large disadvantage in many aspects of this fight. If Russell had a battle art on the same level as John's lightning ruin and heavenly lightning domain, then he would have had a much better time in this fight. This brief fight showed the difference in battle art profundity and power between a first-tier sect like the ruinous Earth sect and one of the four great sects. John seized the initiative once more and utilized his fastest movement speed to reach Russell before he could recover. He combined the thunderflash steps with his body cultivation's limiter of speed to reach an incredible speed. His body looked like a blur to the first years as he dashed forward. Russell was still tumbling backwards, but finally managed to maintain his balance and began to stand up. While he had taken damage in that exchange, he was still in relatively good condition and could continue fighting. His innate variant body was truly impressive, as any other disciple would have lost by now having taken that many attacks head-on. However, Russell's body suddenly froze as he looked directly in front of him. A frown appeared on his face. Silence descended on the arena for several seconds before Russell spoke up. "I concede." The scythe that lingered directly in front of his head was withdrawn. Had John wanted to, he could have taken Russell's life in that moment, but had obviously held the attack back. A large smile appeared on John's face as he stuck his hand out to help Russell up. "That was a good fight,"